Question 1, Mr. Luk Chung-hong. Some members of the taxi trade are of the view that installing closed-circuit television cameras and dash cameras in taxi compartments will be conducive to deterring black taxis, reducing disputes between passengers and drivers, and strengthening the safeguard for traffic safety. However, it is learned that the installation of maintenance of such devices involves certain expenses, and as the government has not provided the trade with financial assistance, the installation of such devices has not been popular yet. In this connection, will the government inform this council? My apologies. 1. Whether it will consider modeling on the practices of the mainland and Macau to make it mandatory for all taxis to install a central cloud-based camera system and stipulate that the relevant footages are restricted to the access of authorized person only in handling complaints or traffic accidents and can be adduced as evidence in court where necessary. It will consider of the timetable and whether it will provide the trade with financial assistance. If it will not consider, the reason for that. 2. As the government proposed in July last year that all fleet taxis would have to be installed with traffic safety-related devices such as dash cameras, global positioning system, and safety devices that monitored drivers' driving safety or performance. Of the authorities' measures in place to encourage the installation of the same type of devices in non-fleet taxis. And 3, whether it would discuss with the insurance trade the provision of concessionary premiums for taxis installed with in-vehicle camera systems and dash cameras so as to further increase the incentives of vehicle owners for installing such devices. If so, of the details, if not, the reason for that. Secretary for Transport and Logistics. President, after consulting the Financial Services and the Treasury Bureau, the reply to Mr. Hong's questions is as follows. The government has been concerned about taxi services and has introduced a number of measures to encourage the trade to enhance service quality and driving safety, thereby strengthening the protection of passengers and other road users. The first and second part to the question. In response to people's views that the government should strengthen the regulation of taxi services, the government has reviewed the overall taxi operation and management and put forward a series of measures to enhance the personalized point-to-point traffic or transport services and promote the healthy development of the taxi trade in the long run. These measures include introducing a taxi fleet regime, as well as a taxi driver offense point system and a two-tier penalty system for certain taxi driver-related offenses that are more serious. The relevant bills were passed by the Legislative Council, LegCo, in December 2023. With the relevant legislation coming into force, various new measures have been implemented in phases with a view to enhancing the overall safety standard and service quality of taxis. Among the aforesaid measures, the taxi fleet regime is a new licensing regime under which taxi owners may assemble existing taxis and apply to the Transport Department, TD, for a taxi fleet license. The TD will regulate the operation and management of the taxi fleets through license conditions and specify the devices to be installed on the fleet taxis, including dash cameras, closed-circuit television systems, and technological devices relating to the enhancement of driving safety so as to improve driving safety and services standard of fleet taxis. The TD is carrying out the preparatory work and plans to invite the trade to apply for taxi fleet licenses in April this year, so that fleet taxis may commence operation as soon as possible. We believe that fleet taxi would set a leading and exemplary role in the trade, thereby encouraging non-fleet taxis to have similar devices installed. Meanwhile, the introduction of the taxi fleet regime will also foster healthy competition in the trade and gradually change the trade's ecology through market evolution. Apart from the taxi fleet regime, the government has been encouraging the trade to make good use of technology to improve traffic or taxi driving safety. For example, the government launched the $1 billion Smart Traffic Fund, the fund to provide funding support to the local organizations or enterprises for conducting researches and applications of vehicle-related innovation and technology. As of today, the fund has approved 3 projects relating to driving safety, including the trial of installing driving safety monitoring systems in taxi to monitor the driving condition and behavior of drivers, and to issue alerts to remind the drivers when necessary. We will continue to support the study of relevant technological applications and provide appropriate assistance in the process. The TD will continue to make use of different channels to remind taxi drivers to comply with the law and pay attention to road safety and service quality. At the same time, the TD will work with the police to raise drivers' awareness of safety and combat malpractices of black sheep in the trade by means of law enforcement, publicity, and education. To enhance safety and quality of taxi services, since 1st October 2020, all applicants for a full taxi driving license must complete a taxi driver pre-service course and obtain a course certificate within a specified period of time, in addition to passing the relevant test before they can be issued with a full driving license. Such course helps increase drivers' awareness of driving safety and equip them with knowledge of passenger service and skills in customer service. We believe that the package of measures mentioned is conducive to improving taxi safety and quality, thereby offering better protection for passengers and enhancing their riding experience. During the earlier discussion of the taxi-related bills at the LegCo Bills Committee meetings, some members advised that the government should consider mandating the installation of a central cloud-based camera system in all taxi compartments so as to facilitate the retrieval of relevant video files by law enforcement authorities as objective corroborative evidence to protect the interest of both drivers and passengers in case of disputes and help improve driving safety of taxis. In view of the above, the government has commenced a study earlier this year to explore the feasibility of such recommendations and other related matters. We plan to consult the taxi trade within this year to reach consensus on whether this mandatory measure should be implemented. Third part to the question. The government supports the taxi trade in taking measures to enhance the safety standard and management quality, thereby reducing the risk associated with underwriting taxi insurance at source. If taxi owners or companies install and use cameras, safety monitoring devices and dash cameras in their taxis, and provide full records to insurers when making insurance claims, this may facilitate insurers' risk differentiation for making underwriting decisions and setting premium levels for individual policies more accurately. To this end, all parties concerned have been in close communication and collaboration. Relevant bureaus and departments, together with the insurance authority, met with LegCo members and representatives of the insurance industry earlier to discuss the use of technology to reduce the risk associated with taxi traffic accidents to ease the burden of insurance premium on the taxi trade. Some insurance companies have been offering discounts on insurance premiums and lower deductibles and so on. For taxis equipped with driving safety devices, however, the insurance industry reflected that not many taxis have accepted such offers, and submission of inaccurate or insufficient information and records was observed. The government will continue to engage with all parties and encourage the trade to step up their efforts in enhancing driving safety and reducing the risk of accidents at source to foster the long-term and sustainable development of both the taxi trade and taxi insurance industry. Thank you, President. Mr. Luk Chung-hong. Thank you, President. I'm glad to hear that the government will consult the trade within this year and study the mandatory measure to install central cloud-based camera system in taxi compartments, including mainland, U.S., New Zealand, Macau. A lot of cities and countries in the world have mandated the taxis to install cameras. The government said that they want to make use of fleet taxi regime to enhance the quality of taxi services, but it seems that the sector is not very eager to participate in the regime, probably because of the gloomy economic outlook. If the fleet taxi regime is not as popular as expected, will the government regulate rogue taxis through legislation? Because few rogue taxis are affecting the ecology of the taxi trade and it affects the income of good drivers. Will the government expedite the process of legislation so that we can improve the quality of taxi service and enhance safety of passengers and drivers? Secretary. Thank you, President, and thank you, Mr. Luk, for the question. What Mr. Luk said was correct. In a lot of places over the world, they mandate installation of cameras in taxi compartments. For Shenzhen, Macau, Australia, Vancouver, Toronto, New Zealand, and so on, they mandate their taxi to install and use cameras in taxi compartments. But for Singapore and UK and Wales, for example, their governments have not mandated their taxi drivers to install such cameras in their compartments. In our study, we will consider the situations in different places, and if we are to mandate the installation of camera, we will see how we will do that. Mr. Luk mentioned about the taxi fleet regime and the participation rate. As mentioned in my main reply, in April, we will start inviting the trade to apply for the taxi fleet licenses. I think we have to look at the number of applications before we make a judgment. If we say that the participation is not as active today, I think that, well, it's too early to make such a call. We need to think of ways to improve taxi service. Thank you. Mr. Chan Han-ben. Thank you, President. The government has always relied on the market to evolve on its own to improve service quality. Because of this, the current situation with the taxi trade is the case that it is. And a small number of road taxi actually disrupt the market rules. People say that there are more road taxis than good taxi drivers, and this has undermined the image of Hong Kong on the world stage. The government said that they have to wait until the implementation of the taxi fleet regime before we mandate the installation of cameras. Why can we not mandate non-fleet taxis to install cameras in taxi compartment? Actually, the trade and the electrical support you're implementing the mandatory installation of cameras. Why can the government not mandate such an installation to protect the interest of the people? What is the government worrying about? Secretary. Thank you, President. I would like to thank Mr. Chan for his question. I know that members are concerned about the taxi service quality. Regarding the taxi fleet regime, I've actually addressed similar questions in the Bills Committee meeting on taxi-related bills. As mentioned in my main reply, the government is conducting study on the feasibility of the mandatory measures. Within this year, we will consult the trade about that. We want to reach a consensus with the trade. Mr. Chan, you represent some members of the trade. If you think that it's not hard to reach a consensus in this regard, then perhaps when we conduct the consultation, we may be easier to reach a consensus with the trade, and the process would be smoother. I definitely hope that we can achieve a consensus. As for the feasibility of implementing a mandatory measure, we have to consider a basket of factors. We have to look at the mode of operation of taxis, and if the measures can actually protect the taxi drivers and passengers, privacy concern, as well as maintenance and repair of the cameras and the cost of transmission of data, and so on. We have to consider all these factors in detail. Please be rest assured that within this year, we will consult the trade about this. Thank you. Mr. Edward Leung. Thank you, President. We see some taxi drivers upload footages of cameras online, and this actually affects the passengers. With the mandatory installation of cameras in taxi compartments, more taxi drivers may be doing such an act. If those footages are uploaded onto the website, the case can only be followed up after the victim have complained to the Office of the Privacy Commissioner for Personal Data. Can we change the legislation so that the relevant departments can take law enforcement action against illegal uploading of footages of passengers? Because after these footages are uploaded onto the website, the damage has already been done. I hope that the administration can consider this. Thank you. Secretary, thank you, Chair President, and thank you, Mr. Leung, for the question. Regarding privacy, we attach importance to it. A few years ago, the Privacy Commissioner for Personal Data has issued guidelines on the installation of cameras in taxi compartment for the trade. Mr. Leung was asking about law enforcement action. I note your view, and I will talk to the Office of the Privacy Commissioner for Personal Data to see if we can amend the laws. Dr. Junius Ho. Secretary, do you know what new quality productive forces is? Do you know what high efficiency is? You've talked to, you have been reading your script for 2 minutes. Mr. Chen said that the community actually supports you. However, you stumble upon your speech for 2 minutes. Dr. Ho, please put your question. Can you not enhance efficiency and effectiveness to achieve the result? You are the secretary. I think that you have to start legislating as soon as possible. Secretary, thank you. I know that we will be talking about high quality production forces or new quality production forces later on. As a secretary, I have to study before implementing any new policy. If I don't conduct any study before rolling out any policy, that would be too rash. As mentioned, within this year, I will talk to the trade about the relevant measure. As mentioned in my main reply, I mentioned that if there is consensus with the trade, we would be glad to implement such a measure. But as mentioned, we need to conduct a study to make sure that there is sufficient ground for implementing the policy. Mr. Adrian Ho. Thank you, President. Regarding driving safety of drivers, we have to talk about the aging issue with taxi drivers. Last May, when the government replied to members' question, they say that as at March last year, there were about 1,700 taxi drivers over 60 to 69 years old, and there are some 30,000 aged above 60. Apart from installing safety devices in taxi compartment, will the government consider adjusting the relevant policy to ask the aged taxi drivers to meet the relevant physical requirements? Secretary. Thank you, President, and thank you, Mr. Ho, for the question. For taxi driving license holder, last year we came to the LegCo and we talked about the fitness requirements of taxi drivers, and we consulted the Legislative Council about that. In the middle of last year, we consulted the relevant bodies and the trade to formulate a concrete proposal. We also consulted the healthcare sector regarding fitness examination. We asked them about the tests and examinations that drivers will have to go through before they meet the relevant requirements, and we will propose the relevant amendment to the LegCo. For taxi driving license holder of a more senior age, we will be proposing legislative amendment.
Question 2, Mr. Andrew Lam. President, the Labour and Welfare Bureau and Social Welfare Department launched the special scheme on privately owned sites for welfare services users, the Special Site Scheme, in September 2013 to encourage non-governmental organizations to better utilize their own sites through expansion, redevelopment, or new development to provide or increase those welfare facilities considered by the government as being in acute demand. However, in reply to a question raised by a member of this council on the 29th of March last year, the government indicated that as at early March last year, only 6 projects under the Special Site Scheme had been completed and put into service, representing a completion rate of just about 8%. In this connection, with the government informed this council, 1, of the latest progress of various projects under the Special Site Scheme, whether it has set specific targets for expediting the progress of the projects, if so, of the details, if not, whether it will set relevant targets. 2, whether it will set up a regular collaboration and coordination mechanism among the government departments involved in the processing of applications for the Special Site Scheme, as well as actively promote the Special Site Scheme and take the initiative to provide assistance for applicant organizations. And 3, whether it has considered, after the submission of applications by organizations expressing an interest in taking part in the Special Site Scheme, providing them with basic information about the sites concerned, example, land lease conditions, site planning, as well as traffic and noise restrictions, as early as possible, so as to assist them in commencing planning expeditiously and providing the most appropriate welfare facilities, if so, of the details. Secretary for Labour and Welfare. President, the government has all along been adopting a multi-pronged approach with long, medium and short-term strategies to identify suitable sites or premises for the provision of welfare services to meet their acute demand. As a long-term strategy, the government has incorporated the population-based planning ratios in the Hong Kong planning standards and guidelines in respect of subvented elderly service facilities, childcare facilities and rehabilitation facilities, with a view to reserving the needed sites and space for these facilities early in the planning process of new and redeveloped areas. As regards the medium-term strategy, the Social Welfare Department, SWD, has been maintaining close contact with the relevant government departments to identify suitable sites in the development or redevelopment of public housing estates and urban renewal projects for providing welfare facilities. The government also endeavours to increase the provision of welfare facilities as appropriate through the land sale programs and the special scheme on privately owned sites for welfare uses is the scheme. In addition, we will make use of available government accommodation, including vacant school premises, and explore whether they are suitable for conversion. As a short-term strategy, the SWD, with the assistance of the Government Property Agency, has been striving to identify suitable premises for purchase through various channels. I've replied to various parts of the questions raised by members as follows. 1. The government implemented Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the scheme in September 2013 and April 2019, respectively. with a view to encouraging NGOs to make better use of their sites through expansion, redevelopment, or new development to provide for or increase welfare facilities in acute demand. Out of the 88 project proposals received in the two phases, 23 proposals which could not proceed further due to various reasons had been withdrawn by the application organizations. As at the end of February 2024, 6 projects have been completed and commenced service. 2 projects have entered the construction stage. 10 projects are at the stage of detailed design, and 20 projects are at the stage of technical feasibility study, TFS. The remaining 25 projects are still at project formulation and preliminary planning stage. The SWD will consider supporting the respective NGOs to proceed with TFS, having regard to the actual progress of individual projects. The implementation of projects under the scheme by NGOs would be affected by various factors, including the restrictions of the surrounding environment of the sites concerned, the provision of communal and transport facilities, requirements prescribed in the land lease, restrictions stipulated in the outline zoning plan OZP, outcome of local consultations, etc. The development process also depends on whether the applicant organizations will revise the project proposals during the process or require more time to prepare the relevant documents and the requisite information for submission. As the NGOs are generally not specialized in development projects, they may need more time to complete the relevant procedures in the planning process. Given the time needed to take forward projects, and that it may vary due to planning and development restrictions, we do not consider it appropriate to set targets for the projects. 2, to facilitate and coordinate the implementation of the projects under the scheme, SWD has been providing one-stop assistance to applicant organizations throughout the planning and development process. We have devised various guidelines and templates on the preparation of funding applications and tender documents for NGOs reference. SWD has been maintaining close contact with relevant government departments, including the Architectural Services Department, Lands Department, Lands D, Planning Department, Plan D, and Buildings Department, BD, to provide assistance and coordination to NGOs regarding issues involved in individual projects, including amendment to OZP, obtaining planning permission, and lease modification. To further assist applicant organizations in pressing ahead with their projects, SWD has proactively invited each of the NGOs participating in the scheme for a meeting between December 2022 and May 2023 to review and discuss the progress of their projects. The Director of Social Welfare has also convened an interdepartmental meeting in September 2023 with representatives from various departments specializing in planning, land administration, traffic, and environment matters, etc., to strengthen coordination among government departments and NGOs to facilitate the applicant organizations in tackling the various technical problems. SWD will continue to take the initiative to arrange for NGOs to meet with government departments concerned to expedite their implementation. 3, to enable applicant organizations to take note of the potential restrictions of their project proposals as early as possible. SWD will invite relevant government departments, including the Plan D, Lands D, BD, Transport Department, Environmental Protection Department, etc., to provide initial comments on the project proposals after reaching a consensus with the NGOs on the project details, such as the development parameters, type of services, number of places, etc. The comments from departments will be consolidated and conveyed to NGOs for reference. The consultants engaged by NGOs will then conduct TFS on the projects and submit various technical assessments, including traffic, noise, drainage, impact assessments, etc., to relevant government departments for approval. The consultants will also assist NGOs in dealing with technical and other relevant issues, including amendment to OZP, obtaining planning permission, and lease modification in order to take forward the projects. Thank you, President. Mr. Andrew Lam. Thank you, President. In the main reply, the Secretary sent out a clear message. All along, the government has been striving hard to identify more sites for the provision of welfare facilities. Now, there are 2 phases of the scheme in 2013 and 2019. Altogether, there were 80 applications, so the response is overwhelming. But of the 65 successful applications, 22 are still in the preliminary pending stage. 25 in the preliminary study stage, and 25 are in the preliminary planning stage, so progress is really slow. But still, the Secretary said that we shouldn't set specific targets. Now here we're not talking about private developers trying to make money. From the point of view of good use of land resources, if the government's not setting targets, then has it carefully reviewed its internal process to see how it could be streamlined, and so the projects could be expedited. Perhaps the government should take a more proactive approach instead of just offering assistance to make sure that these projects can be completed early. Because this will make it less painful as a process in identifying suitable welfare facility sites. Secretary. Thank you, President. I fully agree with Mr. Lam. As I mentioned in the main reply, in the past periods, SWD has been proactively liaising with each and every applicant in the project, and then the director also chaired a interdepartmental meeting. This is to streamline processes. That's exactly the purpose. And because there may be much correspondence between different departments, between the applicant and the different departments, we want the SWD to be the sort of the halfway point, and then we could reduce the amount of correspondence and streamline the whole process. But of course, each project is different. Each AGO may have its own special features, and it doesn't just provide welfare services. For example, there is there may be religious services and so on. So that's why the whole design may be complicated and the time taken may be longer. But then in future, we try to compress this process as far as possible. Thank you. Dr. Teck Chi Yuen. Thank you, President. For the special site scheme, as members mentioned, it's been in place for some 10 years. Now, the new director has taken initiative after assuming the post to talk to each NGO to try to give them more help. I appreciate that. But then we don't see any substantive progress. A year ago, we asked about the progress. The government told us then how many projects would be, 6 projects would be ready, and today we're still told 6 projects have been completed, and for close to 90% of projects they're still in the discussion or even conception stage. And as so as Dr. Junior so said, you seem to be just stuttering and not getting anything done. So it's against the whole purpose of the special site scheme, that's to speed up the provision of welfare facilities. So what other measures do you have in place in the next 2 to 3 years? How many projects will actually be completed and service will be provided? How many projects, please? Secretary. Thank you, President. Thank you, Dr. Teck, for your question. We are also anxious and we want to help these NGOs to complete their projects as soon as possible. But then, for each development project, it must comply with all the relevant statutory requirements, land, transport, and so on. So we try our best to help NGOs to resolve all these technical issues. But then the NGOs must work with us. They need to be specific about the scope and objective of the project. If they want to add their own facilities, they need to make that clear. But in the past year, actually much progress has been made, because now we have sorted out what each NGO wants to do with their project, so then we could proceed quickly to the next stages. But then here we're talking about major projects. They can't be completed in just a year or two. But we hope that what we are doing will help to speed up all these projects. Thank you. Mr. Stanley Lee. Which part of your question's not been answered? Well, I asked a straightforward question. In 3 years, will we be seeing results? Secretary. Yes, in 3 years we'll be seeing results, but how many projects will actually be completed, because there are so many factors to consider, and some factors are beyond the control of the government. So at this point, it's hard for me to give you a specific target, but I think we all share the wish that we want to speed things up as much as we could. Thank you. Mr. Stanley Lee. Well, SWD and NGOs really strengths are in providing welfare services, so it's hard for them to plan and develop projects. Even there is assistance from or support from SWD, they don't have any professional teams to consult. We can see that for welfare organizations, when they plan transitional housing, they also encounter the same difficulties. But then the housing department sets up task force to help NGOs in planning and developing transitional housing. Now, so my question for the Secretary is, you said such experience could be useful reference. So would you consider a task force as dedicated team to work with different departments and help NGOs, maybe the planning department, the transport department, lands department, and so on. If you ask NGOs to have to approach all these departments on their own, it's really a bit much on them. So can you perhaps commission consultants to help them? I remember you mentioned that before, so is it possible? Secretary, well, that's exactly what SWD is doing now. SWD has taken initiative to meet with all the NGOs, and then the director chaired personally an interdepartmental meeting last September is exactly for this purpose, because we want to speed things up. And so at the planning process, we hope there is with a coordination SWD, then all departments will work quickly with NGOs to resolve all the issues, and then we can compress the whole process. We know that in actual operation, most of the issues involved are technical in nature, so we hope SWD will help departments to sort that out with NGOs. Thank you. Ms. Doreen Kong. President, some NGOs told me sometimes they're not told the exact standards and requirements at the outset. Maybe they have changed their plans to meet a certain standard, but then another department has a different requirement. That's why the process takes so long. So I wonder if the Secretary will consider that at the start of a project, there will be better communication among departments. Maybe you could set up coordination groups so that the standards and requirements are made clear to the NGOs at the early stage, and then no time will be wasted that way. Secretary, thank you, Ms. Kong, for your suggestion. Well, that's exactly what SWD has been doing in the past 2 years. We've talked to many different organizations. We've heard what their views are. And simply put, is as what you said, Ms. Doreen Kong. That is, we talk to each department that have their own requirements, and they are not professional, so they don't really know much about the planning process. So that's why this process is dragged out. And so SWD is now providing one-stop service. And so there will be better coordination among departments, and then the early stage we will set the parameters. Now the NGOs need to be involved. They need to know exactly what they want to do. They can't add on new facilities later on, because they will only complicate the whole process. So now we have enough experience. It's hoped that with the coordination of SWD, the cooperation of departments and the NGOs, then we could speed up everything. Thank you. Mr. Attorney Chair. Thank you, President. No, well, we all know that it's good to have a plan, but if there's nothing come out of the plan, it means nothing. So under leadership of the Secretary, I'm glad to see that in the past 2 years, your colleagues have been working actively. So it's not like in the past you just put in an application and they reject it and that's it. But now, and so you sort things out on your own. But now you are trying to help them, at least with coordination. I hope your effort will work, because for the home for the elderly under another plan, it took 20 years just to get one project on the ground. Your scheme actually is more efficient in that sense that at least 6 projects are now ready. Now, it's hard for you to set targets. You've explained the reasons just now, but maybe what you can do is say you set a period 2 or 3 years. If there's still no progress, then maybe the project needs to be referred to a more senior colleague to see what's going on. Then we'll see whether the colleagues already or originally in charge are actually doing their work, or if there are any other reasons for the delay. Secretary, thank you for your suggestion. That's what we're doing now. I can give you an example. In the past periods, the SWD has been meeting with different NGOs, because we want to find out from them how far are you, how do you plan to take forward a project, and what are the parameters and so on. Then we could talk to the relevant departments to see if we could help them to speed things up. And as the member pointed out, maybe what we'll do in future is that if we see that there's no progress for a particular project after a prolonged period, then we'll try to take a look as to the reason for that. And maybe and the planning process needs longer, or maybe there's an issue with is that actually an issue with the NGO and so on. Then we work out what it is, and we will arrange for everyone to sit down together and sort things out face to face. So the whole purpose is to compress the process as far as possible. Professor Chen Wing Kong. Now there is an acute demand for welfare facilities. Now we have the special site scheme to encourage NGOs to make better use of the land they own for expansion, redevelopment, or new development. But there is another scheme in the 2019 to 20 financial year. There's $20 billion for conversion of privately owned premises into welfare facilities. In 2023-24, you've set aside $780 million for the project. So what is the progress of that scheme? Professor Chen, your question is not directly relevant to the main question, but I wonder if the Secretary has a brief reply for you. I do have information at hand. As at the 29th of February 2024, under the Capital Works Fund, we have spent $240 million on 5 projects, 2 in Shanshaipo, 1 in Central and Western, Eastern, and Guntong, respectively. Thank you. Reverend Peter Kuhn. My apology, President. Now, it's actually not a problem with the department. I know the department is working really hard. But then perhaps among different departments, as the Secretary pointed out, maybe for the NGOs, they don't have professionals. I do not entirely agree to that. I know that there are major NGOs with professional teams that handle projects. It's more a question of departments passing the bucks among each other. Now, if you look at transitional housing or light public housing, you see those projects are proceeding speedily. It's all a matter of the attitude of the government and how much importance they attach to the projects. So I wonder if the government will consider elevating the level of the projects to a high level. Maybe there could be the Chief Secretary or Deputy Secretary leading the effort so that this project that's been dragging on for 10 years could move far more quickly. Secretary. Well, I can see that members may compare the special site scheme with transitional housing, but then they are 2 different projects. For the transitional housing, there is just one project, that is to build transitional housing. But then for welfare facilities projects, they are different. One may be for the elderly, one for child care, and one for rehabilitation, and so on. And also, usually in the same complex, some sites may be reserved by the NGOs for their own purposes, say for religious purposes and so on. So therefore, each project is different and it's complicated. But what we try to do is to ask government departments to help as far as possible. And we see so far all the challenges have to do with technical issues, not about policy and so on. So that's why the SWD can provide one-stop service, and that will be sufficient. Even if we elevate it to a high level, which is to deal with policy issues, that's not really a problem because the policies are clearly spelled out. It's all about sorting out the technical issues. That's why it's better to make use of the current coordination mechanism to resolve these issues. Thank you.
Question number 3, Mr. Stanley Lee. President, it's been reported that at the end of January this year, 2 tragedies of suicide occurred in Hong Kong involving carers suspected to be unable to bear the pressure of caring for their family members on a long-term basis. In this connection, will government inform this council, 1, given the 24-hour designated hotline for carer support 182, 183, run by a charitable organization, commenced operation in September last year, of the average number of cases handled per day, whether the service operators has categorized the requests for service. If so, of the details. 2, as the 2023 policy address has announced that 140 residential care homes for the elderly in the enhanced board play scheme and 190 service units in the community care service voucher scheme for the elderly will provide day respite services for care recipients when places are available. of the average numbers of RCHEs and service units which provide respite service per month since its introduction, and the number of care recipients receiving such service. 3. Given that the Census and Statistics Department conducted a survey from 2019 to 20 on persons with disabilities and chronic diseases and collected carers information, whether the government will consider conducting the survey again shortly so as to grasp the number of carers and the living profile, if so, of the details. If not, why not? Secretary for Labour and Welfare. President, carers play an important role in building a caring, inclusive society by assisting elderly persons to age in place and persons with disabilities to live in the community. Carers are often physically and mentally exhausted in coping with their daily lives. The government understands the carers' situation and cares about their needs. Therefore, various support services are in place, such as financial assistance, care skills, training, counseling, and emotional support. At the same time, personal care, home cleaning, rehab training, and respite services are also provided to the elderly and PWDs. In 2022 and 23 policy addresses, the government announced a series of measures to support the carers. My consolidated data reply is as follows. 1. The government launched the 24-hour designated hotline for carer support 182-183 in September 2023, providing consultation and counseling, outreach, emergency service, and referrals, assisting carers to connect with respite service, and providing transport subsidy for needy users. More information on the nature of calls is set out at the annex. In fact, up to the middle part of this month, the carer hotline has received over 14,600 calls, with an average of 80 per day. Among the calls received, about 35% and 24% were related to emotional counseling, community support, respectively, while caring problems and financial problems accounted for 15% and 7%, respectively. The rest included health and housing problems, as well as requests for respite services. Moreover, there are 17 cases where the hotline provided crisis intervention through outreach so as to address the immediate needs of the carers and families. Since December 2023, the SWD has been requesting 135 private residential care homes for the elderly under the Enhanced Sport Play scheme to utilize the residential respite places to provide day respite services for the elderly in need. These RCHEs are situated in various districts across Hong Kong, including densely populated areas. Elderly persons can access these services in the vicinity, and the carers can take a short break or attend to personal matters. Needy elders can directly receive such services without case referrals or passing a means test. The new measure was introduced in December last year, and a total of 20 elderly persons have been served in the 3 months till February this year. We believe the more needy elderly persons and the carers can benefit when residents know that RCHEs nearby are providing such services. To further support carers, the government will continue to expand the network of day respite services for the elderly. From Q4 this year, we will invite 175 service providers participating in the Community Care Service Voucher Scheme to provide such services. At the same time, 57 Sufficient daycare centers or units continue to provide 268 designated day respite services places. On average, there were around 120 attendances per day last year. Taking into account the above two measures, the number of service points will expand to 367 to cover all districts in Hong Kong. Following the results in the 2021 on PWDs and chronic diseases in carers in the Special Topics Report number 63, the Census and Statistics Department released in 2023 the 2021 Population Census Thematic Report Older Persons, which provide the statistics on elderly aged 60 and above who had long-term care needs and their carers, thereby providing useful data for the government's formulation of policies. We've been in contact with the CNSD regarding the plan to collect information on the people in need of long-term care and the carers in the population census in 2026, and will expand the questions to cover all persons aged 15 and above who require long-term care for their daily lives, regardless of reasons for their need of care. In other words, the next survey will be larger in scale, cover a wider population. The sample size will be almost 6 times of the survey in 2020, covering 300,000 units. More detailed data will be provided. The government is actively implementing the 3-year Care for the Carers campaign in collaboration with NGOs to promote carer support and to create carer-friendly environment. We will publicize and promote the campaign, the information gateway for carers, and the carer hotline, with a view to providing immediate and targeted assistance. In 24-25, we will continue to render full support to the carers, such as expansion of the respite service network, territory-wide publicity campaigns, enhancing peer support, and setting up 4 additional parents' relatives resource centers for carers, and injecting additional $1 billion into the Innovate INT Fund for application in elderly and rehab care, and setting up 21 designated teams to support special school leavers and the carers. We will work closely with our partners to enhance the support for the carers. Mr. Stanley Lee, in the last oral question, we talked about the use of private land for welfare purposes. There is room for improvement. Now, this question is about the carers. We heard the reply given by the Secretary. I'm grateful to the Bureau and the Department for doing so much for the carers, like the increase in allowance and the designation of the hotline and the portal, and a lot of work has gone into it. Now, looking at the principal reply, that this hotline, 10,000 calls have been received. Mainly, they are about emotional problems, 4,000 or so cases, and they take 1/3 of the calls. Now, for these carers, they're calling in the hotline. Were they referred to other NGOs for follow-up? Has that achieved any particular effect? We've seen so many tragedies in the community. One of them started or stemmed from emotional problems, and they had all these negative thoughts. Now, emotional problems remain the major problem. How will the Bureau and the Department help alleviate their problems? Secretary, thanks very much, Mr. Lee, for the question. Since the inception of the hotline, like Mr. Lee said, indeed 1/3 of the callers are calling about their emotional problems. But normally they would be calling in the dead of the night or after work sometimes. Now, for these 30% of the callers with emotional problems, the social workers would offer them counseling. They may be moaning and groaning about these issues, and they feel better afterwards, and they may be referred to the relevant authorities for follow-up. We'd like to provide the targeted services to the carers. Dr. Tik Chi-jun, President, in September, we had this hotline set up, which is manned by the social workers. This has proved to be a success. Within the 6 months, for 12,957 callers have called in. Now, indeed, there are many NGOs that are telling me that this may not be helping them. Now, there are tens of thousands of people among the 14,000 calling in. Mainly, you are offering the respite services, emotional support, and other immediate services. There is a mismatch between supply and demand. Dr. Tik, your question, please. Yes, my question is coming up. Now, we have a wide variety of services, like the care team, acting as carers, the DHC, and also the elderly care homes. They're also acting as the carers. Can you consolidate the services and provide the services in a more systematic and organized manner? And will you be identifying the gaps and provide the services in a more targeted manner, in a way that people will know where to find the services? Secretary. Well, this hotline, 182, 183, is there for people to call in to seek help. Now, we do have a portal, carers.hk.gov.hk, and we do make available all kinds of services, paid or unpaid. All the services are posted there, and they're updated on a regular basis. The carers might need to access more information about the activities, about the caring skills, and so on. They are able to get access to the information on this portal. So 182, 183 is there for people to call in to seek help. And for more information, they can log on carers.hk. This is updated on a regular basis. This is done in collaboration with the tertiary institutions. A lot of information is there. Social workers and professionals are also welcome to browse that website. Mr. Lam Chen Sing. Now, there are carers who are working people. They are struggling to cope. Now, you do have the day respite services. Many of the carers will have to accompany the care recipients for medical consultation, and they currently take too many days off. If there is some flexi work arrangement provided by the employers, it certainly would be of great help. So will the administration be considering some tax incentives, for instance, to incentivize the employers to provide flexible working hours for the carers? Secretary. President, thanks very much, Mr. Lam, for the question. Now, for the carers who are working, they are normally caring for the disabled and the elderly. Many of the employers in Hong Kong are really caring. They do provide a level of benefits over and beyond what is required. In the Good Employer Charter, we have a lot of good employers who are offering help to the carers for them to step out of their work for some time, to take their family members for medical consultation. A lot of employers are doing this. I'm sure that with this, more and more employers are willing to provide flexi arrangement for the carers who are juggling between work and also caring. Ms. Connie Lam. President, thank you. Secretary. Now, in these carers measures, something has been done, and we do offer you commendation there. Now, there is always a shortfall in manpower in the institutions, and many family members will have to double up as carers. Normally, the carers don't have any professional expertise themselves. In Jiangguilou Area 67, there is a joint use building where there is the district health center and also the caring centers there. Secretary, I keep saying that there should be collaboration between the government, the medical sector, and the social welfare sector. So can we have a one-stop center there providing care for the carers? Now, we can have a coffee corner for the carers to have a cup of coffee, take a break, to relieve their pressure. Secretary, they can also be shown all the professional expertise in terms of care, in terms of health. That's very much a breathing space for the carers in the community. There are some NGOs that approach me about this, and I hope that this can be done. Secretary. President, thanks very much, Ms. Lam, for the recommendation. the carers can take full advantage of the existing centers for the elderly. We have the DCC, DECC. There are 200 or so centers. There are 24 centers for those who have emotional, psychological problems. There are a wide variety of centers that are providing services to the carers. The carers carry a broad definition. They can certainly go to the district elderly community centers or daycare centers for help if they are looking after the disabled or people in mental recovery. There are also other centers, and if they can go through these centers, certainly would be a good idea. Mr. Lai Tong Kwok. President, thank you. My question is in connection with para 2 of the principal reply. There, the Secretary said that there are 100 residential care homes for the elderly under the enhanced board play scheme that are providing residential respite places. Now, within 3 months, about 20 elderly persons have been served. Now, this is an approximate number. Is the government attaching sufficient importance to this? If so, why is it the patronage is so low? Or is it the case that there is not such a demand? Or is it the case that there is a lack of publicity and people are not aware of that? Or is it the case that these NGOs or these RCHEs are not providing the services at the right time, thereby the low patronage? Have you ascertained why this is the case? Or are you going to be doing something to boost the number of users? Secretary. Thanks very much, Mr. Lai, for the question. Over the years, we have been providing the day residential respite services. The utilization rate is hovering around 50%. It doesn't mean that we don't need the respite services. I've been in touch with a lot of carers. When they choose the respite services, they have a lot of considerations. Do they trust the place? Is it the right place? Is it accessible? There are so many things that are churning in their mind. Now, we have all these existing day respite services. We keep them there. And under the board play scheme, there are 135 respite services points. We'd like to use the existing services to provide further respite services. In Q4, there will be an additional 175 centers. These are under the community care service voucher scheme. We'd like to have one center in the vicinity. Now, through 182, 183, the carers would be able to build up their confidence. Within 3 months, 20 have used the service. I think this is acceptable because people are using the services. It is quite realistic. The carers are really concerned about this. There are so many questions in their mind. We'd like to expand the network. We'd like to make it accessible. They don't have to think twice about calling 182, 183. Now, we can cover the taxi fare for them as well. This is intended to minimize or to alleviate their burden. Ms. Judy Chen. I beg to differ. The Secretary said that for the day respite service, the utilization is 50%. Now, for the daycare centers, they have a quota of 260, and in 3 months' time, the utilization is something like well over 10,000. Under this day respite services, under enhanced board play scheme, you have 179 places, and only 20 elderly people are taking up these services. And I mean, this is paling by comparison with the other one. Where does the problem lie? Maybe nobody knows about it, or maybe there is a difference between public and private services. Secretary, as to the kind of respite services the carers choose is entirely their prerogative to choose. We have this additional choice under the enhanced board play scheme as time goes by, as more publicity is mounted, more people are going to become aware of this, and the utilization will go up. But ultimately, it is the carer's choice. What the government is doing is to provide more service points for them to pick and choose.
Question number 4, Mr. Lam San Keung. President, I've received complaints from members of the public about the poor conditions of road services in various districts, and after repeated inspections, it is found that the situation is very serious, and cracks and uneven road services are bound, seriously affecting the safety of road users. In this connection, will the government inform this council, 1, of the number of complaints received by the Highways Department about the poor conditions of road services in the past year, 2, of the criteria adopted by authorities for determining whether road services are in need of repair, and the average number of days intervening between the discovery of problems and completion of repairs, and 3, whether the Highways Department has recorded the road sections which are more susceptible to damage for the purpose of more inspections. If the answer is yes, whether the Highways Department can provide a detailed distribution of the road sections. If not, the reasons for that. Secretary for Transport and Logistics. The Highways Department is responsible for the maintenance and repair of public roads and ancillary road facilities under its purview. The Highways Department engages road maintenance contractors through term contracts to carry out regular inspection and maintenance works to keep the roads in a serviceable condition while safeguarding the safety of road users. To provide quality road maintenance services to the public, the Highways Department has been striving to use innovative technology and digitize workflow in the maintenance of public roads. In particular, the Highways Department will start adopting an artificial intelligence system in the middle of this year to automatically identify road cracks and other road defects, such as faded road markings, through analyzing photos of road services collected during inspections, so as to arrange for appropriate maintenance works. The Highways Department will also use small unmanned aircrafts to survey the condition of highway structures, including bridges, internal structure of tunnels, etc., and slopes, which are difficult to reach, to enhance the efficiency and safety of inspection. Furthermore, the Highways Department will launch a vehicle-mounted mobile laser scanning and imaging system from the end of this year to early next year. The system can accurately record the undulations of the road surface and identify potholes, thereby assisting in road maintenance. In addition, the Highways Department has implemented the Digital Road Maintenance Management System since the end of 2022 to digitize the inspection and supervision processes so as to enable the staff to manage the road inspection and maintenance work carried out by contractors in a more efficient manner. The system is currently in use in 6 road maintenance contracts, and the target is to digitize most of the inspection and supervision processes of all road maintenance contracts within this year. In consultation with Highways Department, the reply to the various parts of Mr. Lam's question is as follows. 1. In 2023, the Highways Department received about 3,400 cases of damage on the surface of roads requiring repair. Second part to the question. Common types of road defects include potholes, cracks, rutting, etc. Apart from regular inspections of all public roads in Hong Kong to identify damage that poses danger or inconvenience to the public, the Highways Department also receives reports from the public on defects in road services on auxiliary road facilities. For damage that may cause road safety problems, such as accidents occurring when vehicles hit potholes at high speed, the Highways Department will arrange contractors to carry out repairs as soon as possible. The department will, in accordance with its performance pledge, complete the repair of potholes within 48 hours upon receipt of reports. For other kinds of damage that do not pose immediate danger to road safety, such as cracks and rutting, the Highways Department will formulate appropriate plans and schedules for repair and maintenance, having regard to factors such as wear and tear of the roads, traffic flow, and the surrounding environment, as well as the inconvenience that may cause to the public, such as arranging for temporary traffic diversion measures involved in the repair. For example, large-scale and preventive road resurfacing works will be carried out at an appropriate juncture to further improve the overall condition of the road surface. The time required for different road maintenance works varies. The department will flexibly adjust the processing time, having regard to the factors such as circumstances of the case, scope of repairs required, and site constraints, so as to ensure prompt completion of the works concerned. According to the works records, all repair works for potholes could be completed within 24 hours in the past year. 3. According to the Highways Department's records, road sections with more damage are generally located on expressways, which are busier, or at junctions of carriageways, in front of stop line at traffic lights, and near bus stops, etc. The Highways Department has been paying special attention to these road sections. Upon discovery of defects during regular inspections or upon receipt of reports from the public, the department will promptly arrange for temporary repair works. It will also prioritize the arrangement and completion of large-scale resurfacing works for these road sections, taking into account the various factors mentioned in Part 2. Take 2023 as an example. The Highways Department has completed resurfacing works for some road sections of Fanning Highway, Island Eastern Corridor, Santin Highway, Longshang Road, Kwun Tong Bypass, Repulse Bay Road, and Tai Tam Road, etc., which have more defects. Mr. Ambrose Lam. President, 2 years ago, I asked a question about undulations of road surface. At the time, the government said that there will be regular maintenance and repair, and according to the reply here, plans and schedules will be devised on repair and maintenance of roads, and they will also deploy artificial intelligence and unmanned aircrafts to help with inspection. Now let's take a look at the pictures. This first one is in Campton. You can see cracks everywhere. The second one is in Kutong North. There are potholes. There is also the Princess Margaret Road, Hong Ham bound. At that section, it's so worn and torn that it is posing danger to motorists. But there are more defects in Hong Kong than the ones shown in the 3 pictures. Now, about the serious road defects shown here, when are you going to repair them? Secretary. As set out in my main reply, for potholes that may cause imminent danger, according to the performance pledge of the Highways Department, the repair works should be completed within 48 hours. But after all, we're talking about temporary repair works. For larger scale works involving traffic diversion measures, more time is needed. So we need to have regard to the condition of the road section, and the conditions differ. As I mentioned in my main reply, as far as potholes are concerned, last year we were able to complete the repair of them within 24 hours. Generally speaking, for cracks on road surface and undulations, we need to gauge the extent of the problem. And for the issues identified by Mr. Lam, I'll surely bring them back to my colleagues for further assessment. Say for Princess Road, this is a section I'm more familiar with, and if my memory serves me right, there are 2 kinds of road surface, and this one is made of concrete. The other kind is made of asphalt. For concrete surface, very rarely will we see potholes. Potholes usually emerge because of erosion of road surfacing materials by rainwater runoff. So if you don't repair the potholes, they get bigger because the surfacing materials may be dislodged. So repairs will have to be carried out there and then. For other issues such as cracks, they may not pose immediate danger. But if the cracks are really wide, we will definitely pay more attention and keep track of the problems. and we will also arrange for repair works to be carried out in due course. So in general, this is how we plan for the repair and maintenance. The primary consideration is, after all, safety. Mr. Lam Meng Kwong. Thank you, President. Well, I think as far as roads are concerned, we need to think about pavement as well. And road users include motorists as well as ordinary pedestrians. Now, I see that the repair and maintenance in your reply refers to mostly carriageways, but there are also pavements. In fact, say if there is a tree on the pavement, it may be managed by another government department, and there is it is very important that the different government departments have good coordination in planning for maintenance works. Now, I'd like to talk about pavements. Many pavements have made use of eco-pavers. Now, with lapse of time, we every now and then hear about potholes on pavements, and the road surface gets sandy. The potholes may also pose a trip and slip hazard for pedestrians. So will the Highways Department conduct regular inspections of pavements as well? And does the department work with other government departments to deploy technology so as to step up inspection and reduce the chance of wear and tear and hence repair works? Now, the first question is on coordination among government departments, and the second question relates to the use of technology to reduce wear and tear of pavements. Now, these are very good points. In general, the Highways Department is responsible for the repair and maintenance of pavements. The member mentioned a tree, and this comes in general under the management of the LCSD. We do work with the LCSD as well as other government departments. We keep in close liaison. For example, well, as the member may know, when the tree grows bigger, the pavement may there may be a lump on the surface of the pavement. So we need to have regard to the actual circumstances of the case and devise the appropriate tackling measures. Say, for the portion with a lump, it may be hoarded so that pedestrians will not get tripped by this lump on the road. In fact, we've dealt with these cases very smoothly. For eco-pavers, you may recall that we used to only have concrete pavements. Starting from, say, 20, 30 years ago, if possible, the Highways Department has refrained from using concrete for pavements because using eco-pavers may improve streetscape, and there are also utilities underground. If road opening up works are required to repair the utilities underground, it may not, first of all, be environmentally friendly if we use concrete. And eventually, when we patch up the road surface with concrete again, apparently it is unsightly. So some 20, 30 years ago, we began to use eco-pavers. Well, I do agree with the honourable member's point. Is a matter of workmanship. Because of other environmental factors, we have to admit that when after resurfacing of the pavements, sooner or later there may be defects. So it is true that we need to tap into latest technologies to enhance the durability of these eco pavers. And this is something that we have been working on. Thank you. Dr. Loy Kwok. President, there is a great variety of road works in Hong Kong, and they frequently take place for the purpose of widening the roads and improving traffic. These are necessary works for Tai Po Road, Sha Tin section road widening project. It's been going on for several years, and this is frequently criticized for having taken so long. The problem is due to long processing time of applications for permits, such that the works may take place only very intermittently. I want to know whether the department will speed up the vetting process so as to enhance the efficiency and speed. Secretary. In urban areas, especially along busier sections of roads, works will have to be carried out. These works, as mentioned by the member, are not repair and maintenance works. We're talking about a large-scale public works project totaling some $2 billion. So for major works projects such as this one, as mentioned by the member in Tai Po Road, in fact, it's a very complex project. It's the section of Tai Po Road of Sha Tin Town Plaza. There is also a slip road to Hung Si Wui Road. So it is a very important junction at the town center. It is also next to a bus terminus. So for major works of this nature, basically we'll set up a liaison group comprising representatives from departments such as the Highways Department or the GEO, Geoengineering Office. And in fact, this is the lead department. There are also representatives from the Transport Department, the police, as well as bus companies. But for example, we need to consider whether the buses will be able to negotiate that band. And there are also other parties involved, such as underground utilities. There may be a need to realign underground utilities, say for Tung Chung East, under the Kao Yi Chau Artificial Island project. By comparison, it is less complicated. Say for reclamation works covering 130 hectares, it's much easier because no underground utilities are involved. Whereas for the built-up areas, we need to have regard to other users, including pedestrians. We need to look after their needs as well. So this adds to the complexity of the project. But despite that, whenever there are such major projects, we take a centralized approach to enhance coordination and put in place arrangements to expedite the process. So this is something that I'd ask my colleagues to do. Mr. Edmund Wong. Thank you, President. Mr. Ambrose Lam and other members asked some really good questions. In fact, previously, I complained about this pothole in Central, and through Mr. Chang Hok Fong, emergency repair works were undertaken. It was completed in 24 hours. So for pedestrian crossing, like the other member said, in fact, we frequently receive complaints, such as this pothole. It may cause somebody's ankle to be sprained. This pothole spans 1 meter by 1 meter. As you can see, an emergency repair was carried out. And then somewhere off the carriageway, there is another pothole 2 meters by 2 meters. But at the time when the fill materials were used, it didn't apply to the other pothole. Perhaps that was because I only complained about one pothole, but not the other. In fact, after the emergency repair works, I asked friends from the field, and that they explained that this could be due to the bursting of water pipes, leading to some loss of the sub-base materials. And I don't think this is a unique problem. Apart from repairing road surface in drips and drabs, like using plasticine, are you working with the WSD to address the problem comprehensively? Because this actually takes place outside of my office, and say once every 2 years this happens. I want to know whether in the long run this will lead to erosion of the sandy subbase. Well, I see a big pothole in Mr. Emin Wong's photos. In fact, as per my previous reply, there are many factors at play. For example, after heavy downpour, the road surface may be eroded by runoff. It could also be due to the bursting of water pipes underground. We do attach a lot of importance to these things. Although we are not going to arrange for a large-scale maintenance project immediately, we're not going to fence off the place for repair because of the magnitude and the impact on other users. What we do is to engage term contractors to carry out emergency repair. But it depends on the materials used. Say for concrete road surface, the concrete needs to be cured. It needs to be settled, in other words. Very often we use asphalt instead. And we also apply bituminous materials in a localized manner, so that in 2 or 3 hours' time, the works will be completed for the lane to be reopened again. However, we'll also take follow-up action. If necessary, we will start a discussion on a possible large-scale maintenance. Allow me to speak for another minute, please. Let's say if underground utilities are involved, we need to consider whether they may pose a hazard in the future. In fact, this is no longer the approach taken in new development areas. We use common utility trench. That means for underground utilities, they are placed all together in a trench called the common utility trench. Usually these trenches are deep. That way, defects with a particular utility underground will not affect the road surface, and this is actually the approach we take in new towns to reduce the need for repair in the future.
Question 5, Ms. Darrelly. President, new quality productive forces, as the buzzword of this year's 2 sessions, were first mentioned by the General Secretary of the Communist Party of China Central Committee during his study tour to Heilongjiang last year. The General Secretary pointed out that technological and innovative resources should be consolidated to lead the development of strategic emerging and future-oriented industries and expedite the formation of new quality productive forces. During this year's 2 sessions, the General Secretary called for focusing on high-quality development as the top priority, with new quality productive forces being developed according to local conditions. And the Premier of the State Council stated in the report on the work of the government that the Chinese government will continue to fully, faithfully and resolutely implement the policy of one country, 2 systems, under which the people of Hong Kong administer Hong Kong with a high degree of autonomy, remain committed to law-based governance in Hong Kong, and ensure that Hong Kong is administered by patriots and support Hong Kong in growing its economy, improving the lives of its people, and taking part in the development of the GBA by leveraging its distinctive strengths and features to ensure that Hong Kong can better integrate itself into China's overall development and maintain long-term prosperity and stability. Will the government inform this council one of the plans to leverage Hong Kong's unique strengths according to local conditions with a view to stepping up efforts to promote the development of new quality productive forces, and 2, of the plans to assist various trades and industries in developing such forces during their participation in the GBA development? Thank you. Secretary for Innovation, Technology and Industry. President, new quality productive forces refer to productivity led by technological innovation that breaks away from the traditional mode of economic growth and development pathway. Adding technological content to productivity, it has the characteristics of high-end technology, high efficiency, as well as high quality and quantity. President Xi Jinping proposed in September last year the idea of developing new quality productive forces. Striving to modernize the industrial system and developing new quality productive forces at a faster pace is listed as the major task in the National Government Work Report this year. Developing such new forces will provide a more favorable environment and more room for deeper and broader growth of INT in Hong Kong. Having coordinated with the Constitutional and Mainland Affairs Bureau, my reply to the various parts of the question is as follows. Taking into account Hong Kong's social and economic situations and its unique strengths, the development of new quality productive forces in Hong Kong is to effectively support the formation of a new real economy with Hong Kong's advantages, realize new industrialization, and inject new impetus for Hong Kong's high-quality economic development. The Hong Kong INT development blueprints promulgated by the current term government at the end of 2022 provides a clear development path and systematic strategic plan to promote the development of INT in Hong Kong with a view to accelerating the formation and development of new quality productive forces with our competitive edge, thereby strengthening a new development momentum. Promoting the comprehensive development of upstream, midstream, and downstream sectors to form an extensive INT ecosystem chain is the key to developing new quality productive forces. To implement the industry development plan set out in the blueprint, we have strengthened the government's organizational structure by creating the post of Commissioner for Industry, Innovation and Technology, which is dedicated to overseeing the strategy of new industrialization. The New Industrialization Development Office, established under the ITIB, led by the Commissioner, adopts an industry-oriented approach to promote new industrialization to empower the development of Hong Kong in terms of quality and quantity. To support the development of INT in Hong Kong, thereby speeding up the formation and development of new quality productive forces, the government has introduced and implemented a number of policies and measures in recent years to consolidate and enhance our strengths and capabilities in basic research and development, and at the same time accelerate the transformation of outstanding R&D results and their application to specific industries to continuously create new value and support the high-quality development of the new real economy. In the process, collaboration with the mainland, especially the cities in the GBA, is indispensable. With regard to upstream R&D, the government has launched various measures to support basic research. We make use of the INT fund to provide local universities and research institutes with stable resources to carry out R&D work. As at the end of January this year, a total of 472 R&D projects involving funding of over $1.2 billion have been approved for collaboration with organizations in the GBA or other mainland regions. Moreover, the government has earmarked $10 billion for supporting researchers on life and health technology, $3 billion for supporting researchers on frontier technology, and $3 billion for launching the AI subsidy scheme to support local universities, R&D organizations, and enterprises to make the best use of the supercomputing power of the AI Supercomputing Center to promote R&D. Regarding midstream, we launched a $10 billion research, academic, and industry sectors 1+ scheme last year to provide funding support in the form of matching grants to university R&D teams for the transformation, realization, and commercialization of R&D outcomes. The scheme has attracted the active participation of many enterprises in the GBA, making use of the resources and strengths of Hong Kong and the GBA to jointly promote technology implementation and commercialization. We'll establish the Hong Kong Microelectronics Research and Development Institute within this year and set up a pilot line to assist startups and SMEs to conduct trial production. The ITF will continue to provide funding support to R&D teams.
For downstream, we'll focus on supporting the development of I&T industries with competitive edge and strategic significance, such as life and health technology, AI and data sciences, as well as advanced manufacturing and so on, with a view to promote new industrialization here. The government will launch the $10 billion New Industrialization Acceleration Scheme this year to provide matching grants with strategic enterprises to set up new smart manufacturing facilities in Hong Kong. Also, we'll continue to support the upgrading and transformation of traditional industries through I&T to achieve smart manufacturing by enhancing the New Industrialization Funding Scheme to provide substantial assistance to local manufacturers. The government will encourage various community sectors to develop new quality productive forces, including supporting the local I&T sector to visit the mainland and participate in technology exchange to keep up with the latest development of new quality productive forces in the mainland. We're dedicated to achieving the construction of a more comprehensive and global competitive I&T industry chain and realizing the strategic goal of the development of new quality productive forces by joining hands with cities in the GBA. Also, we'll continue to adhere to the development directions and strategies set out in the blueprint. By making use of our unique advantages, we will pull together global innovation resources to speed up the formation of new quality productive forces and contribute to the country's high-quality development. Ms. Dari Lee, new quality productive forces mean the application of I&T. I appreciate the detailed explanation of the Secretary on the work of the current term government in developing I&T. I am especially concerned about the development of the loop because it will be the demonstration zone of new quality productive forces. The State Council has already promulgated an outline development plan for the loop. I believe, however, the innovative resources should include sharing of bio supplies and samples as well as talent admission. I understand the government has been working hard to taking forward the development of the loop. Can you tell me the relationship between the loop and new quality productive forces? Secretary, I thank Ms. Lee for the question. The loop is one of the 4 cooperation platforms between GBA and Hong Kong. It is also a focus of the SAR government. The development of loop has to do with national development. So we have to dovetail with national strategies as well as leverage our own unique advantages so that we can inject new impetus to the national economic growth, and the development of the loop is one example. The SAR government, concerning the development of the loop, is now mapping out the development plan. Earlier this year, the SAR government established a steering committee for the development of the loop, which is led by the chief executive. Over the past year, the government has been attracting capital and enterprises for the loop, and one focus is to bring in resources. We hope that through high quality development, we can ensure breakthroughs in terms of the development of the loop so that it can foster I&T development. This is to ensure high quality development. Thank you, President. To develop new quality productive forces, we need talents and capital. In terms of new quality productive forces, there's been a survey, and the survey shows that we need 8,000 high-end talents. We so far have 16 million, but we need 20 million more. So we need to nurture more talents. My question is this: to develop new quality productive forces, how many high-end talents we need in Hong Kong? How can we ensure that we can cultivate or nurture enough high-end talents here? Secretary, I thank Mr. Wong for the questions. According to the Hong Kong INT Development Blueprint, we hope that within the next few years, by 2030, there will be some 40,000 to 100,000 talents in Hong Kong. I'm talking about high-tech talents. For high-quality development, those who engage in high-tech sectors, we think we need hundreds of thousands of talents. Over the past year, with the effort of the SAR government, we have already done a lot of work to attract talents. Over the past year, we have 100,000 talents who came to Hong Kong, and over half of them came through the Top Talent Pass scheme. So our admission scheme has yielded results. As we continue to attract talents from around the world, I agree with what Mr. Wong said. We have to step up nurturing local talents. In terms of basic education as well as higher education, we have put into more resources into INT curriculum. Some professional education institutes have also stepped up nurturing talents. We will have applied science universities in Hong Kong. On one hand, we're going to bring in talents. On the other hand, from basic education to tertiary education, we're going to step up cultivation of local talents. And I'm confident that we will have more talents in this area in Hong Kong in the future. President, in the government work report of the 2 sessions, there's mention about new quality productive forces, new energy, transport, low altitude economy, quantum technology, as well as big data and AI are mentioned in the report. On low altitude economy, Shenzhen has been pioneering in this regard. In October 2023, there was Yen 10 Low Altitude Outline Development Plan 2023 promulgated by the Shenzhen government. In Hong Kong, will the government work with Yantian, which is one of the areas in the Twin City 3 circles? What are the plans? Thank you. Secretary. In the report of the 2 sessions, there is mention about development of new quality productive forces, and we have to implement measures according to the local conditions, as well as the characteristics of policies of different regions with our own advantages. We should come up with our own measures, like we mentioned in the INT Development Blueprint. Will focus on life and health technologies, AI, data sciences, advanced manufacturing, and new energy transport, which are with cutting edges and strategic significance. We are not randomly coming up with these areas or sectors. It is based on our own conditions and advantages, as well as our future directions of developing different industries, as well as the overall layout plan of our city. Recently, our country has brought up the topic of low altitude economy. I think more detailed research has to be done in this regard. In Hong Kong, we have to think about our own cutting edges and what technologies we have. We also have to learn about the bottlenecks that we're facing in terms of developing low altitude economy. We have to dovetail with the national strategies. Thank you. Ms. Elizabeth Kwok. In Shenzhen, the government has come up with a development plan for low altitude economic industries plan, and there is also air taxi plan in Guangzhou. The tech giants in the mainland, they started their work in Hong Kong. In Hong Kong, we want to also develop low-altitude economy. In terms of application scenarios, we have yet to start any work in terms of, for instance, airspace management. Low-altitude economy being the new economic drive, will there be any concrete plan from the government? Secretary, as mentioned, the relevant government departments are now conducting research and studies on low-altitude economy. I never said that we're not going to develop low-altitude economy Hong Kong, so I want to correct this. I was just saying that we have to look at our own conditions. We're not starting late in terms of low-altitude economy. 20 years ago, I applied to start the research on flying robots or manufacturing of flying robots, but because of various reasons, the project did not go ahead as planned. Like the City University of Hong Kong, there are research on indoor flying robots or micro flying robots, and we've yielded results. There are constraints to carrying out indoor studies or projects. Low-altitude economy is going to be the major trend in our country. As to how Hong Kong can support the national policy, this is what the SAR government is looking into now. Mr. Rock Chen. President, to promote new quality productive forces, we have to look at our own local conditions. I want to know how the government is going to make use of our advantages as an international city, and how is the government going to consolidate different resources to expedite the formation of new quality productive forces. Secretary, I think Hong Kong is an important gateway for our country, as also one of the most open city of our country. I think we are going to step up our efforts. Hong Kong is the bridge that connects the mainland and the world, so we should continue to attract capital and enterprises and pull together resources from around the world. Resources include talent, capital, as well as technologies. We want Hong Kong to be a catalyst for our country to go global. So we have to play up to the role as the super connector so that we can drive economic growth of our country. Apart from the 4 major centers, including financial centers, trade center, and marine center, we have to open up new centers, including INT center and arts and cultural center. How can we make use of resources from around the world to help promote new quality productive forces for our country? For instance, we have Inno Hong Kong, and our advantage is that we have our own capacities, and we should continue to play up our role as the super connector. Thank you. In the textile and apparel industry, well, the manufacturing and supply chain have been making use of INT elements to move up with the times and transform and upgrade itself. For traditional industries, I believe there are still a lot of room and potential for them to develop new quality productive forces. what policies will be put in place by the government to develop new quality productive forces? Will there be enhanced subsidy schemes to attract more enterprises from the mainland or the rest of the world to establish a foothold in Hong Kong, so that as we promote new quality productive forces, we can also tap into the market of the Belt and Road countries? Thank you. Secretary. Mr. Sunny Tan has brought up some of the areas that we are focusing on. Open air through AI, we have seen the value of the sector doubled, which is now about 200 billion US dollars. We focused on 3 major areas, including biomedicine. This is because this is what we can do in Hong Kong. And we're going to build our own ecosystem here. We have to develop AI as well as data sciences because we have advantages in this regard. We have our own supercomputing capacity. We should consolidate resources from around the world. AI development is going to be a major global trend, so this is the direction that we're going to head towards. And we should develop new energy transport. We have 3rd-generation semiconductor core technologies, but we are yet to see an ecosystem in this area. This year, we are going to set up the Hong Kong Microelectronics Research and Development Institute. There will be 2 production lines, and we're going to focus on the 8-inch 3rd-generation semiconductor core technologies. We also have to focus on new energy. Then we can use INT to drive economic growth.
Last question seeking oral reply, Mr. Ring Kong. President, according to the statistics of the HA, there were around 79,400 patients with dementia in Hong Kong receiving treatment in HA in 2020. In addition, according to the forecast of a study, in 2039, among persons aged 60 and above, 333,000 will suffer from dementia. In this connection, will the government inform this council, 1, of the latest number of persons diagnosed with dementia, together with a breakdown and percentage by the channel where the diagnoses were confirmed? That is private and public healthcare systems, age and gender. 2, whether it has compiled statistics and evaluated the effectiveness in respect of the demand of dementia patients for care services and resource allocation. If so, whether it will plan and improve the relevant services on the basis of the evaluation outcomes, such as formulating long-term support policies and plans for care services for patients at the early, intermediate, and late stages of dementia, as well as relaunching territory-wide awareness campaigns on dementia. And 3, as it is learned that currently many residential care homes or RCH adopt a restrained approach to restrict the activities of elderly persons with dementia, whether the authorities have put in place measures to reduce the adoption of such care approach by RCHs, and whether the authorities have plans to promote to RCHs the restraint-free care concept for elderly persons and to assist RCH in improving their facilities to facilitate the implementation of such care concepts. Secretary for Labour and Welfare. President, in consultation with the Health Bureau, I reply to members' question as follows. 1. The number of patients diagnosed with dementia and receiving treatment in the Hospital Authority in 2022, with a breakdown by age and sex, is at Annex 1. The HA does not keep the number of patients who obtained diagnosis in the private healthcare system. 2. Dementia is a disease caused by decline in brain functions due to neurological changes. At present, there is no cure for dementia. Patients can slow down the degenerative process of the brain and alleviate the symptoms with medical and non-medical support, for example, reminiscence, multisensory and cognitive training, etc. Except for dementia patients at a severe stage or those requiring medical care due to serious complications, patients in general can continue living at home and receive different community care and support services according to their needs, so as to maintain their quality of life and alleviate their carers' burden. Dementia patients commonly suffer from multiple chronic diseases, such as hypertension, diabetes mellitus, cardiovascular diseases, etc., as well as physical deterioration, such as memory loss, falls, and continence. To flexibly deploy resources, the HA will refer patients to different specialist outpatient clinics of the HA, including medicine, geriatric, psychogeriatric, and memory clinic, according to their needs, allowing patients to receive joint consultation and treatment. For example, the geriatric team provides services to dementia patients suffering from other geriatric conditions, while the psychogeriatric team is responsible for supporting dementia patients experiencing severe comorbid emotional or behavioral symptoms. As patients often require services from different specialist outpatient clinics, the health expenditure arising from the provision of treatment and care services to dementia patients cannot be separately quantified or to conduct statistical and effectiveness evaluation on resources allocation. The costs incurred for the medical services provided by the HA to patients aged 65 or above in the past 3 years is at Annex 2. In addition to the above medical services, the government implements different measures to support patients with dementia. 1. Supporting elderly persons. The HHB, formerly Food and Health Bureau, and the Social Welfare Department implemented Dementia Community Support Scheme as a pilot scheme in February 2017 to provide cross-sectoral and multidisciplinary support services to elderly persons with mild or moderate dementia and their carers. The HA is responsible for identifying and referring suitable patients with dementia to district elderly community centers, as well as designing and reviewing in collaboration with DECC's individual care plans for the patients concerned. The DECCs arrange activities and services for participants based on their needs according to the agreed ICPs, with a view to improving their cognitive ability, knowledge of home safety, self-care ability, physical functioning, and social skills. The scheme has been made permanent since February 2019 and expanded to all 7 HA clusters and 41 DECCs in the territory, and can serve over 2,000 elderly persons each year. The SWD provides dementia supplements to eligible elderly service units to strengthen the care of and support for elderly persons with dementia, such as employing additional professional staff, including occupational therapists, nurses, and social workers, or purchasing relevant professional services and organizing training programs for them. On public education, the SWD launched a territory-wide public education program titled the Dementia Friendly Community Campaign from 2018 to 2023 March to enhance the public's understanding of dementia and encourage members of the public to support and care about persons with dementia and their carers. The campaign received positive feedback and support from different sectors during the period. Relevant service units will continue to promote messages of caring for dementia and organize activities supporting dementia patients and their carers. The SWD will review the need for organizing a similar territory-wide public education campaign in a timely manner. In addition, the DH has been providing latest health information on dementia through various channels, including the Elderly Health Service website, Elderly Health Information Hotline, education kits for elderly carers, online videos, media interviews, Elderly Health Service newsletter, and health talks to enhance public awareness and provide family members and carers of dementia patients with practical skills and insights to manage the disease. Furthermore, the HA has been implementing various health promotion activities, including organizing educational talks and publishing pamphlets to raise community awareness of dementia. Through the Innovation and Technology Fund for Application in Elderly and Rehabilitation Care, the government subsidizes eligible elderly and rehabilitation service units to procure, rent, and trial technology products. Products covered under the fund include technology products aiding the improvement of users' cognitive ability, such as smart projectors with interactive games, which can improve users' cognitive and responsive abilities, delaying the deterioration of dementia symptoms. The government will inject additional $1 billion into the fund this financial year and expand the scope to cover German technology products suitable for household use. 3. The Code of Practice for Residential Care Homes, Elderly Persons provides guidelines on the use of restraints in care for dementia elderly patients. The Code of Practice stipulates that residential care homes should avoid using restraints. It should only be considered when all other alternative attempts are ineffective or in case of emergency and when the well-being of other residents is imperiled. RCHEs should consult healthcare professionals and relevant professional practitioners and take appropriate measures in providing needed care to dementia residents. The SWD regularly organizes workshops on care knowledge for RCHE staff. Topics include understanding dementia, providing care to dementia elderly persons, and the use of restraints. Thank you. Mr. Rin Kong. Thank you, President. Concerning the government's lack of comprehensive plan and statistics concerning dementia patients in Hong Kong, there is no targeted preventive diagnosis for the public. I'm disappointed. This is a medical health issue rather than a welfare issue. I'm sorry, the Secretary has to step in. Now, in point 2 of the main reply, a lot of DCCs are providing treatments for dementia patients. But this is not my question. My question is about the long-term care plan. Now, concerning dementia patients, what is the timetable for delivering a long-term care strategy? Secretary, President, as mentioned in the main reply, we need collaboration between the society and the medical sector, as well as the social welfare sector. The DHA is our major partner. Most of our demented patients are treated by the DHA. After receiving a diagnosis, services and treatments will be offered together with other comorbidities. The most important thing is we need community support. We are making use of our 200 DCCs and day rehabilitation centers, as well as door-to-door services. For elderly people with need, we have outreaching services, for example, cleaning, consultation, treatment, and so on. But I agree with Mr. Rin Kong. With an aging population, dementia is a great challenge. To meet the challenge, the government has the major responsibility, but the community's help is needed. We have to enhance public awareness and help identify the symptoms so that we can advance the treatment. Dr. David Lam, President, the Secretary said for dementia patients, they often have comorbidities which are to be treated in the public healthcare system. So will the government diagnose the comorbidities in a comprehensive manner so as to offer a comprehensive treatment plan to elderly people, or even at least the help from private family doctors? Deputy Secretary, Dr. Lam is right. A lot of dementia patients have many chronic illnesses. The DHA is currently integrating these services so that they don't have to receive treatment at different clinics. We want to offer treatments in one single follow-up session. Now, for some elderly patients, they can't receive treatments at the community, so we will offer them the treatment they need. Dr. Shou Chuanwing, President, according to Dr. Doreen Kong's question, I said by 2039 there will be some 333,000 60+ dementia patients. This is a very terrifying trend. There are still 15 years to go before 2039 arrives. Prevention is always better than care. In terms of preventing dementia onset and enhancing public awareness, what's the plan? How much resources will be put in to ensure effective prevention? Which official will take the question? Deputy Secretary for the Health Bureau. I thank Dr. So for his question. We have to understand that dementia is a degenerative disease. It is a syndrome. It affects brain functions and causes degenerative conditions. We still can't pinpoint the exact reasons why there is an onset of degenerative brain development. Now, some relates to genetic diseases, but this only accounts for a small portion of the patients. So we are identifying some risk leading to dementia. For example, bad living habits, lack of exercise, bad sleep, a meat-focused diet, smoking, and so on. These are the risks pertaining to dementia. Ms. Doreen Kong has mentioned screening. From a public health perspective, and also suggested by the WHO, to conduct major screening, we need to understand the reasons behind the onset of disease so that we can offer effective treatment. As mentioned by the Secretary for Labor and Welfare, there is no medication to cure dementia. The combined treatment plan with medicines and non-medicine treatments can only defer or delay the onset by some 6 to 8 months. We can't stop the deterioration, so we need support from the community to support the patients and the carers. Dr. Frankie Ngan. Thank you, President. Will the government consider delivering help to dementia patients through district health centers and district elderly community centers? Secretary. Thank you. The DECCs are already offering treatment for dementia patients. Now, under the dementia community support scheme, the 41 DCCs are offering help. Now, with the HA, we have different focuses, but we share the same goal, that is to offer more help to demented patients. Ms. Elizabeth Quartz. Thank you, President. The majority of dementia patients are also Alzheimer patients. As rightly pointed out by the Secretary, with early diagnosis, the doctor can prescribe the drug earlier, and it would be more effective in delaying the onset of the disease. To the family members of the patients, this is very important. My question is, in identifying Alzheimer's disease, we are leading in the world. Now, the HKUST has developed a method to identify Alzheimer's disease with just a blood drop with an accuracy rate of 96%, 4 to 6 years before the onset. It has been widely adopted in treatment. Now, if we can diagnose potential weakness 5 to 10 years of the onset, that would be a huge win. So I think our scientific research products is well recognized in the world. So will our own hospital authority introduce this screening method? So that our aged population can receive earlier diagnosis and early treatments, as well as palliative care. Deputy Secretary. Thank you, President. This is a very valid question. Our local scientists have developed a chemical test for early detection of Alzheimer's disease. As I said, we need to consider the treatment options for these patients. At present, there is no effective cure. The most effective way is to change living habits, for example, smoking, lack of sleep, too much meat, and so on. Now, I believe the HA has considered a number of factors, including the cost effectiveness and also the other factors before introducing the test. Even if the test is introduced, there must be clinical guidelines to maximize the benefits to patients. Now still, even with early detection, the treatment options or the care plan is something that you can start now. That is to pursue a healthy living style. Mr. Andrew Lam. Thank you, President. From the Deputy Secretary, I gather that dementia is something that you cannot cure. The government has been helping patients in terms of offering rehabilitative care, so I applaud it. Now for dementia patients, including the carers and their family members, they are facing problems in life beyond health problems. For example, caring for other family members and how to manage their own properties and so on. Now it boils down to the core issue. Statistically speaking, there is a rapid increase in the number of dementia patients. However, the three instruments of peace, implementation and promotion is still slow. So I would like to hear whether there is a better plan to encourage dementia patients and family members to prepare the three instruments of peace and prepare for the future. Secretary, President, I thank Mr. Andrew Lam for his question. He asked this same question before, the three instruments of peace. The purpose of these instruments is to ensure that when the elderly people become incapacitated, their will be respected. Now, we can't mandate the public to sign a document, but what we can do is to promote the idea. Mr. Andrew Lam is right. For those with dementia, the person itself is suffering, but we have to help the carers as well because they are also suffering. For demented people, they are like children. They need around-the-clock care. Now, the carers are stuck with them the whole day and they may experience emotional stress. So we have the 182, 183 hotline, and we are offering training to carers in terms of coping with the emotional stress. We will do better in the future. Thank you. Mr. Bill Tang. Thank you, President. A member asked just now that since we have a screening method using a drop of blood, which just takes 3 days and costs $7,000, the accuracy is some 80%. Why the government is not using it? Well, I believe if there is economy of scale, the cost would be driven down. Now, the Deputy Secretary said the HA has a plan to introduce the test. So what is the timetable? What is the scale? And who will be the prioritized patients? Deputy Secretary, thank you. I said the HA would consider other factors, for example, clinical effectiveness, the safety, coefficients of the test, and also the manpower required. Now, the HA also has to consider the readiness for it to adopt the test. So we have a regular mechanism in introducing new tests. Even with early detection, we need the medication to cure the patients, but there is not right now. The most effective care plan for the patients right now is to change the lifestyle habits. So the HA will consider every option, and they will engage in an in-depth discussion on this. Thank you.
Government motion. Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury will move a proposed resolution under the Business Registration Ordinance. Members who wish to speak, please press the Request to Speak button. I now call upon the Secretary to speak and move the motion. President, I move that the motion as printed on the agenda be passed. The purpose of this motion is to increase business registration fees by 10% with effect from 1st April 2024 as announced in the 2024-25 budget. The Business Registration Ordinance. The ordinance requires every person who carries on a business in Hong Kong to apply for business registration within 1 month from the date of commencement of the business and to display a valid business registration certificate at the place of business. To apply for a business registration certificate, the applicant is required to pay the business registration fees. According to Schedule 1 to the ordinance, the business registration fees are $2,000 and $5,200 for 1-year certificate and 3-year certificate, respectively. The fees have been remained unchanged for close to 30 years. Taking into account the economic growth and inflation over the years, we recommend revising the business registration fee as $2,200 for 1-year certificate and $5,720 for 3-year certificate. The ordinance also requires each branch of a business to apply for business registration and to pay a branch registration fee. To stay in line with business registration fees, we also propose to raising the business registration or branch registration fees by 10%. To relieve the relevant impact, the business registration levy of $150 payable to the Protection of Wages on Insolvency Fund will be waived for 2 years. Amendments to Schedule 2 to the ordinance is required for implementation of these two proposals. We have tabled the relevant subsidiary legislation at the Legislative Council for negative voting. The proposals of raising business registration fees and branch registration fees will generate an additional revenue of about $295 million per annum. The additional business registration fee for each new or renewal of business registration is only $200 for a 1-year certificate or $173 for a 3-year certificate on an annual basis. We believe that the burden on business imposed by the proposals will be bearable. Besides, the time-limited waiver of business registration levy will also help relieve the financial burden on business in the first 2 years. President, I beg to move. Thank you, President.
And I propose the question to you that the Secretary's motion be passed. Does any member wish to speak? If not, we now proceed with voting. I put the question to you that the Secretary's motion be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Members' motion with no legislative effect. Mr. Andrew Lam will move a motion on reviewing the long-term housing strategy to shorten the home ownership ladder. 5 members will move amendments to the motion. This council will proceed to a joint debate on the motion and the amendments. Later, I will first call upon Mr. Andrew Lam to speak and move the motion. Then I will call upon Dr. Chow Man Kong, Mr. Tang Li Che, Mr. Kenneth Leung, Mr. Stanley, and Mr. Louis Long to speak in sequence, but they may not move the amendments at this stage. The joint debate now begins. Members who wish to speak, please press the requested button. Now I call upon Mr. Andrew Lam to speak and move the motion. Thank you, President. I move that the motion as printed on the agenda be passed. 10 years ago, the long-term housing strategy was announced. In the introduction, it says that we need to implement the long-term housing strategy so young people will again have confidence that they will eventually own better and affordable housing. Now, there are several points in the long-term housing strategy. First, we need to make early planning for public housing. And 2, we need to keep amending the target for rolling 10-year target. And 3, we need to provide a safety net for those who cannot afford private housing. Fourthly, we need to have subsidized sales of flats for the medium to low income groups. And fifthly, we need to ensure stable land supply if necessary. There's need to implement demand-side measures to ensure the stable development of the private housing market. Now, for this term, the government has been acting swiftly, so it's now exceeded its target of housing supply. And recent years, in recent weeks, it removed the demand-side measures. But recently, we've heard much discussion about people starting to queue wait list for public rental housing from the age of 18. And some people can never think they can never afford to buy their own home, so they rather just spend on cars. And Then some, when they have a job, they will make sure they don't get promotion or get a raise in wage and so on, so that they will remain eligible for public rental housing. The Secretary for Housing has openly appealed to the public not to lie flat just because they want to be allocated public rental housing. Well, there's reason for this concern. Figures prove that in the past 2 decades, there are 20%. There's a 20% increase in the number of waitlist applicants, and so that eats up the additional supply we have. And then now the waiting time is longer than 3 years. Now, for those waitlisting for public rental housing, some 30% are below the age of 30, and then in 2027 it was 22.1%. And then 2019 is dropped to 7.6% in terms of home ownership by young people. So that's a serious drop. So there is an overall drop in the home ownership ratio for young people. And then now the home ownership ratio as a whole is less than that in other wealthy economies. If we look at supply and the target ratio, if we go by the ratio, does it mean that there is a smaller demand for public rental housing? Will there be an increase in home ownership ratio? Will people still feel a stronger sense of happiness and well-being? Now, in the past decade, when the economy was doing well and it was an ultra-low interest environment, people could not feel a sense of happiness of owning their home, and it's actually our failure. Now, we have a stable and safe society for us to develop an economy. There is sufficient land supply. The system for creating land is also working well. So I would urge the government to review the long-term housing strategy. It should come up with more forward-looking policies. It should review the private to public housing sector ratio. And now, of course, people either rent or buy a home, and for those who buy a home, they need to be able to afford one. So that's why we need housing owner ladder. So for those who wish to own their homes, they will be able to achieve that sooner. Now, there may be various ways for us to achieve that. That's why I am moving this motion so that we could have some brainstorming here. We're going to help the government come up with ideas, and then they could take resolute actions to shorten the home ownership ladder. Now, but the whole reason of helping people to buy homes is so that they can have a happy home. Buying a home means improving housing condition, and then people will feel a sense of security, and then they could plan for their future. Now, by having a good home doesn't mean moving from a subdivided unit to just bought bed space. That's not what we mean by home ownership ladder. So there has to be various support, such as financial support and so on. Now, we consider various subsidy schemes for home ownership. That is the white form secondary market scheme, first-time home buyer scheme, and so on. There is mortgage guarantee and so on for those who have household income below $74,000, so they could all benefit from these schemes, and that covers some 80% of the population. So what is the government not doing enough? That's why the home ownership ratio is not satisfactory. Now, if there is a 10-time oversubscription of HOS flats, that means the response is poor. So that shows that the government is not building enough HOS. There's a small production. The government has heard loud and clear where there's need to adjust the ratio of public rental housing to subsidized sales flat. But then the government says that it will do so in the next 5-year period. That is from 2029 to 30 to 33 to 34, when there is substantial increase in public rental housing. Then the government will review the ratio of PRH to SSF. But when is considered the appropriate time? We know that the design standards for PRH and SSF are very different, so they are not really interchangeable. and then from planning to production, it takes some 6-7 years. If you do the review now, that means we'll only see results after 10 years. And if the government is going to wait another 3 or 4 years before we review the ratio, then I will still ask the young people to start queuing up for public housing. It's like, getting a Mark 6 ticket, that's all. So if the government is not acting quickly enough, can we ask the private market to help? In the past, the government has come up with another scheme, e-residence by URA for better quality subsidized housing. And then there are other schemes to help people buy private housing at discount of market price. So these schemes, we have yet to see how effective they are in helping the public. But when the market is going down, then there will be more restrictions. And if we want to help more people, we could consider the mortgage ratio and also the mortgage period. We could extend the period, and so then the threshold for buying a home is lower, and the monthly mortgage is also less. For groups with different levels of affordability, there could be different subsidized schemes with different measures. There's no need to have too many varieties in the home ownership ladder, because the whole purpose is about helping people buy their homes. Now, in those days, the government did not offer assistance for first-time home buyers because it was afraid that that will add to speculation. But now there's no more speculation, so the government needs to adjust its policy as soon as possible. It shouldn't keep a wait and see attitude, and then next they will consider what to do before it actually does anything. Then young people now will be in the middle age and still they don't see any hope. So there's a need for us to review the long-term housing strategy and shorten the home ownership ladder. There's no better time to do so than now. I will listen carefully to members' views and I so speak.
議題係林筱魯議員嘅議案，予以通過。周明廣議員。
主席，特區政府早喺
Mr. Chow Man-Kong. In 2014, the government rolled out the long-term housing strategy. We have a series of subsidized sale flats, including the home ownership scheme, HOS. These schemes for the households with low to middle income, HOS is a step for them to get hold of a home. And HOS will help mobility or upward mobility of the people, and it will help PRH households with higher income to purchase a flat so that we can have flats made available for people waiting for it. So HOS or SSFs is one of the rung on the housing ladder, and then for the next step, people should go for private housing. So subsidized sale flat is a step for people to achieve upward mobility, and it will also help the more well-off PRH households achieve home ownership. As long as the PRH households get a hold of an SSF unit, they can make available their PRH unit for people in need. And the government will not have to identify land for construction of housing, and this also help grassroots families. In 2022 policy address, the chief executive said that housing issue is the top priority of the government. We see that this terms of the government has shown determination to solve the housing issue. The original motion moved by Mr. Andrew Lam is very important. My amendment is with HOS and is to reflect the intent and proposals of G19. We want to promote circulation of HOS and SSFs. I would like to thank the Chief Executive and the Secretary for Housing for taking on board G19 members' proposals to extend the mortgage default guarantee period to 50 years. The period has been extended from 30 to 50 years, and it was effective since 1st of March 2024. This will make available 200,000 HOS units with no premium paid, and this can help PRH households with green farm get a longer mortgage period so that they can achieve home ownership. As the next step, I propose that we still have to remove barriers. For example, we can look at the figures with the white farm secondary market scheme. There are 60,000 young people aged below 35. There were only 200 applications that were successful. There is a 4 in 1,000 chance for these young people to get hold of a subsidized sale flat. I think that the government have to increase the quotas for white farm secondary market scheme. They should raise the quota from 4,500 to 20,000 per year. The government will not incur any extra cost in this, but this will help make available PRH units. If we can increase the annual quota for single-person household, this can help unleash the supply of HOS units and encourage people to participate in the secondary market of the HOS units and revitalize the property market. As to how we can continue to increase the supply of secondary HOS units, some senior citizens worried that after selling their SSFs, they will not be able to purchase another flat because they will lose their qualification to purchase a secondary, HOS units in the secondary market. I hope that the Housing Bureau can help these senior citizens who have sold their unit to change to another unit of a larger size. This will help with the circulation of HOS units and PRH flats as well. For the mortgage default guarantee period, we think that we should increase that from 50 to 60 years because the 50-year guarantee period will no longer be applicable to some of the HOS units. We think that by extending the period, people will not have to be worried about their flats having the guarantee period expired. Thank you. Mr. Tony Chair. Thank you, President. Now, although the prices of the property has gone down recently, people are still unable to afford private housing, and the supply for SSF is very low, and a lot of people could not get hold of one. For young people, they have given up hope on home ownership. They see getting hold of PRH units as their goal. Some young people have given up on achieving upward mobility, and they would rather work freelance in order not to be ineligible for PRH units. This kind of a situation is very unhealthy, and this affects the people's aspiration for upward mobility and undermine the development of Hong Kong. The government is now increasing housing supply. Recently, I've been urging the government to review their policy that is tilted in favor of public housing to achieve this goal of helping people achieve upward mobility. And also, we need to encourage capable households to purchase their own flats. I've raised 5 points in my amendments. First, I think that we should review the public-private housing split. Second, we need to review the ratio of public rental housing to subsidized sale flats in public housing to increase the number of starter homes for Hong Kong resident schemes, green farm subsidized HOS scheme, subsidized sale flat, and so on. Third, I think that we have to optimize the balloting and allocation mechanism for SSFs. 4 years ago, I proposed to help applicants who were not allotted a flat a higher priority by according them with an extra slot or quota. Some people recommend allocating flats to single-person household directly. There are a number of ways to do that. I think that we can, for example, establish a register or waiting list for subsidized sale flat. My fourth point, I think that we should introduce the concept of rent-to-own and progressive payment mortgage. That is an advanced version of the tenant purchase scheme for young people and young households to rent subsidized sale flat of a higher rent without having to pay down payment or pay very little down payment. They can draw down a lower mortgage loan and repay for a certain percentage of the price, and then eventually increase the mortgage loan. And eventually they can sell the flat to the government. It means that the government is just saving for the young families. This may sound complicated, but actually a lot of property developers offer such a scheme. My last point, I think that we should formulate standards for the average living space per person and ratio of housing expenses. There is such a stipulation for PRH units. There is a lowest size or standard size for average living space for per person, but we don't have relevant standards for private housing. The government is trying to bid farewell to low-quality subdivided units. I think that it's important to raise the average living space per person as well. For people living in subdivided units, I think that the government should roll out relevant requirements so that people can live in a better and larger space. Previously, the government could not achieve this because there was not enough relevant conditions to do so. I think that it's time for the government to take action. Mr. Stanley Ng.
係香港嘅長期盾之一。
Mr. Andrew Lam talked about reviewing the long-term housing strategy and shortening the housing ladder. Well, I support the motion. FTU and I have been concerned about the housing issue, and we advocate this idea that houses are for living in, not for speculation. And I think that we should suppress speculation and we should bid farewell to subdivided units. I want to stress that the government need to set the goal for long-time housing strategy clear, and we have to advocate this policy of houses are for living in, not for speculation. And we have dispensed with the cooling measures. The market does not have a clear direction. I hope that the government will roll out relevant policy to reassure people. For the measures proposed by Mr. Lam, for example, we should review the private-public housing split and optimize the balloting and allocation mechanism for subsidized sale flats. I think that these are quite basic kind of requirements. For progressive payment mortgage, we have had such a discussion 2 years early. Assuming that the income level of people would progress with inflation, people would be able to afford houses of a higher price. But there is uncertainty in the next 10 years. If you want to roll out this progressive payment mortgage system, the government have to take into consideration a basket of factors. Can we allow the property owner to extend the second phase of the mortgage loan repayment period? As for rent-to-own concept, does it apply to PRH or SSFs? In the private market, some developers roll out this idea of a rent-to-own, but they apply only to property of a higher price. If we apply this idea of rent-to-own in PRH, it is quite difficult. And we proposed this idea of tenant purchase scheme, and it seems that the government have rejected the entire idea. For SSFs, I think that we just have to have the people pay mortgage payment, and we don't need to roll out any mortgage systems. I think that we have to roll out 2 targeted measures, including increasing the supply of subsidized sale flat and to set up a home ownership fund to subsidize young people to purchase uncompleted HOS flats. The goal of the former is very clear. We have to work on the supply of subsidized sale flat to meet the demand. As for the latter idea, let me explain about it. In the policy address announced last year, in response to it, we proposed to allow young people aged between 18 to 35 purchase uncompleted HOS flats. In the 3 new development areas, including Kutong Fandan North, Hongshui Q Hachun, and Yunlong South, new development area set aside a number of SSF flats so that young people can purchase uncompleted HOS flat without having to pay down payment. For the tax concessions, well, the government should provide tax concessions for young people so that they can get hold of an HOS flat more easily. President, SSF is an important step on the road to home ownership for young people. And I think that we should have a reasonable price in terms of our housing, and we should link the price of the SSF with that of the private housing. I hope that the government will be determined enough to decouple the price of SSF and private housing so that people can actually achieve home ownership. President, I hope that the members will support my amendments and the original motion. Thank you.
Mr. Louis Long. Deputy President. Now, for Mr. Andrew Lam's original motion and other members' amendments, I support them all. I am moving an amendment because I would like to guide our discussion in a different angle. Now, for long-term housing strategy, there should be another level of significance, that is to allow Hong Kong people to have a sense of belonging. Then they will see Hong Kong as their home, and together they will build a better future. Now, for the vision of long-term housing strategy, the vision is to encourage more people to own their homes. But then by 2014, in the long-term housing strategy, this vision is no longer there. There was a chief executive who thought that Hong Kong people ought to own their own homes and they need to have better and bigger homes. So that's the reason why we have the housing ladder. Hong Kong people are enterprising. They want to move up the social ladder, and so it's the same for the housing ladder. And the government wants to support that with policies so that Hong Kong people could eventually own their homes. So it was a grand vision, but then there was the Asian financial turmoil. So this vision was crushed, and then from then on, the government had to work hard to provide sufficient public rental housing, so there's no way it could increase the ratio of home ownership. But then situation has changed now. After the effort of the different governments, now we have enough supply for future land supply for future housing. 2 weeks ago, Ms. Ho, the secretary, said that to young people that they should focus rather on buying their homes rather than public rental housing. And I would encourage young people to set an even higher goal, and then they will not just go for subsidized sales flats, but their own homes in the private market. Now, for public rent housing, you don't own them, you can't pass it to your children. As for subsidized sale flats, it's for the government to decide where you can live. But then it's only when you own your own homes, you decide how big your home is, how you want to do it up, and so on. And then your home is your real estate. It's part of your asset, part of your wealth. Real estate, because it's an asset that asset that is there. So, and estate means that it's something you can pass on to your children. So then you have a home, that's where your roots are, and then so you will see Hong Kong as your home, and that's what we mean about sense of belonging. Now we've been united with the motherland for 26 years. If say we've been completing a puzzle, and then last week we completed the scrutiny and passed the National Safeguarding National Security Bill. So finally we put the last piece in the puzzle. The puzzle is now complete. When a country is safe, then our home is safe, and that's the key for fostering a sense of belonging. And by encouraging people to buy homes has always been an effective way to further enhance the sense of belonging. So the government should seize upon this opportunity to include the home ownership ratio again in the long-term housing strategy. It should be one of the key objectives for the housing ladder. And then in terms of policy, the government needs to give various support. First of all, it must respect market discipline. It must no longer interfere with the market artificially. Secondly, it must keep the market open so people have more choices in homes they want to buy. Thirdly, the government needs to relax the criteria for mortgage insurance and relax the mortgage ratio so people could buy their first homes more easily. And then fourthly, we need to increase the homeownership ratio so there is a wider housing ladder. I urge the government to review the long-term housing strategy. The aim should be to help people to buy their homes so there is a stronger sense of belonging, and that together we can work together for a better future for Hong Kong. Secretary for Housing.
Madam Deputy, first of all, I'd like to thank Ms. Andrew Lam for moving the motion today, and 5 other members for moving the amendments. Housing policy has always been close to the heart of the government and the public. No matter how society changes over the past 5 decades, the public housing of the Housing Authority has been playing a pivotal role in fostering social stability and development. Today's motion is important as it is timely for us to have in-depth exchanges on various aspects of the housing issue. When we look at the housing ladder, we have to look at the history. Public housing policy has undergone some major developments. In the 1950s, there was only private housing in Hong Kong. Because of a fire disaster in a squatter area, the government had to provide accommodation to residents. That marked the beginning of the public housing in Hong Kong. Public rental housing has always been a form of affordable and low-cost housing to the grassroots to alleviate the housing needs of the low-income families. It also enables them to improve their lot and help their children achieve upward mobility. It is a solid foundation for stable society. There is an abundance of such examples in Hong Kong. I believe that we'll hear many of such wonderful stories of upward mobility in this chamber today. With economic development, people's income grows. The lower and middle groups began to aspire for home ownership, but the private housing was beyond their reach. So the Housing Authority started a home ownership scheme in 1976, and the first phase was put up for sale in 1978. Apart from letting low and income middle families own their own homes, HOS also enable the PRH tenants to move up the social ladder, and their vacated PRH units will be reallocated to the needy families. That has facilitated the turnover of public housing and the formation of a housing ladder which is fit for purpose. In 1997 and 1998, the Hong Kong government introduced the HOS secondary market scheme and the TPS, respectively, to provide more choices. Due to the Asian financial turmoil, the HA suspended HOS in 2002. We experienced a prolonged period of low interest rates. The investment sentiment was heated. hot money flowed into the stock and property markets. Many families were priced out of the market because of the soaring property prices. The government introduced demand-side management measures in 2010 to address the exuberance and the mismatch in the property market. We resumed the HOS in 2011 with a new round relaunched in 2014. However, from planning to implementation, we have to go through a lot of procedures like town planning, EIA, and also vetting by electrical. And this coupled with the political chaos, the supply of land was pretty tight. At the initial stage of resumption, only 2,000 to 3,000 units were put up for sale at any one time, resulting in oversubscription, like Mr. Lam said. In 2014, for example, there was an oversubscription of about 62 times and 30 times subsequently. To address the demand, the government announced the Long-Term Housing Strategy, LTHS, in December 2014 to map out a strategic direction to reverse the imbalance. Guided by the principles of supply-led and flexibility, guided by these two principles, the government will update the LTHS projections on an annual basis with a rolling supply target for the coming 10 years and dynamically make adjustments in response to social, economic, and market changes. To further meet the homeownership needs, the HA launched the pilot green form HOS in 2016, or GHS. The scheme went down pretty well with the tenants and was regularized in 2018. Under the one-for-one arrangement, it achieved the dual purpose of meeting the ownership aspirations of the green form buyers and the PRH applicants' desire for rental housing. To address the needs of white form applicants, the HA launched a pilot scheme in 2013 and 2015 to allow white form applicants to purchase flats with premium not yet paid in the HOS secondary market, which was regularized in 2017. As the number of PRH applicants grew to over 155,000 by the end of 2017, the government decided to ramp up the supply to meet the demand by adjusting the ratio of supply of public to private housing from 60-40 to 70-30 starting from 2018, with a view to shortening the waiting time for PRH. To tap into market forces, foster PPP, and encourage private developers to participate in the subsidized sale flats, the government announced in June 2023 the private subsidized sale flat, or private SSF. There are two modes of development, the public tender approach and the private land approach. Under the public tender approach, the government will put up sites for tender with view to leveraging the private sector capacity to develop subsidized sale flats. The government will invite tenders for a project at Cheong Man Road, Taiwan, tomorrow. 700 flats will be made available. The deadline is July 19th. Under the private land approach, the government will offer a concessional land premium to incentivize private developers to provide land for the development of subsidized sale flats so as to unleash the potential, thereby boosting supply. In addition, to assist those who are above the HOS eligibility criteria but cannot afford private housing, the government launched the Home Starter Loan Scheme. Applicants must be Hong Kong residents for 7 years, have never been a homeowner in Hong Kong. Their income limit is white form income limit plus 30%, and the asset limit is also a white form limit plus 30%. Apart from the Anderson Road project in 2021, providing no less than 1,000 units, the Urban Renewal Authority has also launched a project with about 750 flats up for sale, and the government is now taking forward 3 other projects with 6,600 flats in total. The homeownership ladder in Hong Kong today has its unique historical background, and it is closely bound up with the social economic conditions over the years. We are carving our own path. The homeownership ladder is intertwined, providing home buyers with various choices and flexibly catering to the different pathways to ownership. And each of the homeownership ladders has its own clear positioning in terms of pricing, size, design, and target groups. Housing is a top priority of the current administration. We are determined to tackle the long-standing housing problems strategically, such as enhancing quantity, quality, speed, and efficiency in expanding land production for housing, building transitional housing and light public housing, setting up the working group on subdivided units, and vigorously combating abuses of public rental housing. According to estimates, the total housing demand for the next 10 years is 430,000 flats, and the government supply target is 440,000. Based on the 70-30 ratio, the target supply of public housing is 308,000, and that of the private sector is 132,000. The government will develop sufficient land to meet the 132,000 private housing target in the next 10 years. With the land supply doubling in the second 5-year period, we will examine, like Mr. Andrew Lam said, the timing and the scope for adjusting the ratio so as to plan ahead for new projects. We can contemplate the adjustment to the ratio of public-private units and also the ratio between the PRH and the SSF. We will plan our projects to tie in with future needs. As regards public housing supply, the current ratio of PRH and GHS and other subsidized flats is maintained at 70-30. We've heard the desire for an increased supply of subsidized sale flats. At present, the demand for PRH is still strong. The average waiting time for PRH as of 2023 is 5.8 years. What we need to do now is to increase the supply of conventional PRH and complete the 30,000 light public housing units by 27-28 to shorten the waiting time for the inadequately housed, to enable the grassroots long on the waiting list to be allocated PRH units, and to enable children in subdivided flats to grow up in a healthy manner. Peering ahead, we will see a significant increase in the supply of PRH units during the second 5-year period. That, as I said earlier on, will provide room for adjusting the ratio of PRH flats to subsidized sale flats. To prepare for this, we will conduct studies and listen to different views. The motion today, moved by Mr. Andrew Lam, is precisely a very good opportunity for us to do that, for us to formulate a set of realistic and visionary strategy. As for the private properties at the top rung of the housing ladder, it remains our important objective to maintain the healthy development of the private residential market. After careful consideration, the 2024-25 budget announced the lifting of all the demand-side management measures, i.e., on that day, all residential property transactions will no longer be subject to SSD, BSD, or NRSD. At the same time, the Hong Kong MA also announced the suspension of the stress test for property mortgage loans. We believe that these policies will facilitate home ownership so that young people and young families can plan for their future according to their own circumstances, choose the right pathways to home ownership to improve their lives. President, the existing home ownership ladder has evolved over the years to pragmatically meet different needs in Hong Kong. Given the interlocking nature of the ladder, and any change will have a knock-on effect, we must tread carefully there. With an adequate land supply and a significant increase in public housing flats, the overall housing issue will be alleviated. We will be in a stronger position to formulate a more comprehensive and effective policy to assist the public. I believe that members will have a lot of valuable comments to offer. We will listen with an open mind, and I will certainly absorb members' comments in the formulation of policies. And I will make further response in my concluding remarks. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Mr. Chan Pui Lang. Madam Deputy, Deputy. Now, the government launched the long-term housing strategy in 2024. It proposed to increase the number of HOS and other subsidized sales flats, and there will be also timely demand-side management measures to stabilize the property market, and hopefully it could address the imbalance in the housing market eventually. Now, this is the 10th anniversary of the long-term housing strategy. I thank Mr. Andrew Lam for moving this motion. We can then consider together how we could review and enhance the long-term housing strategy and make sure people enjoy a happy home. Now, in the past few years, the government has been building more HOS, and it's also increased the different forms of subsidized house sales flats, such as making the white farm secondary market scheme permanent scheme, and then there's a home starter scheme, and so on. So instead of 3 levels, now we have 5 levels of housing ladder. I think the government is doing something right. This is to give hope to people to go up the housing ladder, but then it only gives them hope. If we want to address the housing issue at its core roots, we have to provide more housing. Now, there is a new housing ladder, but then there is insufficient land supply, so each year very few units are available, and it cannot really meet the needs of the public, and there's always oversubscription. Now the government has this new government has compressed the land formation process, so there will be over 3,700 hectares of land available in the next decade, and we've managed to reverse the exuberant property market. And then the government recently cancelled the demand-side management measures. Now, for a residence 2, which is a home starter's home, the response is much better. The average price is just $14,000 per square foot. It's not much different than the price of other private housing. And then there is a monthly income restriction, and there's also resale restriction, and so we can see why people are not keen to buy the e-residence flats. Now, or the home starter flats. Now, in the past, it was difficult to find enough land, but then in the past, in recent years, then there is cooling of the property market. Maybe it's now time for us to review whether the government's subsidized sale flats duplicate the housing ladder in the private market. Shall we go back to the original free layer of housing ladder, so we provide enough supply in at each level, and then people see there is hope for moving up the housing ladder? This is something government needs to consider very carefully. Now, when we had the free level of housing ladder, it's actually easy for the public to understand. At the time, it was not a problem with the system, but with supply. Now, then in 2018, HOS projects were delayed, and some of the projects were changed from HOS to green form HOS, and so there was a reduced supply of HOS flats. Now, the government shouldn't overlook the importance of HOS. It must ensure there is steady supply of HOS. This is a way to encourage PRX tenants to move up the housing ladder. And then for others who cannot afford private housing, they can go for HOS. It gives them hope. Thank you. Mr. Chen Kim Paul. Thank you. Deputy President, property prices have gone down 20%, and it's easier for people to buy homes. And then the phase 3 of the Home Starter Scheme of the URA was launched last week, and Mr. Andrew Lam is moving the motion today, and I also thank other members for moving the amendments. This is an opportunity for us to discuss this issue of great concern to the public. Now, the Home Starter Scheme is a good one. It's to help those who are not eligible for HOS but who couldn't afford the more expensive private housing. So it's for home, for first-time buyers. In recent years, property prices have come down. So so that's why for the Home Starter Scheme, the flats are no longer as attractive because the price is similar to that in the private market. So maybe the government should review the scheme. Instead, we should free up the land for other purposes in promoting the housing ladder. Now, people always say that getting a HOS flat in the allocation exercise is more difficult than winning the Mark 6. And some told me they've tried many times trying to get HOS, they never succeeded. So I think the government should enhance the allocation system for HOS flats for households that have failed in the HOS allocation exercise for a number of times. They should be given priority, and then they see hope in home ownership. Many young people choose to lie flat. They just take up part-time jobs after graduation. Or in some households, they make sure one member does not work because they don't want to exceed the income limits for waitlisting for public rental housing. Because they are not able to get HOS, they can't afford private housing, so they determine to waitlist for public rental housing. So people no longer have a desire to move up the social ladder. This is something we need to consider. Now, for the Wakefern Secondary Market Scheme, the government issued over 1,800 offer letters to over 5,000 who have gained slots. So there's a small percentage. And then now the government has taken on board some members' suggestion to extend the mortgage default guarantee period to 50 years. So it will be easier for the secondary HOS markets to be more active. The government needs to monitor how the new measure affect the market. Now we should consider the needs of white form applicants and review the quota for white form secondary market scheme. Now, the government actually identifies sufficient land for the housing needs in the next decade. In the next decade, we need about 310,000 units. Now the government has found more land than needed. In the private sector, there is also much land available. So because the government focuses on increasing land supply, I believe there will be even more land supply in future for meeting people whose housing needs, also for their desire to have better housing condition. Now we need to consider all factors, and the government should review the home ownership ladder, and then people can own their homes. Thank you.
Ms. Calvin Khan. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I must declare that I'm a member of the Housing Authority. I thank Ms. Andrew Lam for moving the motion, the 4 other members for moving the amendments. Housing problem is a perennially difficult problem. President Xi reminded us that the aspiration for Hong Kong is for a better quality of life, for better housing. Honestly, the government is really determined. As the Secretary said, over the years, the government has been rolling out many different tiers of housing ownership to meet the demand, like the housing HOS, GHS, the Home Starter Loan Scheme, HOS SMS, and also the private SSF, that is a public-private participation. Why is it that people are still left behind? I agree with Mr. Tony J that perhaps it is time for us to review the ratio between public and private housing, and also the ratio between PRH and subsidized sale flats. The Secretary said earlier that when we come close to resolving the PRH issues, that is, by the time we get through the backloaded supply, it would be time for us to review this. I'd like the administration to review certain things. First, the pricing mechanism should be improved. In 2018 or before, the HOS prices were linked with the private market. It has been serving us well for 36 years. And in 2018, we saw the HOS units being sold at more than $10,000. So the government reviewed this pricing mechanism and packed this with the affordability. The pricing mechanism is not linked with the construction cost. Given the strong demand and soaring construction cost under the LTHS and also the backloaded supply in the PRH, we cannot lose sight of these factors. And we have to bear in mind the financial position of the Housing Authority. When the government reviews this policy, it should also have a look at the financial capability of the government. The government should really look at the subsidized sale units pricing mechanism, having regard to the cost instead of just focusing its attention on the affordability of the buyers. It would then enable to achieve the LTHS. As to the balloting system, I go along with what Mr. Tony J and Mr. Chen Kin-po said. I don't propose to be verbose here. Basically, I hope that the government should use more big data to serve the public. In terms of allocation, we should go beyond the scope of simple balloting, which is really a matter of luck, and we should devote the resources to those who are most in need. I agree with Mr. Chairman Kwong that the government adopted the G19 proposal starting 1st of March. The mortgage default guarantee will be lengthened to 50 years minus age of building. Madam Deputy, the prospective buyers do not have a pretty good understanding of this arrangement. There should be a lot more explanation to do to make people aware that there would be better chance for them to secure a mortgage loan from the bank, and that would attract more green form applicants from the PRH to release the more units and to boost the turnover of the units. Now, for the 4,500 HOS SMS scheme, I think we have to have regard to the actual circumstances and increase the quota, or even do away with the quota altogether. And also the proof of affordability, so that people will not have to be scrambling for these units. And this will also boost the turnover between HOS and PRH. As the Safeguarding National Security Ordinance comes into effect, it is time for us to devote our attention to livelihood issues and address the aspirations of the public. Mr. Chen Ho-fong. Madam Chair, I speak in support of the motion moved by Mr. Andrew Lam to review the LTHS. The existing policy cannot really help people to get on the housing ladder and achieve upward mobility. To this end, the government should really have the objective of helping people get on the housing ladder. The LTHS doesn't really have the objective of helping people to own their own homes. Under the LTHS, it's all about the supply target. It's a matter of numbers instead of any commitment to home ownership. It is helping people to be allocated suitable and affordable housing. That this can be a rental unit or a sale unit. But the rental changes would give rise to a lot of uncertainties. I must emphasize that home ownership is the only condition for upward mobility. In the long term, compared with renting a unit, home ownership would certainly enable people to achieve social mobility and accumulate wealth. The previous administrations also put forward measures to help home ownership. In 2013, we had the 4 objectives. In 2017, we had all these four elements. But all these have not been incorporated into the LTHS, which doesn't really encourage home ownership or shorten the pathway to home ownership. In a way, it is really the opposite of home ownership. Now, with the LTHS, the ownership was 50.9, and 10 years on, the home ownership ratio dropped to 50.2. Over the past 10 years, the LTHS doesn't really encourage home ownership at all, as borne out by the numbers. The existing LTHS is the opposite of encouraging home ownership, because the LTHS has a formula for projecting the supply, which is bundled with the private sector housing. When the times are bad, it is acceptable to build more PRH. But with more PRH units, it doesn't mean that we have to reduce the number of HOS or private housing. When the times are bad, we run short of both PRH and private housing, and there is a reduction on both scores. When the prices soar, this ratio results in a situation where the private housing cannot catch up with the demand. And for the first-time buyers, they are really priced out of the market. So to shorten the pathway to home ownership, we have to review the LTHS, and home ownership should be given top priority in the LTHS, and review the land supply. At the beginning of the handover, there was a ratio of 70%, but for some reason that policy fell by the wayside. Last week, I moved a motion about the housing issue, that there was an important policy vehicle that is rent-to-buy policy. The government has stopped this because of ownership, because of other issues. The government is not really pursuing this policy. I hope that the government should really consider the TPS scheme to boost the ownership so that people can really achieve upward mobility. So I speak. Ms. Chen Yuping. Madam Deputy, I speak to support Mr. Andrew Lam's motion to review the long-term housing strategy to shorten the home ownership ladder. The LTHS is a long-term policy regarding housing. This is some supply-led policy with a 10-year rolling supply program regarding the PRH and HOS for the medium and low-income families. Last week, I moved an amendment to the motion, which was carried. Basically, this is pulling in the same direction as this particular motion. Basically, we'd like more people to own their own homes to achieve upward mobility. There are 2 points I'd like to make today. First, we have to review the long-term housing strategy. We have to bear in mind the downside risk economically. In 1998, the global financial turmoil sparked a reduction in interest rate, and there was a loosening of liquidity. There was a huge demand in the property market. There was a lot of speculation. Now we have seen another change in the economic situation. There is the geopolitical dynamics, and there is a change to the flow of capital, and there is a drop in the confidence in 2023. The price level has gone down to the 2017 level, and the government has lifted all the cooling measures. And this also has reduced the government's receipts from land sale by $65 billion. Given the fiscal deficits, the government infrastructure is going to be hitting the peak in the coming 3 years. Each year, the expenditure will be up by 17% compared with the previous years. When we review the LTHS, the government ought to adopt a far-sighted attitude to guard against the downside risk. We have seen overspend, an over-budget, and so on. Now we are moving into the peak of infrastructural development. The review of the LTHS is really appropriate. I think we have to cut spending and raise revenue and make available all the spade-ready land for future development. The other thing is to improve people's livelihood and help people move up the housing ladder. The government's building the HOS to help the low and medium income family. For the young people and savaged people, the government should give them some assistance, and PRH should not be the ultimate aim for young people. Now, people would like to have their families, they need to have decent accommodation, so subsidized sale flats would be the way to go, and this is also a way to boost social stability. In this regard, I urge the administration to adjust the ratio between public and private housing. In particular, we have to increase the amount of GHS. More green form applicants should be encouraged to purchase secondary or second-hand HOS and release the original PRH units. And that would not really reduce the amount of PRH. I see that in Shan Tin, Technopole, and Lau Fao Shan, they will be testing the mix of public and private housing, and there would be more flexibility. I think the government should take advantage of this opportunity to scale it back to a 60-40 to address the demand and help with an upward mobility. So I speak.
主席 Ms. Doreen Kong, President, I support the original motion of Mr. Andrew Lam. I would like to thank other members for their amendments. In the original motion, it is said that the government should shorten the home ownership ladder and help members of the public to move upward. This has pinpointed the actual situation in Hong Kong. Home ownership is the way for upward mobility for grassroots families. The government has rolled out different housing policies, and the government said that they would increase the supply of PRH units. This will help solve the housing issue. But to solve the deep-seated issue of Hong Kong, when can we do that? This is a difficult task for the government, and that is why we've been discussing the housing issue time and again in the Legislative Council. We have a series of housing policies in Hong Kong. Instead, I think that there are too many, and we don't see results in solving our housing issue. The government has rolled out the long-term housing strategy to make a 10-year projection of housing supply. But I think a long-term strategy will have elements of circulation. Public housing policy should not incorporate only the government allocating housing to people, and we need to encourage people to work hard. I wonder where the housing ladder is for the people. The crux of the problem is that for government, the ultimate goal of the housing ladder is unclear. the government has been ignoring the need of subsidized sale flat. And that is why there is a gap in the housing ladder, and PRH units households cannot get hold of a flat. And the role played by SSF units is being more and more insignificant. We need to boost the turnover of SSF and PRH. With the long-term housing strategy, the government can project the future supply of PRH and private housing. But if the projection is wrong, then the result will be dire. And construction of housing takes time. The strategy based on a wrong projection would be problematic, and the issues will only be discovered over the long run. I think that we have to have a supplementary policy on top of the long-term housing strategy. On top of that, the government will have to review the housing strategy that we have. The efficiency of the housing authority and housing society is low. The housing authority and society should not be competing with the private developers. Instead, they should work together. The government should work in the interest of the public, and they should leverage on the market power of private developers, and they should encourage private developers to develop public housing for people. For public housing for rent and for sale, the supply of it is in the hand of the government. To solve the problem, we need to have private sector participate in the construction of public housing so that the housing department can focus on public housing for rent. The government should encourage the private sector to participate in the construction of public housing for the benefit of the people, so that we can solve the deep-seated issue. Thank you. Mr. Kitson-Yang. Thank you, President. I speak in support of the motion moved by Mr. Andrew Lam to shorten the home ownership ladder and help members of the public to move upward. The problem with housing in Hong Kong is that we don't have enough supply of land. We need time to construct land, and the housing supply is backloaded in Hong Kong. For us to have a home ownership with people, we need to have sufficient land, and we have to allocate scarce resources of land and supply of housing. And we need to have a housing ladder. For PRH units, they would move upward by buying a green farm HOS unit, and then SSF, and then private housing. We have to solve the problem of turnover. First, for HOS units, it plays a very important role. But a lot of owners of HOS units were afraid of not being able to purchase another flat after selling their flats. And there are more and more people getting the white farm to purchase flats in the secondary market. I think that this is a problem with power. If the government empower the owner of the white farm secondary market scheme holder purchase a flat without paying premium, then they will be more willing to sell their flat. And that will revitalize the white farm secondary market so that HOS unit holders can buy another flat of a larger size and minimize the possibility of speculation. And I think that this right should be accorded to all SSF unit holder. As long as the HOS unit owner sell the flat to white farm holder, then they should not need to pay the land premium. By this, we can revitalize the turnover of the SSF, and that people will see possibility of upward mobility, so that as long as people have the ability, they can purchase a private housing, and this will increase the supply of subsidized sale flat. And people or members have been talking about the PRH units household getting a green farm or HOS or SSF units. Now the turnover rate stood at only 1.5%. According to a study, 5% of the PRH units take action. In 2022, 49,000 green farm holders fought over 3,500 HOS units. PRH unit households want to purchase a flat, but they cannot do so because the supply of subsidized sale flat is too low and the private housing is too expensive. That is why so many young people choose to lie flat and queue for public rental housing. And as a result, the PRH households stay where they are. I think the government policy is one with good intent, but actually the policy encourage people to lie flat. The PRH households will only have their asset reviewed once every 10 years. Actually, they can accumulate enough wealth for purchase of a private housing in 10 years. Now, the review period is shortened to 2 years. By this, the PRH households would choose to actually lie flat and control their income. I think that we need to encourage PRH households to get hold of a subsidized sale flat, and we have to increase the supply of green farm subsidized home ownership units and encourage them to make available their flats for people on the waiting list for PRH units. Also, I think that the government should review the ratio of PRH to SSF in public housing. It used to be 7:30, and now it's still 7:30. I think that we should review the ratio of PRH to SSF and GXSH so that people can buy a flat and solve the housing issue. President, I so submit. Ms. Nixie Lam. Thank you, Deputy President. There are a number of ways to shorten the home ownership ladder. I want to focus on our young people so that we can think about how we can help them and give them hope to get them on the housing ladder. Young people are unable to afford private housing, and they don't know where to start. Some people ask young people to stop traveling and not purchase designer goods in order to save up for a flat. A lot of young people told me that they choose not to save because it's useless. In 2011 to 12, the government rolled out this youth hostel scheme for young people to have a flat before purchasing one. I became a mother last year, but I still am unable to see the scheme realized. There are some projects that have been completed. There is a youth hostel in Yunlong. There was a philanthropist who donated a youth hostels, and there was another hotel that's been developed into a youth hostels, and there's another project where a hostel or hotel have several floors redeveloped into youth hostels. I think that this is a great start, but I have worries. I wonder if the units will be occupied. Now, the scheme focuses on encouraging the young people to broaden their horizon when they are staying at the youth hostels. If you look at the home ownership issue, the problem lies with money. I think that we need to help young people save up for down payment to purchase a flat. Youth hostel is a springboard for young people. We need to help them plan and save. The young people should not stop at staying at a youth hostel. There are other fees to pay. including utilities fee and so on. So I think that we need to help young people with financial planning. The government have gathered a group of charitable people and philanthropists to offer adequate housing for young people with no clear saving plan. It's likely that 3 years later, young people who have stayed in youth hostels would go back to where they were, and they would go back to the subdivided units where they were staying at. I think that we need to give hope to people, especially young people in Hong Kong. That is why we have to help young people save, and perhaps we can create some kind of scheme on loans to help people get a mortgage. Young people, if they want to start a family, they need to have a home. Even if they can be allotted a home under the GHS, they need to save for down payment, and they don't want to have a small flat. And they need space for the babies if they want to have one. The government in the GHS has offered flats of a larger size. I think that this is a good start, and I hope that the government will also provide more flats of more rooms and think about allocating flats for young people who want to start a family so that they can plan for the future. Thank you, President. So submit.
Dr. Lo Wai Kwok. I thank Mr. Andrew Lam for his motion and the other members for their amendments. In December 2014, the SL government announced the long-term housing strategy. It is going to adopt a multi-pronged approach to increase land and housing supply. In the near term, is to review land use and increase land development density appropriately. And then for medium and long-term strategy is about developing new areas and reclamation. Now there's some progress report in 2022 to 23. The target of housing supply is 440,000 units. The ratio between private and public housing is 30 to 70. So that means so in the public sector is going to provide about 300,000 units, and then for the ratio, so the ratio it remains 70 to 30 between PRH and subsidized sale flats. So there are 3 levels of the housing ladder: public housing, public rental housing, subsidized sales flats, and private housing. And for subsidized flats that or public rental housing that covers the or subsidized sale flats that covers the housing authorities, HOS, and the tenants purchase scheme, and then Hong Kong Society and the URA also provide subsidized sale flats. And by March 2023, there are about 15% of total housing in Hong Kong that's subsidized sales flats. Now, I'm a member of the Housing Authority. I need to declare that. The current term government has said that housing is the top priority for the government. The government will review the long-term housing strategy from time to time to find out about the housing needs of different sectors, especially for young people in the sandwich class. There is need to find out about the housing needs. Many in the community have put forward various suggestions. For example, in reviewing the housing production ratio between public and private housing, and then for public housing, there is also need to review the ratio between PRH and SSF. But then for Hong Kong, the crux of the issue is about insufficient supply. So it's not about adjusting the ratio. It's not going to resolve the matter. BP has always been concerned about housing supply and land supply. We have offered various suggestions to the government over the years. We believe we need to address the issue at the core So else have put forward near-term measures. Now, the government's set up has decided on a multi-pronged approach to increase housing and land supply, and also for average living space per person should be increased from about also be increased, and then the government speeding up the Northern Metropolis project, but then it should also allow development at the periphery of country parks. There is need to substantially develop lands in the new territories. The government should also improve urban planning and speed up urban renewal. There's also need to redevelop old public housing estates as soon as possible. The whole redevelopment process should be streamlined. The government should also enhance the role of the Urban Renewal Authority. So for land resumed, it should be used for developing SSFs. Now, as there is increasing a gradual increase in supply of land and housing, there is a better condition for government to review the housing ladder. We need to take into account the needs of the middle class and young people for housing. There should be the enhanced first-time home buyers loan scheme and so on. The government should also work with developers to build small and cheap housing units. So so these will be units people can either rent or buy. That's the first step for young people towards home ownership, and then they will have a stronger sense of belonging to society. I so speak. Mr. Frankie Ng. Thank you. Now, in the past 20 years, property prices kept soaring. Well, in recent days, the property market has cooled a bit. Prices come down a bit, but still, to young people, the housing is still unaffordable. Now, in his first policy address, Mr. John Lee put forward various measures on youth housing, including the starter home scheme, youth hostels, and so on. Now, these measures have been in place for over a year. So how effective are they? Is it easier for young people to buy homes now? There's a recent study report. Now, for those, we look at that looks at the wage increase. Now, property prices have gone up 13 times, and for rent, the index gone up 2.8 times. So young people are finding housing increasingly unaffordable. In the NT, the price is about 74% of the income of a fresh graduate. 10 years ago, it was about 20-something%. So that means compared to 10 years ago, the burden is even heavier for young people if they want to buy their homes. So it's, with high property prices, young people don't even dare to start a family, and then many people become rather negative. Some say that if they don't eat, they don't do anything, they still cannot afford to buy a home after 10 years or 20 years. So instead, they rather go for a lower paid job so they could apply for public rental housing. Now, property prices may have come down a little, but they're still not too high for young people. So it's necessary that we help young people to buy homes, especially for sandwich class youth. Now, they can't afford private housing. They exceed the income limit, and they're not eligible for public rental housing or youth hostel. So the only way out for them is HOS, but then the oversubscription rate is so high, so there's no way they can realize their dream. So the DAB is always asked the government to expand the youth hostel scheme. This allows young people to move into their own space at a lower than market rent, and then they could save up for buying a home. But then there's still plenty of room to improve the youth hostel scheme. Right now, the rent is set at about 60% of market rent, so it's $4,000 to $5,000 per month. And then after paying all the expenses, then young people don't have much left from their income. There's no way they could save for their first home. So the government should help young people to save. And when they leave, half of the rent should be returned to young people. So this will be used, can be used as the down payment for a flat. And then the home and Youth Affairs Bureau is in charge of the youth hostel scheme, so it may not see eye to eye with the Housing Bureau's policy on housing. That's why youth hostels should be handed over to the Housing Bureau for management. And then the 5-year period is too short. We propose to extend the period to 8 to 10 years so young people have enough time to save up for their down payment. There are some 2,000 youth hostel units now. And then each year we have 15,000 university graduates, so that's a drop in the market. I hope the government will speed up its youth hostel scheme, and then there should be involvement of the private sector more, so more such youth hostels would be made available, especially those in the urban areas. And then for young people, the government should offer tax concessions. For first-time home buyers, they should be exempted from stamp duty, and then there should be 15,000 SSFs each year. Government should make good use of existing housing resources to rebuild the home ownership ladder. Now, if most young people can't afford to buy their homes, they cannot share in the fruits of economic success. And then we see there is a wider gap between those who are homeowners and those who are not. So the government needs to roll out more measures to help young people buy their homes. I so speak. Mr. Scott Leung. Thank you, Deputy President. The government has a rolling 10-year housing production target, and then it also has a certain ratio for private and public housing in response to the aspirations of the people. Over the years, the government's been adjusting this ratio and the supply target. And then for there's also change to the targets for different types of public and private housing. For example, GSH has become a regular program, and at the time, adjustment was made to the ratio. Considering the interchangeability of HOS and GSH, and also GSH targets those on eligible applicants on the waiting list, and those. So that's why that scheme is the Green Farm Subsidized Home Ownership Scheme. And then now there's a relaxation of the unit size of GSH to respond to people's aspiration for better housing condition. I think in the long run, I would propose classifying GSH as other types of SSF. It should not be linked to HOS, but then there should be coordination in the supply of HOS and GSH. And then the eligibility criteria ought to be adjusted too, based on the current needs. The government must also make it clear to the public that in the next 5 years, the number of SSF units to be made available, including the number of GSH units, location of these units, so people could plan better. At the beginning of the year, the Housing Authority has done a projection. It will be under immense financial pressure because of the many projects it's going to embark upon. So in the next 5-year period of the LTS-HS, there's actually room for to adjust the ratio of public and private housing, or PRH and SSF. Right now, the ratio is 70-30. In the second 5 year of the LTHS, the government should increase the PRH to SSH ratio to 50-50, and SSF should cover both HOS and GSH. Now, the average waiting time for PRH is gradually coming down, so the government could review the reference ratio further even in future. Last year, the Housing Authority approved relaxing the mortgage default guarantee period for eligible applicants. They can get higher mortgage amount under the White Form Secondary Market Scheme. So for people buying HOS or those buying second-hand HOS, they will still enjoy this mortgage guarantee. And then the about 40% or 50% of the quotas were used up in previous years. And now with policy intervention, I think the ratio will go up further. Now, we can see from the WSM application figures, most applicants are one-person households. So, therefore, the government should give more quota places to one-person household applicants. SSF are meant for those who could not afford private housing and who are not eligible for PRH. Now, in the GSH and WSM or HOS, each time there is tens of times of oversubscription. That means there is strong demand for these units. Now, SSFs are also invaluable housing resources. We need to make sure they put to good use. We must not allow speculation. So we need to increase supply. We also need to increase the circulation of SSFs in the market. The government needs to consider that. In the long run, between the private and the public housing market, there should be segregation. That means we should not allow people to pay land premium and then sell SSFs in the private market. I hope with such enhancement measures, there will be healthy development of the SSF market, and this will become the first step of the housing ladder. Thank you.
Mr. Chen Xiuhong. Madam Deputy, I speak in gratitude to Ms. Angela Lam and in support of Ms. Angela Lam's original motion and the amendments according to the rating valuation department compared with 2021. We have seen a drop of 23% in property prices. The university graduates are still unable to afford the property prices. Many said that they still find it difficult to get on the housing ladder despite the easing of the market. The government should really increase the supply of SSFs. Madam Deputy, according to the LTHS, the guiding principles are flexibility and supply-led. There would be more SSFs to be provided, and the government will provide adequate land to address the mismatch in supply and demand. The housing ladder is composed of the PRH, HOS, and private housing. The government is increasing the SSF's variety. There is a GHS and starter home loan scheme. Now for GSH, the applicants are not able to afford the HOS. The government should increase the turnover in the PRH market. And there are many people who cannot afford the private housing, and this will provide an opportunity for these people. And we actually have 5 tiers of the housing ladder. During the colonial days, they rolled out the policy to address the housing problems in Hong Kong. But the PRH as a means to boost upward mobility doesn't seem to be working. In the 1980s, 90s, people enjoy a political opportunity to get on the housing ladder. Over the past 20 years, we have seen very limited development in the economy, and the HOS has become the protection for the people. And the sandwich class, sandwich housing is a case in point. The amendments propose that we should adjust the ratio between the public and private housing. I support that. Since the revision of LTHS in 2018, the ratio between public and private has been adjusted to 70-30 from 60-40. The government said that this is to increase the public housing supply to meet the demand and also to meet the aspiration. In 2045 to 2033, for the 10-year supply, it will remain at 70-30. The government said that it will review the ratio. I think the government is not bold enough to touch this ratio because a lot of people's interests are at stake. The Secretary for Housing said that many young people started queuing up for PRH at a young age. Sometimes they ask for a pay cut in order to be eligible for PRH. Why is it the young people are so unmotivated because they want to get into PRH? Why are they focusing their attention on PRH? Young people would start queuing up for PRH at a young age. Is it because of the results of the 70-30 ratio? This is the right time for us to review the LTHS. Instead of blindly pursuing the market forces, we have to lead the market. We have to have a housing ladder to help people move up the housing ladder. So we should not be really focusing simply on the PRH. Thank you. Mr. Xiang Huilong. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I thank Mr. Andrew Lam's motion to urge the administration to review the LTHS and shorten the home ownership ladder. Housing is one of the top priorities in Hong Kong. Many people have to rely on the government's housing policy to address the housing needs. And people are enslaved to their own properties. This is the 12th year in Hong Kong, where Hong Kong is really a place where the property prices are ill-affordable. People will have to spend 12, 13 years without eating, without doing anything to get on the housing ladder. The supply and demand will also have a bearing on the property prices. The LTHS was proposed in 2014. There are three objectives. We have to increase PRH. Second, we have to provide more subsidized sale flats to enrich the choice and to boost the turnover. Third, we should have stable land supply to stabilize the property market. I noticed that in the LTHS annual report, there is a principle to move on with times. I think we have to shorten the waiting time. I think there should be dedicated sessions to discuss this issue. This policy is really supply-led and flexible. The prices are actually decided by the government at a discount. If we don't increase the SSF supply, people may be able to afford. They are not able to get on the housing ladder. Indeed, we need to review the LTHS to respond to the public needs. In 2018, the government adjusted the public-private housing to 70-30, 70% public, 30 private housing. In the public housing, the PRH and the SSF is also 70-30. This ratio has been maintained. In particular, in the north of metropolis, there will be a great deal of public housing supply. And if we have a shortage there, the waiting time would be long, and the homeownership ladder will be getting ever longer. So I think there should be an adjustment of the ratio from 70-30 to 50-50 or 60-40 in order to shorten the homeownership ladder to allow more opportunity for those who can afford it. For the private housing, the property prices have come down, and private housing is not simply a question of the asset value. The fluctuation in the prices would be making a difference to people's desire to own their own homes. I think the government should make adjustment in accordance with inflation. We have to leave the prices to the market. The only thing the government can do is to adjust the land supply and also the public housing supply. We have seen volatility in the private housing market. Some said that the immigration wave would increase the second-hand market and the property prices will come down. Now, this is a matter of supply and demand. We have the top talent scheme, and they are potential buyers. And in some other jurisdictions, they are revising the immigration policy and the tax policy. There are many Hong Kong people who have emigrated, potentially coming back. So the government should maintain the stability of the market. There should be a homeownership ladder that should be shorter. People do aspire to get on the housing ladder. I think the younger generation should be given an opportunity to get on the housing ladder to instill a sense of well-being. This certainly would be conducive to long-term development and stability of Hong Kong. I support Mr. Lam's motion and all the amendments. Ms. Jovi Chan. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Housing is a top priority for the current administration. This is also something dear to the heart of electoral members. For 2 weeks in a row, we have motions and moved to debate the housing issue. I'm grateful to Mr. Lam for moving this motion. I'd like to focus my attention on the youth home ownership. HTLS has been around for 10 years now. There was a report on the affordability, the International Housing Affordability Report. Hong Kong families, it would take them 19 years, not eating, not doing anything, to own their own homes. For 13 years, Hong Kong is the most unaffordable city in terms of housing. I'm not sure whether we can achieve this dubious distinction again. Now, the problem with housing problem is that the salaries cannot keep pace with the house prices. The home ownership has seen a reduction. In 2011, it was 52.1%. It's come down to 48.6% in 2021. Those below 35, the ownership ratio has come down dramatically from 22.1%. Dramatically coming down to 7.6%. For the starter home, the average age is 44 years of age. So young people are really priced out of the housing market. They don't really have any hope. We do have some statistics to support that. There is a study that showed that for the youth hostels, people will have to earn below $25,000 between the age of 18 and 35. There are certain restrictions there. They will be there for 5 years. The health hostel will offer you some rent discount and you will be able to save some money. And the savings would be something like $170,000 to $350,000. Given the still high property prices, if you want to acquire a non-Lano flat, it would be you would need $500 million in down payment. You may be living in a youth hostel for some time, and you've made some savings. it is difficult for you to acquire a property in the private market to improve your lot. So for young people, the only option available to them would be the nano flats, and the quality of life will be worse instead. So PRH will be their lifelong aspiration. And this also affects the productivity. This is very much a vicious circle. Madam Deputy, I'm sure a lot of people have shared with us that it is difficult to hire people in Hong Kong. I'd like to share with you some real-life experience. In my ward office, I like to hire some part-timers. It is terribly difficult. There is a 35-year-old youth who came for interview. He said he would like to work part-time, and he'd like to get paid in cash. And he doesn't really want to get promoted. Now, this kind of phenomenon is pretty much the common occurrence. Young people do have their own anxieties. In Singapore, however, they also have their anxieties, but this is a happy anxiety. They have a stable income and they pay the Central Provident Fund. They don't have to be worried about whether they can get a housing ladder. The only concern is whether they get the right choice. In Singapore, they have the Central Provident Fund, which is not similar to the MPF. The FTU, our president, Mr. Stanley Ng, moved the amendment to urge the government to increase the supply of private housing, and we are proposing that there should be a home ownership fund for people to purchase uncompleted HOS flats to help young people get on the housing ladder and to move up in society. President Xi has said on July 1st that he's very concerned about the home ownership among the young people. For young people to move up the housing ladder, it would be helpful to society. Thank you.
Mr. Tang Fei. President, I speak in support of the original motion of Mr. Andrew Lam and the amendments moved by other members. Housing issue is very important. Land and housing are very important to the Chinese. We are always worried of not having a roof above our heads. Regarding the progress report of the long-term housing strategy promulgated by the government, a number of measures have been stated. But there are 2 points that I'm confused about. First, why do we have to change the public-private housing split from 6:4 to 7:3? And also, the government set the ratio of PRH to SSF at also 70:30. So is this the goal of the government? Is the government trying to subsidize people to purchase public housing? Is the government according a lower priority to rental housing and private housing? According to the Progress Report 2023 of the Long-Term Housing Strategy, the government set the public-private housing split at 70:30. If we want to help people get hold of a flat to improve their living environment and to help young people to get hold of a private housing, I think that this ratio is quite confusing. If the housing split is to help people accumulate wealth to purchase a flat, then I think with the increase of income of people, they should be able to move up the housing ladder. I think that we should raise the ratio of subsidized sale flat and the private housing, and then in time we should lower the ratio of public housing. Otherwise, we cannot explain the fact that the government actually tried to encourage people to own a home. Although the waiting time for PRH has shortened, but the ratio of public housing still stands at 70%. So I wonder what the long-term housing strategy of the government is. And I would like to ask about the goal of having the split. And along with other members, I also think that we should review the public-private housing split. And I think that we should tie the housing split with our goal to help young people purchase a flat. Otherwise, the housing split would not be meaningful. My second point. I don't think that we have to illustrate our property or income gap with figures. The financial secretary said that we have a structural problem. We have less taxpayers, but the tax revenue has gone up. With less taxpayer and higher tax revenue, it means that we have a larger income gap or wealth gap. I hope that the U.S. will lower the interest rate, even if we disregard that. Even if the parents of the young people can help them pay the down payment, I wonder how many people can actually pay the mortgage. Apart from the public-private housing split of 70-30 and increased land supply, what other measures do we have to help young people make mortgage payment to purchase a flat? My last point. Apart from increasing land supply, well, the government said that they will be increasing the supply of land. Even if we cannot cease housing or property speculation altogether, I wonder if the property price of the housing can be stabilized. Your time is up. Thank you. Dr. Wendy Hong. President, I agree with the proposals to review long-term housing strategy as set out in the motion and amendments, but I don't think that we should shorten the home ownership ladder, because the rung in the middle of the ladder is to help people who cannot afford private housing. I think that we should offer subsidized sale flat to offer sandwich class people and other choice. If we give up HOS and starter homes, then it will limit the choices for sandwich class people. But I agree with the general direction of the long-term housing strategy. We should encourage upward mobility of people. But I think that the long-term housing strategy is not forward-looking enough, and it lacks a soul. I think that we should adjust the housing split of 70-30 and roll out a genuinely long-term strategy to meet our target. To put it simply, I think that we have to review the supply-demand imbalance. I think that we should project the housing demand based on our population growth. Our policy is often demand-driven. The government look at the demand in the market to draw up their supply target. There is one benefit to this, which is that the government will be able to meet the needs of the market. But we don't very often think if the demand is reasonable and the consequences of meeting such a demand, and also if we should change the demand and how to do that. The construction of PRH units will tie our resources up for 50 years. So before we construct PRH, I think that we should think about what the housing situation would be like in 50 years. And I think we should have to think about how many people will be able to purchase a flat. And we should think about our vision and our strategy. How do we meet the market demand and lead the demand? Unfortunately, the relevant issues has not been touched on in the long-term housing strategy. The government is only trying to balance the supply and demand. If we say that balancing supply and demand is our vision, I think that the vision is a rather short-term one. The property prices has been going up, and the waiting time for PRH and public housing has lengthened. In 2018, the government reviewed the housing split of 70-30. As a result, the government's policy tilted in favor of public housing, and they tried to meet the KPI of public housing to shorten the waiting time for PRH. We actually don't lack PRH, but we need another rung above PRH in the housing ladder, and the turnover of PRH is too low. A lot of sandwich class people actually move downward. A lot of resources have been tied in the waiting list of PRH. Our housing strategy is very short-sighted. A lot of people have become grassroots families and people who rely on PRH units, and they stifle our development. I think that we can actually create and adjust our demand. We need to put in place real policies to lead market demand. I think that we should adjust our allocation of resources so that people can move up the housing ladder. I think that we should reallocate the resources put in the PRH to encourage young people move upward and create a larger group of middle-class people and create an olive-shaped society. Thank you. Mr. Vincent Chang. I would like to thank Mr. Lam for the original motion to ask the government to review the long-term housing strategy to shorten the home ownership ladder. Now, we've been discussing the housing strategy 2 weeks in a row. Now, we ask the government to review the long-term housing strategy. I think that we should do so, and that's what the DAB advocate as well. I hope that we can supply more PRH units and allow people to get hold of one in 3 years. It's hard for people to purchase a flat, and this term of the government is determined to increase the housing supply. And the government has already identified sufficient land to provide 410,000 public housing units, and they have shortened the town planning procedures for site formation. And the government can shorten the waiting time for PRH to 4.5 years. I support the strategy. In 2014, the government formulated the framework, and they have adjusted it. They have adjusted the public and private housing split to 70 to 30. But I think that it's time for the government to review the strategy again to enrich the housing ladder so that people can purchase a flat at a reasonable price. I have a few suggestions. First, this is an infographics illustrating the housing ladder of Hong Kong. We start off with public housing, GHS, and then we move on to HOS, starter homes, and private housing eventually. Under this ladder, the government add this transitional housing rung. I hope that for transitional housing and light public housing, they can become another rung in the housing ladder so that people living in inadequate housing can live at transitional and light public housing, and that we can provide another option outside of subdivided units. And the government is trying to eradicate substandard subdivided units, and they're listening to the views of the stakeholders. I hope that we can have a licensing regime for the subdivided units to eradicate substandard subdivided units so that subdivided units can become another option for people. My third suggestion, I think that we should peg the supply of SSF with the 3-year target, and this is what the DAB has been advocating as well. I hope that we can adjust the supply of public housing. I noticed that there is not a mention of a home ownership scheme under the long-term housing strategy. A lot of people or members talked about home ownership with young people. The government have a target to provide 15,000 HOS flats per year. But looking at the record of the sale of HOS flats in 2013 to 16, the number of zero, every year the government could only supply 9,000 HOS flats. It's difficult for young people to be allocated in HOS flats, and they find other ways to purchase a flat. So for HOS and GHS, I hope that the government can review the schemes. There are other ways to shorten the home ownership ladder. As mentioned, I think that we should roll out the tenant purchase scheme again. I hope that the government can consider it seriously. Thank you. I speak in support of the original motion of Mr. Andrew Lam and the amendments of other members because there are a number of enhancement measures mentioned, and I support them. Thank you. President, so submit.
Mr. Lai Tong Kok. I thank Mr. Andrew Lam for moving the motion. The long-term housing strategy was published by the government in 2014. It's been in use since. And then if we study the document, we'll see that the LTH is talking about housing ladder, not home ownership ladder. In the introduction or preamble of the document, it says that it wants to rebuild the housing ladder. How do we achieve that? 1. Provide public rental housing to grassroots sector. Help low to middle income families to buy their homes. So public housing is part of the housing ladder, but it is not the lowest rung. Government statistics in 2021, coming from the population census, we find that over 180,000 households live in SDUs, subdivided units, about 200,000 people. We all know how poor the condition is. Now, Ms. Director Xia Baolong has asked that in Hong Kong we bid farewell to SDUs, and then the SL government came up with a series of measures to address the plight faced by SDU households. So we know how poor the condition of SDU is. There are over 200,000 SDU tenants waiting to move to public rental housing. That's the first step for them to get onto the housing ladder. Now, if we put too much focus on home ownership in the housing ladder, that is GSH, WSM, and starter homes, and then in the near term we put more resources in these housing, then that means at the same time we need to reduce the supply of public rental housing. That's the price we have to pay. So at the end, who will suffer? It will be those in the grassroots sector that are waitlisting for PRH, and that includes, of course, SDU occupants. So I would say the best way is we still put the focus on public housing. We'll keep the ratio of 70 to 30 for public housing and private housing, so then people will be able to move to PRH as soon as possible and improve their living condition. And then after some years, when there will be fewer SDU households and there is a shorter waiting list, then the government will have room to increase the supply of HOS and other SSFs. And then people could move up the home ownership ladder that way. Moving up from public rental housing. Now, of course, I'm not against the government reviewing the LTSH at an early stage. It can plan for the future in enhancing the home ownership ladder. But then for now, the crux of the issue is about land supply. So we need to speed up the production of land. We need to boost the quantity, and then there will be the right opportunity for us to make changes to the home ownership ladder. Now, if people want to move up the home ownership ladder, we need to do more for them. Under the current policies, when PRH tenants passes away, and for the second generation, they need to move out of the units. But then if they do not own other properties, housing properties, then they may have first priority in buying HOS. And we can do that, and then that could help to boost the turnover of PRH. Now, this policy must be implemented vigorously. Now, the housing ladder covers HOS. Can we also do something about the GSH? GSH is one rung up the PRH, but it's rung lower than HOS. So some may be able to afford GSH, but they cannot afford HOS, so GSH is for them. So I think the government could give more thoughts to the various schemes, and I believe there will be better turnover in the housing market. Ms. Eunice Yung. I thank Mr. Andrew Lam for moving the motion. Housing has always been a problem for Hong Kong. I see that the government LTHS is effective. We're seeing results in recent years. Now we have light public housing. We also have youth hostels. Of course, at the same time, we have HOS, GSH, and starter home scheme. But still, that can't help people to buy their homes sooner. I know Mr. Andrew Lam proposes to shorten the home ownership ladder. Then the question is, where do we get the money? If young people don't have money, it doesn't matter you shorten the home ownership ladder, they still can't buy their homes. It's difficult for them to save, say, $1 million as down payment, and they will have to save for over 10 years. You know, they have to really skimp before they can save up their first $1 million for as down payment. So it's a long way for most to buy their homes. Now for the GSH, the starter home scheme or HOS schemes, we hope more will be able to buy their homes through these schemes. Dr. Chow Man Kong, Mr. Tony Hsieh, and other members have moved amendments. Are moving amendments today is they are proposing ways that will help people to buy homes sooner and also to enhance the existing schemes. What I want to say today is that as we wait for public rental housing, or some may say you don't need to buy homes, or there are other schemes and of the government that allow people to have to enjoy a nice home. For example, youth hostel. The government has done much in recent years. Over 3,400 units are available under the youth hostel scheme, and then more hotels and guest houses will be turned into youth hostels. In the next 5 years, there will be an additional 3,000 places. So I think this scheme is useful to help young people have a sense of belonging. Now, of course, with the home ownership ladder, it would be nice if people can buy homes, they will feel a sense of achievement, but if we could make use of existing resources to support young people so they could invest in, they could set up business, they could make investments in the stock market or in high tech and so on. These are ways to help young people achieve realize the dream sooner. Now, and then we have light public housing and starter home schemes. For all these schemes, we want the government to be forward-looking. It's also important to boost the turnover of public rental housing. Now there is the well-off tenant scheme. We want to have well-off tenants to move to elderly housing, so the units could be freed up for other households. Well, this is a good measure too. Actually, if you look at the mainland and other parts of the world, how do they help people to buy homes? There's a rent-to-own program. There's intergenerational housing scheme and so on. Now in Hong Kong, we do not have intergenerational housing scheme. There's only one NGO has something similar. Now there are 190,000 elderly persons living on their own. And this morning there's a question about the challenges faced by carers. So how do we take better care of old people? So perhaps old people and young people could be put together in the same unit. And then for young people, old people, or middle-aged people, they will see that they have a home. There's a film recently about renting out family members or renting a family member. And so if we could put young people in the homes of the elderly living on their own, it will resolve the issue of caring for the elderly, and then young people could work with old people, and they will know what it's like to care for others. This is a new idea, and I think the government could consider it. How do we make good use of public housing and existing resources so there is better chance for upward mobility for young people? Thank you. Professor Lau Shipang. I speak in support of Mr. Andrew Lam's motion and all the other amendments. Of course, Hong Kong is a compact place with little land and a dense population. That's how the description goes even in primary school textbooks. Now, we have actually 1,100 square kilometers of area. That's not large, but then we have a population of over 7 million people. But then we are not enjoying the full 1,100 square kilometers of land. Rather, we just all squeeze into about 7% of the total land area. So that's why the average living space is just 16 square meters per person, and for SDU tenants is 6.6 square meters per person. Now, everybody thinks that's not desirable. Since the reunification, various governments try to resolve this matter, but the situation is only getting worse. The reason is because the government keeps to a rigid bureaucratic mind in dealing with land and housing supply. Now, whenever we talk about housing shortage, the government says that there's no land, so we can't build housing. And that's based on the town planning rules from 100 years ago. Now, in those days, the land is divided by different land uses. So we have 40% of the land as a country park. Originally, its important function is to serve as a water catchment area, so that rain could be then channeled to our local reservoirs. That's to ensure our water supply. But then we have supply of Dongjiang River water now. So we no longer rely on the 40% of land occupied by water catchment area. But then, for some reason, land's been designated as country park, and then there's no change since. And then later on, there's a great debate on housing on land, and then there's populist demand, and then the government changed the public to private housing ratio from 60-40 to 70-30, but most in the industry thinks that's unrealistic, and that's why we're not able to achieve that ratio. Because some experts believe the public housing market and the private housing market are two separate markets. They shouldn't be considered as a single market, and then set a ratio for that. Mr. Lam considers the practical point. So there are two ways to achieve home ownership. Now, food, clothing, housing, and transportation are day-to-day necessities, and then housing is one area where the challenge is the largest. So if people can't have a stable home, there's no way there's stability in society. Home ownership is a way to achieve stability. And for people to have a stable home. And what do we mean by that? Now, in a film, there's a character that said that for us, what's important is that we keep the roof over us. What does that mean? That means we need to make sure there's a roof over us. So it's not important whether we are the owner or a tenant. We just need somewhere to stay. We need a dwelling. And that's what we are trying to achieve. So I hope Mr. Lam's motion to shorten the home ownership ladder will allow people to have a safe home. That's so I speak.
Mr. Jeffrey Lam. Madam, Mr. Deputy, Housing is dear to the heart of many people. I'm pleased to see that the new term administration has the foresight to look at the housing shortage. And through the Northern Metropolis and other measures, they are trying to address these deep-seated problems. The motion today is how to shorten the home ownership ladder. Basically, we have the subsidized housing and the private housing. There are two ladders, and under that there are other subcategories for people to choose from. The budget has announced the lifting of the property curbs. This has rejuvenated the private market. There are so many housing projects that are selling pretty well. However, the e-residents, a lot of people can't be bothered making the application. This shows that the SSF pricing is not half as competitive as the private market, and there is a very much a keen demand in the private market. In the 2023 LTHS report, it suggests that the ratio between public and private housing should remain at 70-30, but as the housing units become more abundant in supply, the government should suitably adjust the ratio to, let's say, 60-40. This is to tie in with the future development and to meet the aspiration for private housing. In terms of subsidized housing, the government should really reintroduce the TPS so that the tenants will be able to buy their own homes. The government should also sell the clear the inventory. As land supply is getting better, the government should really launch the sale of PRH flats again. When the property prices fall, the subsidized housing, the GSH and starter home scheme would be taking a nosedive. I think the government's policy should be more flexible. The pricing and the discount mechanism should be more in tune with the market. In relation to the starter home scheme, it was introduced because of the soaring property prices. Many people can't really priced out of the market, and that was introduced in this context. Can we rethink the starter home scheme? There are many top talent scheme entrants who are coming to Hong Kong. They want to get on the housing ladder. Can we make available these units to this category of people? Shouldn't we fine-tune this scheme? As to the private housing, Hong Kong is an international cosmopolitan. I think the government should redouble its efforts to encourage those who can afford the private market to buy in the private sector market. This can reactivate the market and also boost the stamp duty. This is going to be a stabilizing force to the coffers. Now, in relation to home ownership, there are so many things that the government should consider. We should have the MPF starter home scheme so that the young people can take advantage of the MPF contribution for the purposes of paying the down payment for starter homes. There can, for those 40 or below 40, there can be a reduction in stamp duty to address the problem. Of course, to address the housing ladder, there should be a multi-pronged approach to maintain stable supply in the market before we would have enough supply in the market. Like the government should develop or accelerate the development of Northern Metropolis and redevelop the old public housing estates and increase the plot ratio and so on. I hope that the administration will take on board our recommendations so that people can live better and live bigger. With these words, I conclude my speech. Mr. Michael Look, Mr. Deputy, I rise to speak in support of this motion. The motion is to shorten the home ownership ladder and the majority of people would be able to get on the housing ladder, live better and live bigger, and get a home for themselves. I think this is a meaningful discussion, but we have to bear in mind that we will not be putting ourselves into a silo kind of thinking, i.e. home ownership is the be-all and end-all. Home ownership, indeed, would make people more motivated. This can convert society, and this would engender a sense of well-being and fulfillment. I mean, we all ever envy the Singaporean example. But renting is also not a bad thing for those who are living in PRH units. The government is offering them a concessionary rent to have a roof over their head. And they don't have to be evicted, worried about being evicted by the landlords. And we can work hard without worries. While we help people to get on the housing ladder, we should not really suppress the fundamental supply of rental housing. And this is the fundamental of the policy. The FTU has, over the years, been advocating the fact that property market should not be for speculation. This is something they have been advocating for years and years, and this is still applicable today. The housing supply and land supply remain tight for the time being. Even for the private market, the affordability ratio takes up a really high proportion of our income. Hong Kong is a place people can ill afford the private housing. I don't think we should suppress the supply of rental housing to shove people all the way to the private housing or the home ownership side of the equation. This, I think, is a no-no. So as to how we can help people get on the housing ladder, I think we have to seize the pain points. There are two pain points. The first one is the HOS is the main ladder, but it is very much like a lucky draw. If we adopt this lucky draw approach for this essential service, it is not good enough. Now, I met the Secretary for Housing in Singapore, and we went there for the same objective, and that is a fact-finding visit. They have the policy of building to order. If there is a need to build the housing, then they would build the housing. It is not a question of balloting like the case in Hong Kong. If they build to order, the idea is that there would be a fund, a contributory fund for the young people. Now, let's say they want to save up $1 million for down payment and for the renovation, and they'll be saving up for 10 years, and each year there will be a 4% return, and they'll be contributing $8,000. Now, for the young people earning slightly over $10,000, they would be able to make it. At least they have something to aspire for. Second, there should be a proper segregation in the market. For those who really want to get on the housing ladder, they should be segregated from the investors. For people who want to achieve asset appreciation, they should go to the private market. If you want to live in the housing, your own home without aspiring for asset appreciation, that's another matter altogether. And also, I think we have the fundamental in the form of PRH. I don't think we should label people living in PRH as being unmotivated. These people have more cash flow. They can channel the money into business or investment. I think we have to keep the tiers. Mr. Chen Yong. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Mr. Andrew Lam for moving the motion to review the LTHS to shorten the home ownership ladder, and also thank the other members for the amendments. Now, people want to live in bigger flat, and they should have a decent accommodation. I meant to quote the poet Du Fu, but Professor Lau has already beat me to it. And I don't propose to repeat what he said. It also talked about the basic necessities, food, clothing, transportation, and housing. I mean, Hong Kong is a subtropical place. You don't need to have a lot of clothing, and food is really up to you. It can be nice and cheap. Transportation, you can walk, but accommodation, you cannot live under the flyover or in the park, and you must have a roof over your head. In Hong Kong, the development is 24%. Only 7% of the land is used for accommodation. In Singapore, it's 14%. London, 33%, or 34% in New York. Hong Kong is transitioning from stability to good governance. The administration is really dynamic, and we have all these new schemes, the transition housing, the light public housing. They are resolutely taking these forward. We're full of confidence in the future. For the long-term housing strategy, we do have the policy objectives, and we are being result-oriented. We have the target of waiting time for the PRH. I think this has to be stepped up. Now we have all these objectives, we have to make sure that we can achieve the 3-year waiting time for PRH, and this is result-oriented. We have to help the young people to secure their own ownership. It may be a small flat, but at least they would be able to get on the housing ladder. And more importantly, we have to rid Hong Kong of the subdivided units. Director Sa Baolong, his main achievement is to sort out the stilted housing in the place he governed at that time. And that's one of his shining achievements. I think that we should really be able to make headways in this area in the medium and long term to really address the housing issues that will not be besetting Hong Kong. Mr. Lam talked about shortening the home ownership. I think we should also speed up the time for people to be allocated rental housing. If we can achieve all this, we can't achieve this without any planning. For the average accommodation size, can you move from 10 square meters to 7 square meters? For nano flat, can we make it no smaller than 200 square feet, which also sets aside more land for accommodation? Mr. Chen Ho-fung advocated the proposal to relaunch the TPS. In NT, as we can see, there is land for without any particular housing. Instead of having the 3-story small houses, we can turn them into buildings or blocks of flats for the indigenous villages. And we can consider all of these alternative recommendations. I don't think the key thing is to deliver these proposals as a matter of urgency. I'm sure that the chief executive and the new team would have the vigor to take us in this direction. We will be all in support. Thank you.
Professor Priscilla Leung, President, I speak in support of the proposal to review the long-term housing strategy. I hope that we can have an open mind to look at the issues with the long-term housing strategy regarding shortening the home ownership scheme or ladder. I think that it's not appropriate for us to use the term home ownership ladder. We have to help the grassroots people to be housed in an adequate housing. Is a long home ownership ladder better or a short home ownership ladder better? There's not a really scientific way to look at it. We have to manage expectations of people. And we should not set a hard target for people to own a home, and that should not be the goal of everyone. When I was in university, I went to Taiwan for a study, and we nailed this term of shellless nail. The most important thing is that we have to solve the housing issue of the grassroots family. If we stress this term home ownership, this will create frustration among young people. I think that this is not healthy and is unnecessary. I've been glad to know that the task force on tackling the issues of subdivided units said that they will roll out a licensing regime for subdivided units or a registration regime for that. And the subdivided units will have to meet the requirements for average living space. I think that this is a good policy to replace substandard subdivided units, especially for those who have an open kitchen and an open toilets. In Prince Edward, there was a fire who took away lives of 10 people because of subdivided units. I hope that this task force can roll out more measures. When I first became the Legislative Council members, I painted this picture of walking out of a black box together with 100 children for Secretary of Housing. I hope that she can place this in her office. We hope that these young people can rely on themselves to purchase a flat. And this is what the Lion Rock spirit is all about. The BPA has been proposing a number of policies. For example, we have to redevelop the old PRH estates, and perhaps we should introduce MIC method from the mainland so that we can construct public housing in a more speedy manner. It's just been announced that we will redevelop 24 PRH estates. For Sekip May estates, there were concretes falling off the building. These are the cases that I've been following up on. I think that redeveloping old public housing is a very important step to take. For those estates, they are equipped with public market and a well-developed transport network. If we develop the estates, then this will immediately boost supply of public housing. I also think that we have to work with the mainland and other cities in the Greater Bay Area to purchase completed housing there as a form of supply of public housing for people of Hong Kong. For people on the waiting list for PRH, it's perhaps possible for them to get hold of one in the mainland. And for retirees waiting for PRH estates, perhaps they can buy a flat there as well. I hope that when the government is rolling out this home ownership ladder, they can enhance efficiency, effectiveness, and quantity to help young people. And I think that we have to keep an open mind to address this problem of home ownership. I so submit. Mr. Benson Look. Deputy President, I would like to thank Mr. Andrew Lam for his motion to review the long-term housing strategy to shorten the home ownership ladder and the amendments moved by other members. It is our wish to have a living environment to enjoy and thrive. According to the 2023 progress report of the LTHS, in the upcoming 10 years, the total supply of housing is 7,700 more than our demand. I think that this is the result of the hard work of the government. I've all along been concerned with the development of young people. So I would like to address the challenges faced by them. When President Xi came to Hong Kong, he pointed out that we have to help young people with their entrepreneur, home ownership, and other problems. According to a survey, for young people aged below 40, the home ownership rate percentage is 49%. But we have 2 million young people, so the ratio is rather low. Is it easier for young people to own a home? A lot of them would tell you that there are more choices, but some of them are still quite frustrated. It's very difficult for them to be allocated a subsidized sale flat. One of the important wording in the motion is the term ladder. So people have to climb the ladder. How do we help young people to make the first move? We have to set the threshold low so that people can actually move up the ladder. The government launched this youth hostel scheme 10 years ago. Although this is not under the purview of the Housing Bureau, but the Home and Youth Affairs Bureau, the government has offered 2,238 places in the youth hostel so that young people can bid farewell to subdivided units. As mentioned, youth hostels is not under the purview of the Housing Bureau, but I think that we should accord a clearer role and position to youth hostels on the housing ladder. Now, young people cannot stay at the youth hostels for more than 5 years. I don't want to see young people going back to the subdivided units after the 5-year stay at the youth hostels. So we have to help young people secure resources to get on the housing ladder. The most important thing is to help them save down payment. Perhaps we can return half of the rent that they've paid for the youth hostels, or we can mandate them to save up for down payment. By that, we can encourage young people to save up enough money to get on the housing ladder to get hold of a SSF, for example. We need to encourage the young people to bite the bullet to save up for a house. Speaking of down payment, I've talked time and again. Young people can pay the mortgage, but they cannot save up for down payment. We've been advocating for the government to allow young people to make use of their savings in the MPF to use as down payment so that people can rely on themselves. A lot of young people want to own a home of their own, and it's important for them in their years of retirement. So they hope that they can make use of their savings in the MPF to pay the down payment. If we roll out this measure, then young people would give recognition to the work of the government. I so submit. Mr. Tan Kapil. Thank you, Deputy President. Mr. Stanley Ng of the FTU has moved an amendment. So I would like to talk about something that is more personal. To have a family, it means to have a home, a spouse, children. Whether a home is of 400 square feet 1,300 square feet. The most important thing is that we have to have a home. For a sense of security, belonging, and happiness, it ties in with the fact that we should have a home. This is closely connected to people's willingness to have children. So the housing policy should be pegged to the family policy. I debated with Mr. C on a radio show. People have a lot of factors to consider before they decide on whether to have children. We have to help those who are scared to have children because they don't have a home. A lot of them live with their parents or they live in flats of some 300 square feet. Some married couple actually live with their original family separately. So I have a suggestion. Some members from the business sector propose to use MPF for a down payment. And I think that we should encourage a voluntary saving scheme. Perhaps we should encourage voluntary contribution of the employees and employers to the MPF. The core fund gave a 13% return this year. For the additional voluntary contribution, we should set a requirement for that, and which is that the extra contribution should only be made used to purchase flats at, for example, Area 137, Cheung Kwan O, and Northern Metropolis. Government spends much on site formation, and young people would often ask, what does it have to do with me? If we have such a scheme, then young people would be guaranteed a home in 10 years' time as long as they make additional contribution to the MPF. This will create a sense of gain among them so that they can create a family, and this will also give them a sense of belonging and security because they have a family and they have a home. So I think that the housing policy should be pegged to the family policy of the government. Sense of safety, security, happiness, and gain, all these should be tied together. Supply is key. If we just focus on increasing land supply, then the problems with the allocation of SSF or the long time saving for down payment would not be solved. So one of the problems with HOS allocation is that people cannot be allocated a flat despite having enough saving in their bank. So I hope that the government will adopt a multi-pronged approach to encourage young people to have children, create a family, and to have a sense of security, happiness, and gain. I so submit.
Dr. So Chun-Wing. Thank you, Deputy President. Housing is one of the greatest challenges that we're facing in Hong Kong in the future. In the coming 10 years, our housing supply target is 440,000 units. The public-private housing split remains at 70-30. Public housing supply will reach 308,000 units. According to this progress, we will not lack public housing units. Instead, we are lacking private housing supply. We are also lacking subsidized sale homes, public housing provides an affordable option for the grassroots. However, the government should also develop subsidized sale homes. There are sandwich class that's not ineligible for applying for public housing. They get cash for their salary so that they don't have to pay so much tax. If there isn't a targeted measure or policy to look after the sandwich class, there will be a gap in the social welfare system. This would also undermine people's motivation. 1995, there was a housing program, and since then, 12,000 units have been provided, and this is not enough. Last year, Hong Kong Housing Society launched a subsidized home program, and there were only 422 units, and about 13,000 valid applications were received. It was oversubscribed for over 20 times. White form applicants account for 88% of all applicants. This shows that there is a huge demand for subsidized sale homes. The Urban Renewal Authority last year rolled out a housing program in Ma Tau Wai Road, and it was oversubscribed by 45 times. It shows that there are families who have demands for such homes. On housing need of the sandwich class, we have to enrich the property ladder for them. To do that, we have to enhance subsidized sale home programs and increase supply of subsidized sale homes. This is to help PRH tenants to move upward. This will also allow the sandwich class to be able to apply for public housing. We should also open up the secondary market for HOS flats so that young people who are eligible can buy HOS flats without paying the land premium. And this will increase the turnover of HOS flats and also increase the quota for the white form scheme. Also, we should provide subsidies to low and middle income people. Deputy President, Mr. Lam moved this high-quality motion. It shows us the crisis that we are facing, and also reminds us that we have to tackle the root cause, and it points to solutions. Members of the Legislative Council, however, cannot resolve the problems on our own. We need the government to roll out policies and measures to address the issues. Deputy President, I speak in support of Mr. Andrew Lam's motion. Mr. Lam thank you. President, in 1975, back then the British government in its first policy address wrote out the first HOS scheme. Back then, a Legislative Council member said private housing is too expensive. It believes that the HOS scheme would offer help to young people. The HOS scheme is like the HDB in Singapore. Now, it's been 50 years. We're still discussing our housing problem. We are all envious about the HDB in Singapore. Obviously, our housing policy has failed. With the 50 years of experience, I have the following summary. The policies keep changing. There is no continuity. The property ladder has been hurt. We have HOS scheme, we have PRH units, we have private housing. We need circulation of housing units. Public housing is for the grassroots. PRH tenants who manage to save money, if they want to own their own homes, they can purchase private housing flats or HOS homes. HOS flats are for those who would like to have their own homes but cannot afford private housing. If they want to improve their living environment, they can feel free to sell their HOS flats and move up the property ladder. 1991 and in 1998, the government sold a lot of public housing units, and the government lost a lot of public resources in this regard. Many people were not able to get a public housing unit, and this slowed down the turnover of public housing units. In 2003, there was a huge demand for housing, and we saw home prices skyrocketed. In 2014, back then, the then chief executive wrote out new policies and tried to buy back public housing units that helped address people's housing needs. However, we have to be careful. We should not be affected by the fluctuation of the market. There have been problems with the public housing policy. Eligible people have not been able to be given a public housing unit. We have 170,000 families waiting for HOS flats, but the white form scheme only allows 8,000 quotas. Small flats are hard to be sold. HOS flats are small, some of them are below 300 square feet large. Now, the policies prioritizes families. Those who are single have not been able to purchase homes. Because of the failure of our policies, eligible applicants are not able to be allocated a flat. Young people who have yet to graduate, they start applying and waiting for public rental housing unit. For those who manage to apply for a unit, they do not accurately report their income. Some family members, they help the families to apply for public rental housing unit. And I think the SAR government should plug the loopholes in housing policy. So I think there is a need to review the long-term housing strategy. But the government has to first ensure that housing units are for those who need them. The government should stop selling public housing flats and save the resources for those in need. It should also relax the white form secondary market scheme. Those who would like to get an HOS flat in the secondary market, they should be given a quota. The government should encourage, for instance, 3-people family to have the priority to apply for HOS flat, and this is more attractive than the $20,000 bonus. I speak in support of Mr. Andrew Lam's original motion. I so submit. Thank you. Mr. Lee Chun-kung. Thank you, Deputy President. I've been thinking, how come people in the middle class or those from the sandwich class, they aren't able to apply for public housing flats? Is the starter home scheme able to help people move up the property ladder? People from the middle class aren't able to afford a home. Their parents may be able to help pay the down payment. Otherwise, they will try to apply for public housing unit. We have to think about why people can't afford a home. For an HOS flat, it may cost about $6 million, with 90% of mortgage and interest rates. Every month they have to pay $20,000. Say a 2-person family, each of them earn $20,000 a month. The mortgage every month accounts for a large percentage of their income. So people have been thinking about how to apply for public housing unit. Mr. Lam Seng Kern mentioned how people use different ways to apply for public rental housing unit. Some, they are on CSSA and it helps them meet the income test. Say a family earning $19,000 for their income. What kind of jobs can they find with such income limit? They may get cash for their salary or not trying to find a job in order to be eligible for public housing unit. So what would this do to our society? It would bring about negative energy. It would undermine our competitiveness. We will lack the productivity of young people because they choose not to work. Members have been contributing their ideas on how to improve the housing ladder. Apart from looking at people's income, can we have a merit system? Say for those who do volunteer work and contribute to our society, can they be given points or scores so that they can be given priority to be allocated with a public housing unit? Or can we ask public housing tenants to hand over their flats in 10 or 20 years' time? Say people can be given one opportunity to join the balloting. This can be one way to help people to move up the ladder. This will give hope to our young people. The current term government has done different things. It has shortened the amount of producing land. It also rolled out the MIC construction method. So there are different ways to increase housing supply. We, for instance, invite private developers to build housing. However, we should ensure a steady supply of housing instead of having it backloaded. We need 10 years' time in order for public housing units to reach 172,000. So I hope the government can think of more ways to address the problem. The government needs to have the cards in its hands in order to allow more flexibility. The government should think about how to enrich the home ownership ladder. It should not randomly sell public housing units because we have to ensure circulation of such flats in the market. We have to help those who are in desperate need to ensure they move up the housing ladder. At the same time, you have to help improve people's livelihood. You have to show your determination. I hope the government can look at the actual needs of people and think of pragmatic ways to address the problem. You need to think about why it is so hard for people to own a home. The income test may be one of the obstacles for people. We should not make people think that being able to get a public housing unit is like getting a lucky draw. Thanks.
Mr. Kwok Wai-keung. Thank you, President. I thank Mr. Andrew Lam for moving today's motion so that we can have an in-depth debate on the issue. I share Dr. Wendy Hung's views. Mr. Andrew Lam mentioned that we should shorten the home ownership ladder. Well, I prefer a different wording. We want to enrich or expand the home ownership ladder. Whether it is shortening or expanding, we want to help upward mobility of young people. We always have a huge wealth gap. Now, even with the exorbitant housing prices, we still have a stable society. It is because of our social welfare system, our public housing system, as well as our prestigious healthcare system. Now, the FTU endorses the idea of housing is not for speculation but for living in. Now we should learn from the HDB model in Singapore. As long as we get started, we can accumulate the supply and we can make our plan like that of HDB. I understand that the room for maneuver is small. That's why the government has not paid heed to this suggestion. With the full removal of the demand-side management measures, we may be losing our firewall because more people will be investing in the private market. Now, the government has been raising the concerns of the issue of repurchasing of PRH. If you look at the repurchasing system in Singapore, it is a reasonable mechanism, and there are always buyers in the market. So the government doesn't have to worry about suffering a loss. As long as the administrative side of things is done properly, there will always be circulation in the market. Now, it seems that it is very hard to realize the vision of housing is not for speculation but for living in Hong Kong if we do not do that. Now, is home ownership the only solution to meet our housing need? I don't think so. We have a low home ownership ratio in Hong Kong. The reason behind this phenomenon is that we have exorbitant housing prices. Now, according to a survey conducted by the New Youth Forum, over the past 35 years, housing prices have risen by 30-folds and rent and some 10-folds. Inflation only 2-folds. That hurts the real income of the youth, of the employed youth in Hong Kong. Housing are still unaffordable to young people. That's why a few years ago, the FTU proposed to change the public-private housing split to 70-30 and use private housing as a supplement to public housing. With the exorbitant housing prices, many citizens have no option but to go for the public housing market. It also affects the career trajectory of the youth. If they have to give up a PRH allocation because they are earning a little bit more than the cap, then I don't see how they can achieve a healthy growth in their career and enjoy higher income. They will not dare to take the first step. Now, under the Top Talent Pass scheme and the tech tasks, there is no limit to the fields of the talents, and there is a big quota. It worries a lot of professionals. Now, if they take up our middle to senior positions, then our youth cannot earn more income and buy a flat and move upward on the housing ladder. So in terms of stabilizing land supply, ensuring healthy economy transformation and development, and sharing the economic fruits with our labor and take the top jobs back, only then can we give hope to the young people. Thank you. Mr. Gary Zhang. Thank you, Deputy President. Now, we are a predominantly Chinese society. Home ownership is our core issue because this is in our culture. I saw various terms of government doing a lot of things to build the three-tier housing ladder. Now we have another 3 rungs, for example, a green farm, starter homes, transitional housing, and so on. The housing ladder essentially covers every group in society. However, the supply of each rung along the housing ladder is sufficient to meet the demand in society, and is our socioeconomic structure sound? I think members before me have given a lot of wisdom. I will not repeat the views. Now, allow me to quote some statistics. Our PRH accounts for some 30% of our public housing supply. if we maintain the 70-30 housing split, and according to the ratio proposed under the long-term housing strategy, the ratio will increase to 1/3. If you look at the household income survey, for those who are eligible to apply for PRH units, for those earning within the cap, we have 40% of eligible applicants. Now, this is just the entry. What about exit? Now, when you are earning 5 times as much as the assets as the income level, or 8 times the assets limit, you have to move out. You have to vacate the PRH unit. Now, I'm not going to delve deep into the loopholes. Let's just look at the rules. Now, with that statistics, 90% of our population is eligible to stay in the PRH unit. They don't have to vacate the flats. That gives rise to the problems we have today. As long as you have entered the pool, you would have a hard time asking those people to move out. Once you're eligible for PRH, then you have very little incentives to move up the housing ladder, for example, a green form or other HOS, and you would have a much easier time moving up the housing ladder compared with those who were not eligible for PRH at the beginning. So can we afford to sustain this size of population which is eligible for PRH? As I said, it accounts for 90% of our population. So it is very important to take care of the group of people which are not eligible for PRH and cannot afford private housing. As many members mentioned before, in terms of subsidized sales flags and PRH, we have to enhance the supply. I fully agree with their opinions. Many members have said in last week's motion debate that we need to separate the private and the public housing market. This is also a often mentioned point because public housing resources should not be used for speculation. Finally, in deciding housing supply, we have to pay attention to the distribution of population. We have the KYC artificial island and the northern metropolis. We are going to see significant increase in population in these areas, and they may draw population away from the traditional areas. So we can't take a simple logic. This is not just a commercial project. We have to consider whether the plan aligns with our future population distribution. So for redevelopment projects, we can't simply aim for more, more and faster. We have to pay attention to the size as well. I will submit I support the motion. Dr. Junius Ho. Thank you, Deputy President. Last week, we talked about the tenant purchase scheme. The motion was endorsed by most members. Of course, it is not legally binding, but having improved the electoral system, the interaction between the executive branch and the legislature has improved. We are good partners. Among the motions, we have debated upon. Some of them are very innovative. And the government has taken on board our suggestions. I applaud the government's efforts. On today's motion, that is reviewing the long-term housing strategy to shorten the home ownership ladder. in nature, this is the same as last week's motion. It relates to our core issues: housing, healthcare, youth employment. They are all related. I support conducting a review on this strategy, but how should we do it? Should we keep building public housing units to meet the demand? I don't think that must be the case. Hong Kong people are not that poor. We have some 1.2 million people, or 1.15 or 1.2 million people below the poverty line. So for the long-term housing strategy, if we always think about the PRH applicants, well, since we are a predominantly Chinese society, we are among the wealthiest Chinese society in the world. Well, it seems the picture is surreal. We are one of the most open economies in the world. Our economy is robust, and we have protection for our private properties. We have a very good social security system. So is it really necessary for us to take care of these people who should be able to stand on their own? A long-term housing strategy is not to encourage those who are 18 of age to queue for a PRH unit at once. This would only encourage people to move downward, or even resort to lying, scamming, and faking to achieve their goal of housing. This is indecent. This is not the right way to think. Like Mr. Bill Tang said, we need to nurture positive thinkings among our students. Should we always splash money to help these people? Anyway, these are not poor people. We need to give people incentives. We need to help those in need. We need to shorten the housing ladder. We should help them to buy HOS housing or reintroduce tenant purchase scheme. And for tenants, we have to enforce the marking scheme strictly. Mr. Lee Zhenkang mentioned about a marking scheme. We have to consider this option seriously. For those who get fast track, it would be unfair for those who have been waiting for a long time. But is that the case? Well, there are long queues in Disneyland, but there are also fast track lanes because they pay more to get the fast track tickets. If you are a Marco Polo member, you don't have to be caught in the queues and you enjoy priority boarding. We should adopt a marking scheme to reward those who contribute to society. You can help people, or you can help people financially. If you do so, you can get merits. With this merit scheme, we can offer a fast-tracking system for those who make contributions. Thank you.
Mr. Ben Chen. President, I speak in support of this motion. Improving the home ownership ladder will help improve people's livelihood in the long run. And a good home ownership ladder can help provide stability in society. Yes, last week we discussed the tenant purchase scheme, and I was told by Mr. Chan Hok Fong that tenant purchase scheme should be reinstated. In fact, we've been giving a lot of support to this scheme over the years. In light of Mr. Chan Hok Fong's motion last week, I visited the community. I prepared pamphlets on the basis of Mr. Chan Hok Fong's report. And according to the residents in the local community, they welcome the scheme's reinstatement as well. They've been living in the same community for decades. And the existing policy is that at the time when the tenants moved in, they may have very small children. Now the children have grown up, they've moved away, and yet they're unable to afford private housing because we're talking about a big price difference. This is the gap that they cannot narrow because they cannot afford even the down payment for a flat in the private sector. So after the children have grown up, they join the workforce and they earn an income. And because of the income and asset limit, these children are unable to stay in public housing unless they fall under the category of being well-off tenants. So these children will move out, and it's difficult to have additional headcounts. They cannot move out as a separate PRH household because their income has probably exceeded the income and asset limit if they work overtime in particular. Still, they are not able to afford home ownership in the private sector. So in the end, these children rent their own flats, and then the PRH household becomes a lonely nest for the elderly left. If we reinstate the tenant purchase scheme, we will allow family to stay together. Children can move back in. They can make arrangements so that the elderly can be accompanied by the grandchildren. And the family will be able to accumulate wealth as a result. Does tenant purchase scheme affect the circulation of PRH flats? The answer is no. Now, these flats have been built for some 30, 40 years ago, and in fact, the same households have been staying in these flats for decades. So I don't think TPS will in any way affect the circulation of PRH units. On the contrary, the government will be able to receive more revenue to increase public housing production. Now, we have the subsidized sale flats as well as private housing. These are the other rungs on the housing ladder. So we should improve subsidized sale flats as one of the rungs in the middle so as to promote healthy development of the private property market. Because in the private sector, prices may soar all of a sudden. So we have the green form status and white form secondary market scheme. We have HOS and other types of subsidized sale flats. These are rungs on the housing ladder that can help people achieve their goal of home ownership. So we should further improve the home ownership ladder. Say for those staying in the sandwich class housing, they're able to buy their flats. They can own the flat, and as a result, with appreciation, they can then trade up for a flat in the private housing market. So it's all about improving the housing ladder, and that should start with reinstating the TPS, followed by green form subsidized housing, HOS, sandwich class housing, and then the private housing rung. If we have more steps in the housing ladder, we can help people own their own homes. Mr. Dennis Leung. President, Mr. Ben Chan just referred to the motion moved by Mr. Chan Ho-fung last week. So I can't help but take this opportunity to comment on the future of the tenant purchase scheme as well. Mr. Chan mentioned that if we reinstate tenant purchase scheme, the PRH units can be sold, and this could help generate revenue for the government to build more public housing units. Now, the crux of the matter is, why should we allow PRH units to be sold only to reap an income to build more public housing units? It's a concept very difficult to grasp. And if you ask the existing PRH tenants whether they'd like to buy the flats they're staying in, of course the answer is yes. It's 100% yes. because in the past, under the TPS, PRH units were sold at the level of the construction cost built at the time. So we're talking about $100,000 to $150,000 per flat. But the value of the PRH units themselves is no longer just the construction cost. It's pegged to the private sector. So who will buy these flats? The wealth comes from the people. These people are unable to afford private housing, so they have no alternative but to buy the public housing unit. It's kind of an arbitrage activity. There is always a price to pay. If you sell the public housing unit, it becomes a unit under the tenant purchase scheme. But the problem we face is housing problem for the grassroots families. Why should we reinstate the tenant purchase scheme for these people to be able to own their own homes? I think it's food for thought for the government. Many young people nowadays lie flat. They'd rather not take up high-paying jobs. They'd rather join the public housing queue. That is all because of the private property prices in the stratosphere. The wage increase in the past decades failed to catch up with the rising property prices. These people have no alternative but to queue up for public housing in order to address the housing needs. And then they will have more money to spend. If you really want to help people achieve home ownership, there should be more quota under the Green Farm Housing Initiative, so that home ownership scheme flats could be sold and that there could be improvement in the property management. We could also help people own their own homes and realize their dreams. Last week, we talked about a major issue with HOS, and that's property management. If we reinstate tenant purchase scheme, we will be able to address these issues. Say for PRH tenants attending the owners meeting or the residents meeting, the housing authority representative always attends the meeting, only that they pretend to be neutral. They never speak out of vote on anything. Now the problem is, can we rely on these residents to manage the estate? Last week we talked about the problems, and that for tenant purchase scheme flats, it's really a vulnerable to abuse by the unscrupulous contractors. So we need to address the housing needs of the grassroots, and for those with means, the government should increase subsidized sale flats. For those exceeding the income and asset limits, for example, as I said, we should improve the rental market so that we offer flats at a higher level of rent to help address the housing issue. Ms. Starry Lee. President, I thank Mr. Andrew Lam for moving today's motion. I agree that we should review the long-term housing strategy, and I think it is an opportune time for us to do so, because the long-term housing strategy was formulated some time ago against a backdrop of shortage in housing. We wanted to help grassroots families meet their housing needs. Now, but as mentioned by the Secretary, in the latter half of the 10-year period, there will be increase in housing supply, together with transitional housing and other housing for grassroots families. I believe that the average waiting time for public rental housing will be further shortened. So I think we should focus on housing for young people and those living on the fringe, the middle class. And I think on different occasions I've made these comments to you, Secretary. Indeed, we now have the conditions to mull them over. In the past, we couldn't even secure housing for the underprivileged. We didn't have the prerequisites. Now, with stable and sufficient supply in the latter half of the 10-year period, together with increase in supply in the private market, we should further consider the needs of the middle class. In the past, the government had the home ownership scheme to help the middle class, but there are drawbacks. For example, balloting is one problem. You may not be lucky enough to get an offer under the balloting mechanism. And in fact, I raised this issue in the council a number of times. That is about the waiting list. And once you've been put on the waiting list, you need to wait for a long time. And that is what the government is shunning. But I think that for the middle class living on the fringe, they have housing needs. Their needs should be met. Another point is this. Recently, the HOS pricing has been pegged to the purchasers' affordability instead of to the private market. And in the policy address, it is proposed that for families with babies, they will be given more marks under the marking scheme. Now, there are merits to the balloting mechanism, but if prices go up further in the future, there will be the persistent problem of oversubscription. Well, in fact, I've been talking to Mr. Louis Long. In fact, prices have come down. We have offers offers pitched at some $2 million. It is not, in the past, it was not easy for young people to get their first home. But now with a 90% mortgage plan and falling prices, it is not impossible for young people to buy a flat in the private market. However, there are still outstanding problems. Say if prices go up fast, it's very difficult for these people to buy a home. Now, we should consider the housing needs of the middle class living on the fringe, especially if we have faith that Hong Kong will continue to be an attractive place where we'll be attracting more talents to come, and there is still great potential as far as our property market is concerned. So the government should surely give it a thought. Something should be done to help meet the home ownership needs of the middle class. Now, one suggestion is HOS, but like I said, there is the shortcoming of balloting. The other part is about pricing. Affordability is now a factor in determining the price of HOS. The price levels, however, are still quite high. So what should be done? Should we have separate markets for those who are better off to live in or to invest in? We need to first of all help the families which have just reached the middle class level. We need to help them meet home ownership needs, and there should be a clear vision for them. This can help maintain social stability.
Mr. Andrew Lam, you may now speak on the amendments. President, I thank the 4 members for proposing amendments to my original motion. These amendments are able to stimulate our thoughts on the topic. I hope the government can review the long-term housing strategy, and the amendments are in line with my intent to move the original motion. To shorten the home ownership ladder, we should not just revise the methods. We should also look at how we can shorten the waiting time of people. Dr. Chow Man Kong and the other colleagues mentioned about the needs of purchasing home among young people. Well, our housing policies need to benefit the younger generation. We have to ensure that they can afford their own homes. Apart from ensuring housing supply, the government should ensure that there is flexibility in its policy to help young people get on the housing ladder. Dr. Chow Meng-kong mentioned about extending the mortgage default guarantee period for subsidized sale flats. Without using public money, this method can help facilitate circulation of housing units, and this will boost people's confidence. Mr. Tony Che mentioned about enriching the housing ladder, and he suggests introducing the concepts of rent-to-own and progressive payment mortgage into public housing. He also mentioned about the need to set different indicators. The key is to shorten the home ownership ladder, not to just enhance the ladder. There have been different housing policy rolled out by the government. I think the government needs to review the long-term housing strategy and think about why the previous policies failed. The government should seriously consider the new proposals. We should come up with measures based on the actual situation. Those who fail more, they should have a higher chance to be allocated with a housing unit. Mr. Stanley mentioned about setting up a home ownership fund to subsidize young people to purchase uncompleted HOS flats. This will help retain the capital in Hong Kong. This is going to help young people purchase their own homes and encourage them to save up money before they can afford a home. Mr. Louis Long talked about increasing the home ownership ratio, and this is what we haven't been able to achieve under the long-term housing strategy. And this is also a main point in my motion. Thank you.
Secretary for Housing. President, once again, I thank Mr. Andrew Lam for moving the motion, members who have moved amendments, as well as the members who have spoken concerning our housing policy. As I've mentioned in my opening remarks, this term of the government is determined to address the housing issues. Through active land creation, we have increased housing supply of various sorts to meet people's housing and home ownership needs and enhance Hong Kong people's sense of happiness and sense of gain. Many members ask the government to review and adjust the new public-private housing ratio under the long-term housing strategy, as well as the PRH, GSH to other SSF's ratio. We understand the proposal is to help those with better means to buy a home and follow the housing ladder upward. I agree, subsidized sales flats or SSFs are an essential element in the housing ladder. This is also the core of the long-term housing strategy. Over the years, we have built a housing ladder which meets our practical situation, while the long-term housing strategy focuses on supply and land creation. On housing supply, the number of SSFs completed by the Housing Authority has significantly increased 3 times, from 3,000 units 7 years ago to 9,700 in year 2022-23, allowing more people to buy a SSF unit. For the next 10 years, we have identified sufficient land to meet the supply target of 92,000 SSFs under the long-term housing strategy, sustaining the upward trend of housing supply. For the next 5 years, on average, there will be 10,000 SSFs rolled out each year, with more supplied in the second half of the 10-year period. Concerning the proposal to truncate the housing ladder, there are diverging views. Some think that the government should streamline the housing ladder to avoid overcomplication and overlapping. On the other hand, there are those who think that the government should extend the housing ladder and help those with limited means, for example the youth, to ascend the housing ladder more easily. As I've mentioned in my opening remarks, we think the existing housing ladders are time-tested. They are practical and are clearly positioned to meet the housing needs of households with varying income level. At this stage, we think we should not change the design of the housing ladder. However, we will closely monitor the changes in socioeconomic situation and enhance and streamline the implementation details of the housing ladder timely. Many members mentioned the difficulty of youth home ownership. Of course, we are very concerned about social mobility and youth home ownership. The Housing Bureau has been enhancing the ladder to help young people to go out and go up. In fact, among the SSF buyers, the majority of buyers are young people under the age of 40. For example, nearly half of the successful applicants of first-hand HOS flats are under 40 people. And also, more than 80% of White Farm secondary market scheme buyers are under the age of 40. For starter home projects, 85% of the ultimate buyers are young people. To tie in with the government's pro-birth policy, the Housing Authority will implement the Family with Newborns Flat Selection Priority Scheme starting from HOS 2024. This will benefit many young families. Some members mentioned that we should establish a youth home ownership fund for young people to buy uncompleted flats. For HOS uncompleted flats, the pre-sale period is as long as 3.5 years in advance. We believe that applicants would choose the appropriate units in accordance to their personal needs and family plan. Now, we will further extend the pre-sale period. The information provided to the applicants, for example, building plans, number and size of flats, and estimated material days will be subject to more variables. This may cause uncertainties for the applicants. We think the existing arrangements can allow applicants to plan the future appropriately. The 3.5 pre-sale period is suitable. Concerning the home ownership fund, we think that everyone should consider their affordability and needs before making a decision to buy a home. It is irresponsible to put the burden of home ownership on young people who are not ready. In fact, to encourage banks and recognized financial institutions to provide mortgage loans on a favorable term to SSF buyers, the HA has been acting as a guarantor with banks and recognized financial institutions for SSF mortgage loans. For example, the average price for a unit sold under the HOS 2023 is $2.85 million. Assuming a 20-year mortgage period with 10% down payment at $285,000 and an interest rate of 4.125%, the monthly payments, the monthly mortgage payment would be $15,700. For a 30-year mortgage period, the monthly payment is $12,400. I encourage young people to formulate a plan in accordance with their affordability and take concrete steps forward. Also, the HMA has announced a measure to relax the LTV ratio and suspension of stress tests. This will also help families in need. Some members suggested enhancing the ballot drawing system and an allocation mechanism to better respond to the sandwich class. Before each sale plan, the HA would take consideration of views in formulating quotas and selection priorities. We will consider the invaluable views taken today on how to enhance the arrangement, particularly for those long-time applicants as well as young people. White form applicants have high demand for SSFs. Some members propose to increase the quota under the white form system. In July 2023, the HA decided to maintain the quota for white form secondary markets 2023 at 4,500. It has considered the demand and allocation usage as well as the upward pressure for the secondary market. In future, we will consider the demand of white form applicants and the market situation before consulting the HA on the quota. Now, the HA has extended the mortgage guarantee period and the mortgage repayment period to 50 years and 30 years respectively. This will facilitate circulation in the market. Concerning the proposal to further extend the mortgage default guarantee period to 60 years, we have to tread carefully. There are risks. It seems that the existing 50-year guarantee period is appropriate. Before the extension of the mortgage default guarantee period, there were only 40% of public housing units with a residual guarantee period of 10 years or more. After the extension, the percentage has risen to 98%. Now, there are also proposals to set an indicator of per capita living space. Actually, starting year 2022 and 23, all government land sales projects, railway projects developments, and URA redevelopment projects, as well as land exchange and lease modification applications, the Housing Bureau has imposed a minimum saleable area of 26 square meters. Since the measure was introduced, response was positive. In the 2022 policy address, the government has announced that all subsidized sales flags completed starting 2026 and 27 will have a minimum size of 26 square meters. These are all our measures to improve living conditions for residents. This term of the government is determined in addressing the housing issues we face. We will pursue our strategy, that is, increasing housing supply with higher qualities, amount, efficiency, and standard. As many members mentioned, the priority now is to increase supply to provide adequate housing for those living in inadequate housing, like subdivided units and so on. At the next stage, there will be room for us to adjust this SSF ratio. Many members also suggested that we should increase the ratio of SSF today. I and my team will look at the projects at hand as well as the delivery timetable. And we will identify projects which we can impose this new ratio. We have carefully listened to members' views today. These will be food for thought for us in enhancing the housing ladder. This is how we can respond to the aspiration of the people to live better and live larger. Thank you.
I now call upon Dr. Chow Man Kong to move an amendment. President, I move my amendment. I propose the question to you that Dr. Chow Man Kong's amendment be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment passed. Mr. Tony Che, as the preceding amendment is passed, you may move your further amendment. President, I move my further amendment. I propose the question to you that Mr. Tony Che's further amendment be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment passed. Mr. Stanley, as the preceding amendment is passed, you may move your further amendment. President, I move my further amendment. I propose the question to you that Mr. Stanley M's further amendment be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment passed. Mr. Lewis Long, as the preceding amendment are passed, you may move your further amendment. President, I move my further amendment. I propose the question to you that Mr. Lewis Lung's further amendment be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment passed. Mr. Andrew Lam, you still have 1 minute 10 seconds to reply, then the debate will come to a close. President, I would like to thank again the 4 members for moving the amendments as well as the 39 members who have spoken. Mr. Chang Hock Fong mentioned about how the current housing policy is not helping address the housing needs. There is the anti-chamber meeting today. The Secretary's reply gave me the feeling that the government is perhaps going to do something. Regardless of how great a challenge that we're facing, I hope our young people will not lose hope and continue to work hard towards their goals. Thank you. I now put the question to you that Mr. Andrew Lam's motion as amended by Dr. Chow Meng Kong, Mr. Tony Che, Mr. Stanley and Mr. Lewis Lung be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? And those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion as amended passed.
Members' motion with no legislative effect. Mr. Rock Chen will move a motion on further consolidating Hong Kong's advantages as an international city. Dr. Hui Simon Lee will move an amendment to the motion. This council will proceed to a joint debate on the motion and the amendment. I will later first call upon Mr. Rock Chen to speak and move the motion. Then I will call upon Dr. Hui Simon Lee to speak, but he may not move the amendment at this stage. The joint debate now begins. Members who wish to speak, please press the request to speak button. I now call upon Mr. Rock Chen to speak and move the motion. President, I move that the motion as printed on the agenda be passed, further consolidating Hong Kong's advantages as an international city. Now, we need to give full play to our unique advantage of being an international city. We should leverage on our characteristics, being an international platform, to contribute to the country's high-quality development. President Xi visited Hong Kong in 2022. He emphasized that one country, two systems is a good policy. There is no reason to change it. It must be adhered to in the long run. One country, two systems is a unique institutional arrangement. Hong Kong can leverage on the safeguards and policy support offered by the motherland under one country, and Hong Kong can also enjoy the institutional advantage of being highly aligned with international standards. We've achieved unprecedented success that is acknowledged by the world through one country, two systems. We have a free economy, and our economy thrives. We also have a solid status as an international financial center and international shipping center. We have free flow of information, and we also have a very favorable business environment. One country, two systems is the basis of our success. There should not be any change to it. Under the safeguards of one country, two systems, we have a common law system. We have judicial independence. Hong Kong is the only common law jurisdiction in our country. We also have the power of final adjudication. We enjoy judicial independence. We also have financial and trading mechanisms highly aligned with international standards that are well established. We should continue to give play to our advantages of being highly aligned with the international community. I'm going to speak on our strengths as the 8 centers: International Aviation Hub, Regional IP Trading Hub, International Financial Center, International Trade Center, so on and so forth, so as to make Hong Kong a very attractive international city, and that we can exercise our strengths under one country, two systems. We are in line with the latest financial developments around the world, with the latest development, we have the prerequisite to develop green finance, in particular green investment and green bonds, so as to provide the relevant enterprises with the necessary green testing and certification and green products. We can also provide professional services in the areas of mediation, arbitration, accounting, and financing, etc., so as to make Hong Kong an international accreditation center. We also have a good financing platform for the matching of investors and quality green and sustainable projects, so as to pave way for the mid to long-term sustainable development in Hong Kong. There are also new investment themes. We should focus on Web 3.0, artificial intelligence, and sustainable investment. These are the buzzwords in the international capital markets, so we should focus on them so as to attract foreign and international investors. We should continue to hold international and major financial forums so as to pull the collective wisdom of the experts from around the world. We should also bolster our status as the largest offshore renminbi business center. We should also provide more products with our renminbi-denominated products so that we can expand our capacity of the dual counter system to make Hong Kong even more internationalized. Now, we are an international city. We should strengthen our ties with the countries in the East and West. At the same time, we should meet new friends, such as those in the Middle East. We should attract new capital so as to attract more foreign investments and help mainland enterprises go global. Dedicated working groups should be set up. KPIs should be set so as to build or expand our network. On International I&T Center, we have 16 key state laboratories as well as a number of key state engineering centers. We have the prerequisite of developing a leading country in education, science, and technology. In terms of trawling for enterprises and talents, we've achieved results. We have attracted a lot of biotech companies and research institutions to set up presence in Hong Kong. We also attract top-notch I&T talents to help expand the talent pool and help build a strong nation. We also enhance our functions as an international shipping center as well as the logistics center. We will leverage on the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge to enhance connectivity with the two airports in the Greater Bay Area. This can help enhance our airport as the major gateway of connectivity with the mainland, so that mainland passengers can use our airport for international destinations. We can also enhance our cargo freight capacity. That means we should actively train talents so as to develop more flight destinations and expand our network to make the international airport in Hong Kong the busiest logistics and passenger hub. We also continue to provide relevant shipping services such as financing, berthing, dispute resolution, cargo handling, etc. We also develop maritime insurance. We also have a very good tradition as far as the maritime industry is concerned. We train talents, and there are also tax concessions to help develop the maritime industry into a high value-added industry to exert our international influence. Hong Kong is now actively being developed into an international education hub. And in order to achieve this objective, we need to improve our ecosystem. We have 5 top 100 universities, and this is the basis on which we should continue to attract more R&D talents and teaching professionals to come to Hong Kong. We should streamline the visa application procedures and shorten the vetting process. We should take forward Northern Metropolis development so that more international tertiary institutions can set up their campuses in the Northern Metropolis under government subsidy or setting up the institutions as standalone institutions. Hong Kong is also an East-West center for international cultural exchange. We have a lot of sports events. We are the capital of mega events such as Live Golf, the F1 Grand Prix, as well as other events that can bring positive effects to Hong Kong's brand as an open and international city. At the same time, we hold international exhibitions such as Art Basel, Hong Kong Sevens, and Complex Con, etc. These events help attract high-spending overnight visitors. They can also help drive the growth of other sectors such as retail, catering, hotel, etc. Now, another important suggestion is that we should make sure that we tell good stories of Hong Kong to the international community. We should give play to our advantages. We should also dispel rumors and misunderstandings about Hong Kong in the international community. And that means we should leverage on the expatriates who have been living in Hong Kong so that they can go back to their home country and explain to their fellow citizens what Hong Kong is like. I look forward to the insight offered by government officials and the fellow members.
I now propose the question to you that Mr. Rock Chen's motion be passed. Dr. Hui Simon Lee. Thank you, President. I'm grateful for Mr. Rock Chen for moving today's motion so that we can take stock of how we can further consolidate our international strength. I think many members will focus on areas like our prestigious legal system, our clean and highly efficient government, and our capital market. So I would like to focus on my amendment, that is to leverage the strategic support role of the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau Greater Bay Area, as well as the Belt and Road Initiative, as well as the strategic leverage role played by the GBA. Now, the term strategic leverage means that GBA is an important node and it is a platform. The global competition we face is not merely competition between cities. It is more a competition between city clusters. A city cannot excel in every aspect. A city must collaborate with other cities in the same cluster so as to face up to the competition in the world, be it advanced manufacturing, commerce, or even financial services and maritime trade and the capital market. These are the competitive advantages enjoyed by the GBA. If you look at the 9 mainland cities in the GBA, in Guangdong province, it enjoys the highest trade volume and bilateral trade within the entire China. Now, according to the statistics, in 2013, the Guangdong province engaged in trade worth $1.11 trillion RMB. In 2023, 10 years on, the growth has been 12%. Now, the Guangdong province is the most active in participating in Belt and Road and foreign trade. Now, in 2023, there were some $200 billion trade engaged by the province. And the capitals from Belt and Road countries account for 10% of direct foreign investments in the area. Of course, Hong Kong played an important role in bringing in these investments. Most of the capital were invested in high-end or advanced manufacturing. Now, these factories scattered among the 9 mainland cities in the GBA. So it shows that the GBA is the most active and most vibrant and internationalized city in a cluster in the country. Now, together with our mainland counterparts, we have conducted a matching symposium with other countries, and the reception was great. Now, this is our core strength. Modern service industry is a gap where Hong Kong can fill. Now, with advanced manufacturing, coupling with modern service industry, we now see a model which can leverage on the strategic position of GBA and Hong Kong's international status. Now, under one country, two systems, and three zones, Hong Kong is poised to provide a demonstration in terms of strengths, in terms of a mechanism. Now, we have smooth cross-boundary clearance, and we have the shortest negative list for foreign investors, and we are also a hub for dispute resolution. Now, there are more than 800 innovative measures announced. Now, we have the Russian railway and also other projects which showcase this strength. Our strength, please stop speaking. Secretary for Commerce and Economic Development.
主席，
President, Mr. Rock Chan's motion proposes that the SAR government should actively reinforce Hong Kong's characteristics as an international city, give full play to our advantages under one country, two systems, and promote the high-quality development of the mainland and Hong Kong. The SAR government very much agrees with this, and we are grateful to Dr. Simon Lee for his amendment as well as Mr. Rock Chan for the motion. It allows us to listen to members' views and suggestions on the topic. Since the reunification, Hong Kong has been leveraging its unique advantage of enjoying strong support of the motherland and being closely connected to the world, and we have become the only city in the world where China's strengths and international advantages converge. Hong Kong has been a free port and an independent customs territory. It supports a multilateral trade regime with free flow of capital, talents, and information. According to the Basic Law, Hong Kong can take part in international organizations and sign agreements in the name of Hong Kong, China, and have a place in the international arena. Hong Kong is leading the world in its professional services, including finance, commerce, and trade, as well as shipping. It's the only common law jurisdiction in our country. The judiciary has independent judicial power and the power of final adjudication, which enables Hong Kong to seamlessly integrate itself with other major international business communities in terms of its legal system and to fully play its role as a bridge between the mainland and the world. As an inseparable part of China, Hong Kong SAR has been given full support by our country. It is our strongest, most reliable and solid backing, which has enabled our economy and society to prosper. Being part of one country, Hong Kong has tapped into the huge mainland market, and with the advantages brought about by two systems, Hong Kong has been serving as an important node in the domestic international dual circulation and actively integrating itself into the overall national development. While opening up more room for development, we make use of strengths to contribute to our country's needs. The development of the Greater Bay Area is a national strategy personally devised, planned, and driven by President Xi Jinping. It is a major development strategy for the reform and opening up of our country in the new era, and a new practice to enrich one country, two systems. The SAR government attaches great importance to the integration of Hong Kong into the overall national development, and is dovetailing with national strategies. With the full support of the central authorities, various policies and measures to facilitate interconnectivity and flow of people, goods, capital, and information in the Greater Bay Area have yielded fruitful results. The Northbound Travel for Hong Kong Vehicle Scheme, measures to promote the flow of high-end talents in the GBA and the Greater Bay Area Youth Employment Scheme are some examples. The successful implementation of these policies and measures will have a positive impact on the development of Hong Kong. They help promote a high level of integration and development among the cities in the GBA. The Belt and Road Initiative is a long-term development strategy of our country. Last year was the 10th anniversary of the initiative. President Xi announced the 8 major steps to bring Belt and Road cooperation to a new stage of high-quality development. Our country has also proposed new areas of cooperation in green development, digitalization, innovation, and so on for such high-quality development in the next 10 years. The latest plans in quality development proposed by the country will bring unlimited opportunities to Hong Kong. Hong Kong has been fully participating in and contributing to the development of the Belt and Road, and has been playing the roles of super connector and super value adder, in addition to serving as a functional platform for the initiative. This year, the Commerce and Economic Development Bureau will hold the Belt and Road Summit again and will make the 9th edition of the event a great one, and further enhance the breadth and depth of the annual forum. This September, we'll organize the Belt and Road Festival to promote cooperation between Hong Kong and Belt and Road countries in a wide range of areas, including trade and investment, science and technology, arts and culture, as well as exchange of talents. The forum will showcase the results we've achieved through people-to-people bonds, exchanges, and cooperation. To enable Hong Kong to capitalize on the support of our country and better leverage its unique advantage of enjoying strong support of the motherland and being closely connected to the world, the SAR government has set up a steering group on integration into the national development agenda towards the end of 2022, with a view to strengthening coordination at the top level and promoting and steering at the macro level the work on integrating ourselves into the national development. The steering group is headed by the chief executive with the 3 secretaries of departments as deputy heads. It will continue to formulate and implement policy measures to facilitate Hong Kong's active integration into national development, seizing the unlimited opportunities brought about by the country's development and injecting continuous impetus to the growth of Hong Kong. With the support of our country, Hong Kong must continue to leverage our unique strengths. The 14th Five-Year Plan positions Hong Kong as a hub for developing 8 centers. There are International Trade Center, International Financial Center, International Center for I&T, East-Meets-West Center for International Cultural Exchange, Center for Regional Trade in IP, International Shipping Center, International Shipping and a Center for International Legal and Dispute Resolution Services for the Asia-Pacific region. On International Trade Center, to further integrate into the overall national development and enhance our development momentum, we need to expand the domestic market in the mainland and expand our global economic and trade network around the world. The SAR government will continue to play its roles in going global and attracting foreign investment, including leveraging on its strengths under the Mainland and Hong Kong Close Economic Partnership Arrangement, or CIPA, to connect the mainland with enterprises around the world so as to enable more professional services and quality products to enter the mainland market and to bring high-quality capital, talents, business networks, and expertise to the mainland. On the other hand, the SAR government has endeavored to expand Hong Kong's economic and trade network. In view of the potential of emerging markets, the government has been considering setting up more economic and trade offices and consultancy offices in these markets to assist the local business sector in exploring new growth areas for their businesses, and at the same time promote preferential measures under the free trade agreements, including CIPA, to encourage foreign investors to establish foothold in Hong Kong. On the financial front, with our advantages, the Securities and Futures Commission and the Hong Kong Stock Exchanges have been committed to deepening and expanding the interconnectivity between the financial markets of the mainland and Hong Kong. With the support of the central government, a number of enhancements and new products were introduced in 2023 to enhance the interconnectivity, including the expansion of the scope of eligible stocks under the Stock Connect and the launch of northbound trading of Swap Connect to facilitate interconnectivity and synergistic development of the markets of the two places. On connecting the world, Hong Kong as a leading international capital formation and financial center is committed to attracting enterprises of different scales and with different potentials from all over the world to list and finance their businesses in Hong Kong. Last year, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange added the Saudi Exchange and the Indonesia Stock Exchange to its list of recognized stock exchanges, allowing companies listed on their main boards to apply for secondary listing in Hong Kong. These measures will enrich the source of issuers in Hong Kong's securities market. Hong Kong all along has been performing well in world rankings related to I&T, according to the Global Innovation Index 2023. Hong Kong is ranked second in the world for emerging startup ecosystems, demonstrating Hong Kong's strengths and achievements in INT. And the Shenzhen-Hong Kong cluster is also ranked second around the world, and Hong Kong is ranked the fifth in Asia. Among the global economies, Hong Kong is ranked the 17th. The 14th five-year plan supports Hong Kong to develop itself as an INT international center. We promulgated the INT development blueprint, and the four major directions were set out. They include integrating ourselves into the national development and serving as the bridge between the mainland and the world, and making use of our advantages as an international city. Hong Kong is well positioned to be an East-Meets-West center for international cultural exchanges. Hong Kong has been presenting itself to the world as an events capital of Asia. The government set up the Mega Events Coordination Group led by the Deputy Financial Secretary, and will take a more proactive approach in securing the hosting of mega events in Hong Kong. The Arts and Cultural Events Fund under the CSTB will help attract international arts and cultural events to be held in Hong Kong. This will shape Hong Kong into an arts and cultural capital. The development of Hong Kong as a regional IP trading hub will not only tie in with our country's important strategy for the development of IP, but also complement our efforts in building an international INT center and an East-Meets-West center for international cultural exchange. The SAR government has attached importance to the legal protection of IP rights and has implemented various enhancement measures to ensure that Hong Kong's IP protection regime can keep abreast of the times, follow the trend of international development, and meet the economic needs of Hong Kong. We want to ensure that there are creative inventions that can generate new knowledge. And this will lay a solid foundation for building an ecosystem of INT. And at the same time, it will reinforce our status as an international center of IP trading. For instance, the Copyright Amendment Ordinance 2022 came into effect last May. We will continue to develop the original grant patent system and enhance our examination capability to conduct substantive examination of patents on our own by 2030. We'll also actively plan for the establishment of a Technology and Innovation Support Center to provide the industry with quality information and services on IP rights. The Intellectual Property Department has initiated a review of the registered design system. We've also launched a consultation, and this is to ensure that we are in line with the mainstream international practice. Hong Kong is an international shipping center, an aviation hub and logistics hub. We have one of the world's top 10 container terminals. We also have land, sea, and air transportation network, making it an important logistic gateway connecting the mainland and the world. To strengthen Hong Kong's position as an international aviation hub, the Airport Authority is pressing ahead with the 3-runway system project at full speed. The goal is to have it commissioned by the end of this year. To promote the high-quality development of Hong Kong's logistics industry and the sustainable development of the maritime and port industries, the government announced last year the Action Plan on Modern Logistics Development and the Action Plan on Maritime and Port Development Strategy to reinforce Hong Kong's position as an international logistics hub. To further strengthen Hong Kong's position as a center for international legal and dispute resolution services, the DOJ has been proactively enhancing our legal framework to enable the legal profession to provide professional services under a sound legal system. The DOJ is also working with the profession and other stakeholders to strengthen the interface with the Belt and Road strategy to promote the rule of law in the Greater Bay Area. The Secretary for Justice announced that the International Organization for Mediation will be established in Hong Kong. It will be the world's first international intergovernmental legal organization dedicated to resolving international disputes through mediation, and it will be the first international organization to have its headquarters in Hong Kong and this will enhance Hong Kong's international status as a mediation capital. Apart from the 8 centers, Hong Kong enjoys an international edge in terms of talent and education. Towards the end of 2022, the government enhanced different talent admission schemes. As at the end of this February, a total of about 260,000 applications were received under the various admission schemes, of which about 160,000 were approved. 90,000 talents have been granted visas under the various talent admission schemes, and this has exceeded the government's target. To promote the diversified flow of talents in the GBA and deepen the exchange and cooperation of talents, the governments of Hong Kong and Guangdong signed a framework agreement on promoting Guangdong-Hong Kong talent cooperation in January this year. We will strengthen cooperation in areas of nurturing, recruiting, and exchange of talents. On the education front, President Xi has proposed that higher education should take the lead in building a strong education nation, and he called for accelerating the building of world-class universities. Hong Kong has been actively contributing its strengths to our country, and it has been working in line with the national education goals. It seeks to seize the opportunities arising from the development of the GBA, and we strive to achieve the 8 centers goal in the 14th five-year plan. Hong Kong is a multicultural character, good education infrastructure. We also have scientific research capabilities. In terms of our quality of teaching, we've been ranked top around the world. Our strength and education have been widely recognized at home and abroad. The SAR government is committed to building an international education hub in Hong Kong. President, the above is my opening remark, which seeks to attract more ideas. We will listen carefully to members' views, and I will respond to them later. Thank you.
Dr. Lo Wai Kwok. President, I thank Mr. Andrew Lam for moving the motion and the amendments moved by Dr. Hui Simon Lee. I and the BPA agree with the spirits of the motion. The government should leverage on our institutional strength under one country, two systems, and enhance our international characteristics in various areas to promote high-quality developments in Hong Kong and the mainland. Now we are facing a once-in-a-century change. The geopolitical situation is harsh. Now, after legislating for Article 23, Western politicians and media attack our legislation. It shows that we have to be on alert. Now, with the support of the country, we have completed our constitutional obligation, and we have erected a barrier against attacks. Now we are more poised to leverage our strengths under one country, two systems. Now, at the 25th anniversary of Hong Kong's return to the motherland, President Xi said that we must adhere to our strengths, our unique strength as a connector between the country and the world. Now we have an open and regulated business environment. We must adhere to the common law system and ensure smooth and close ties with the world. We're actively dovetailing the National 14th Five-Year Plan, the GBA, and the Belt and Road national initiatives. We have to continuously enhance our economic drive. The important speech of President Xi gave us a boost of confidence. He shows us the directions. Now we have to integrate with national developments while enhancing our international characteristics. They are not in conflict with each other. Now, the country proposed pursuing new quality developments, that is, moving away from traditional areas and adopt breakthrough technology to engage in in-depth transformation of the economies to ensure high quality and efficient development. It means some advanced manufacturing, new materials, strategic data, science, and so on. These will enhance our economic drive. Now, how we can dovetail the country's strategy and leverage our strength to complement the country's development. Under the 14th Five-Year Plan, we have the 8-center positioning, including International Financial Center, International Innovative Technology Center, East Meets West Cultural Center, International Trade Center, Maritime Center, Aviation Hub, Asia-Pacific Dispute Resolution and Mediation Center, as well as the Regional I&P Trading Center. Now, with these positions, the government must reach out more actively and attract enterprises. We have to help the sectors to tap these opportunities and develop our advantageous professional services. And also, we have to implement and enhance the CEPA mechanism in terms of institutional investment, culture, science, digitalization, and environment protection. We have to deepen cooperation. We should promote collaboration between trades on both sides and also expand the scope of mutual recognition of professional qualifications. We have to develop GBA as a training center for professionals. Now, to tackle protectionism of trade, we have to expand our friend circle and make friends with more economies. We have to establish FTAs and IPPAs with more jurisdictions. For example, strive to expedite our accession to RCEP as well as the CPCTD. For Belt and Road countries, we have to establish more economic and trade offices. This will establish our role as a platform for international trade, which will enhance connection with ASEAN countries and our friends in East Asia so as to tap the market. This is how we can attract foreign talents and capitals to come. I so submit Mr. Ambrose Lam. President, as a representative of the legal sector, I would like to tell the government the situation the legal sector is facing. Now, we are establishing Hong Kong as a regional dispute resolution and mediation center. Now, there is the mutual recognition and enforcement mechanism of mainland judgments. This is good. However, litigation is a last resort after there is a business dispute. This is not a value-adding service. This is just a service to mitigate loss. Now, for the other 7 international centers, those are services preceding dispute resolution. Now, for lawyers, we are not just good at arbitration or dispute resolution. We can create more values. For example, financing, bond issuance, and corporate takeover, aviation, aircraft leasing, major infrastructure projects, and so on. Family office. So with these legal services, we can help mainland enterprises to go global and introduce foreign investors. Now, this will enhance our connector role. It's a shame that we see a lot of challenges and obstacles in these areas. I don't know whether it is because the government is not capable of helping us or ignoring us. I don't see any help offered by the government. Now, you are saying that rule of law is the cornerstone of our developments, but this is just empty talk. The legal sector is facing more and more challenges in operation. This society of rule of law faces a lot of problems. The first one is training. Now, we have a green financing, ESG, a green bond, and aircraft leasing. The government wants to make Hong Kong a hub for aviation and aircraft leasing and vessel leasing. Now, you need a lawyer to draft the contracts for these business dealings, but we lack the relevant talents. The government said it would support training, but with the lack of legal talents in these regards, how can we develop these areas? I've been calling upon the government to enhance training for these local talents, but the government is not listening to me. Now, local lawyers can tag along with foreign legal firms and learn on the job. But we have to change the mindset of investors. They only go after the foreign legal firms, and it is very difficult for local law firms to get the contracts. Now, according to the WTO government mechanism, the government said that we have to uphold fairness. Well, in Singapore and the UK, there are conditions requiring the tender winner to hire a certain percentage of local legal talents. That is the plurilateral agreement. Now, there are worries that foreign firms would leak state secrets. Well, it seems now the governments and local investors are passing on all these trade secrets to foreign firms. If local firms are not given a chance, how can we help internationalize our legal sector? Now, if the government wants to consolidate our international center position, please support the local law firms so that more contracts would go to us. Now, we have to advertise our local legal services, not just litigation, but also commercial legal services. This is how we can enhance our strengths and our characteristics. I so submit I support the motion. Dr. Chow Man Kong.
President, I think Rock Chan's original motion is very meaningful. Well, as a scholar on international education, I appreciate the government's initiative in building Hong Kong as an international education hub so that we continue to groom talents for the 8 universities and we continue to improve our growth impetus and build enabling business environment and give play to our function as an important node in the Belt and Road countries so that we can make good use of the opportunities presented by the country's development. There is a bright future for Hong Kong. On international education front, we have world-renowned universities. We also have courses highly aligned with international curriculum. And we, in terms of research capability, we are one of the best among the world. We also have an open and inclusive international environment. It is only reasonable for us to achieve this objective as an international education hub. We should attract students from the Belt and Road countries and the Middle East to study and settle in Hong Kong for work. I think we should investigate into the 8 UGC-funded universities and see whether they have made good use of the initiative put forward in Policy Address 2023 to increase the admission quota to 40% for self-financed institutions so as to give an overhaul to the tertiary education system in Hong Kong to groom talents that can dovetail with the national strategy of building a leading country in education, science, and innovation. That means the government should proactively publicize the strengths of our UGC-funded universities. Now, the government should work with Invest Hong Kong, ETOs, Hong Kong TDC, etc., so that we publicize Hong Kong's strengths, and we can do something like the Hong Kong British Council, and we can set up a dedicated department like the Hong Kong British Council or the Australian counterpart to attract more overseas students to come. Now, earlier I proposed a member's motion. We should proactively attract enterprises to come and make investment. We should also forge a stronger economic and trade tie with the Middle East and Belt and Road countries. More proactive measures have been put in place to attract investments from the North. And the government has taken on board my suggestions. Because of oppression from the United States, we now face geopolitical risks, and this is one thing we should be vigilant against. That means we should attract investments from emerging markets and make sure that the capital stays here. And we should diversify our strategy to attract capital from more places. so as to make Hong Kong a premier financing hub for the country. The Hong Kong Exchange can set up more overseas offices in emerging markets, especially in the Middle East and the ASEAN countries, to attract more companies or more listings from the Belt and Road countries. Now, there is a great financing need for the factories set up along Belt and Road countries nowadays. We should attract them to get listed in Hong Kong. They should also make use of the dual counter system so that their stocks can be traded in both Hong Kong dollar and renminbi denominations. We can also deepen and broaden the capital markets in Hong Kong and bolster our status as an international financial center. I so submit. Professor William Wong. Thank you, President. I thank Mr. Rock Chen for moving this motion on further consolidating Hong Kong's advantages as an international city. Hong Kong has always been an international city. Our economic developments are highly aligned with the trends around the world. We are also a cultural melting pot, a place where the East meets the West. On international education, we also enjoy the same advantages. We have the top-notch universities and research institutions in Hong Kong. A lot of research and teaching professionals, research experts have joined these institutions. In order to take forward new industrialization, we need to troll for talents to further enhance our research capability and commercialize the R&D outcomes. For the talent admission schemes put forward by the government, more importance should be attached to attracting research talents to come to Hong Kong. In fact, in recent years, the research teams in Hong Kong have forged a closer tie with foreign counterparts. Take two Inno Hong Kong platforms as an example. This is a platform where top-notch institutions and experts gather. They help build Hong Kong into an international innovation and technology center. Working on this basis, we should continue to strengthen collaboration and exchange with other countries. $2 billion will be set aside to support the Inno Hong Kong platform to set up the presence in the Loop, according to the latest policy address. And also, the Inno Hong Kong Life and Health Technology platform will be set up. This is in line with our latest development direction. There should also be more international cooperation and exchange. The setting up of this platform in the Loop shows how much importance is attached to collaboration in this regard, and we also welcome research personnel and talents from other places to come here. I hope that this place can become the hinterland for grooming talents and attracting overseas talents. According to the latest budget, there is a sponsorship scheme for speakers to tell good stories of Hong Kong around the world. Whilst encouraging ourselves to go global, we should also attract the top speakers to come to Hong Kong, and that means we should hold more high-level seminars and exchange sessions with international experts to make sure that we're keeping pace with the latest I&T developments around the world. MICE in Hong Kong is doing well, but I don't think enough importance is attached to innovation technology conferences. This goes against the government's strategy of developing I&T in Hong Kong. Now, using the Hong Kong Convention and Exhibition Center, the government should promote more such exhibitions and conferences to be held. In last year's policy address, it is said that the universities of applied sciences will be set up. I am glad to hear about the progress. The Metropolitan University will be the first UAS in Hong Kong. I think we should have regard to the applied aspects of the university so that students can be given opportunities to go on international exchange programs and for them to acquire work experience in international research organizations and internet institutions so that they have the global horizon and world vision. This can help groom quality talents in Hong Kong. We enjoy the unique geographical advantage as an innovation and technology hub. We also face, meanwhile, very keen competitions around the world, and the global landscape is very complex. We need to strengthen our competitive edge and bolster our status as an international city. That means we should work on our unique advantages in international education, innovation, technology. I so submit or support the motion and amendments. Mr. Chan Kin Po, Hong Kong is an IFC International Trade Center. Hong Kong is also a metropolis. We are an international city. This is our brand. We need to keep ourselves as that. But in recent years, we suffered as a result of black-clad violence and political turmoil, and foreign politicians have also been riding on this opportunity to attack us. I thank Mr. Rokshan for moving this motion. Apart from the cyclical factor, there is also oppression from Western countries. Investors are deterred from investing in Hong Kong. We need. There is also the issue of deleveraging. We need to be able to cope with future challenges. Inevitably, as an external oriented economy, we face some headwinds. It is expected that with the country's development, our pace of recovery will also speed up. Hong Kong is an international city. We can contribute to our country. For example, we can be the super connector between the mainland and the rest of the world. We can help promote our country to the Belt and Road countries, and we can also make significant contributions to our country's development. We can also enhance our renminbi offshore business and contribute to the internationalization of renminbi in the long run. So we can leverage on one country, two systems to contribute to our country, so that we can also we can give play to our position as a super connector. As an international financial center, our markets are not performing well, but at the moment we are upgrading and transforming our existing industries and improving our financial infrastructure. We have introduced a number of initiatives such as expanding the bond market, improving the capital markets liquidity, so on and so forth. It is envisaged that international investors will pick up the confidence in investing in Hong Kong. Now, trading is also one of the major economic pillars in Hong Kong. According to the budget, we are going to set up an international supply chain management center. We'll also take forward developments in the aviation and shipping industries. It takes time for Hong Kong to be developed into these centers. But I think one quick win solution is to develop the headquarters economy. In fact, the idea was floated more than a decade ago. We should offer incentives for enterprises to set up headquarters in Hong Kong so as to form a cluster of headquarters here. One important mission, finally, is to ensure that Hong Kong is an international city that can embrace different cultures and lifestyles. Hong Kong is an international financial center of the country. It is also one of the international cities in Asia. Under one country, two systems, we must not only be another city in the mainland. Whilst being integrated into our country's development, we should also make sure that we have our unique culture and lifestyle as an international city. We need to win the trust of international business community as well. There should not be some major a big difference from living in New York or Paris. Apart from speaking Putonghua, we should also maintain our English proficiency. We should also reach out to different places in the world, encourage them, the foreigners to come and study and work here. We can introduce the working holiday scheme so as to enhance understanding with the world, in the world. And we should also hold more international events such as the Hong Kong Sevens Marathon, international exhibitions, and we should also encourage more brands to set up their presence and tap our local market. All in all, we should make friends with foreigners so as to tell them that we have the best business environment for them.
Mr. Robert Lee, thank you, President. I speak in support of the motion moved by Mr. Rock Chen as well as the amendment made by Dr. Lee. On one hand, we have to maintain ourselves as an international city in terms of world's ranking. Considering our competitiveness and status as an international financial center, we stay on top of the world rankings. It shows that Hong Kong is a competitive international city. However, we have to continue to make improvement in order to reinforce our advantages. We should realize the 8 centers, especially in finance, shipping, aviation, arts and culture, etc. We have to continue to play the role as a super connector so that we can facilitate exchanges. The Belt and Road Initiative as well as the GBA development are national strategies that help Hong Kong positions itself in a clear manner. The Premier of the State Council, Mr. Li Qiang, announced in the government work report the major policies of our country as well as indicators. The SAR government should, based on the report, formulate our own policies and measures so that we can achieve complementarity with our country. I've been pushing for the following measures. For instance, in the financial market, say in the Middle East, as well as other countries that we have not been tapping into, we should open up these markets and reinforce our status as an international financial market. The target for GDP growth of our country is about 5%. IMF projects that there will be a 3% growth in our country. And this gives strong support to us, and this also helps us tap into overseas market to attract foreign capital to Hong Kong. There should be a series of reforms in Hong Kong, including reform of tax regime, streamlining the procedure for overseas enterprises to establish foothold in Hong Kong, etc., to facilitate the attraction of capital. Also, the State Council announced that we should expedite the development of modernized industries, and also we should promote new quality productive forces. Government should make use of the resources we have as well as cultivate emerging industry so that we can diversify our economic growth. We need to continue to leverage on our advantages as an international city, and we have to attract enough talents. In this connection, the government should not only ensure that we maintain our advantages in our financial sector, but also we have to build a livable environment in terms of entertainment, arts and culture, education. We have to converge our advantages with the West. Like Mr. Lin Xueqiang said, we have to promote cooperation with other countries to ensure prosperity in Hong Kong. With the implementation of Article 23, we have cleared all the impediments. We are now at high time to promote high-quality development. Thank you. I so submit. Mr. Ronald Chan, President. We enjoy the support of our motherland. We are closely connected to the world. We have the advantages of one country, two systems. We have an internationalized business environment. We have comprehensive infrastructure and facilities to ensure free flow of capital. That's why we are leading in the world in terms of being an international financial center. We've been attracting investors around the world to invest in our city. I thank Mr. Rock Chen for moving this motion so that we can discuss how we can leverage our advantages in different areas. Hong Kong is an international financial center, and it is an important strength that we have. And we need to reinforce our status in this regard to expand our impacts. In this regard, the government can do the following. First, we can further promote our strategic position as an international financial center, we have to be an international bond issuing city in Asia. Also, we have to develop our RMB market and establish pilot bases for RMB or ECNY. Also, we have to open up markets for private equity as well as financing. If we can seize these opportunities, then we can brace the headwinds we see around the world and will be able to see new developments as an international financial center. We've seen changes in the international landscape. So we should make friends with different countries. We should consider geopolitical tensions, and it might be challenging for us to tap into Western markets. Therefore, we should tap into the Middle East market as well as countries along the Belt and Road. We should help provide support for the local sectors to build infrastructure. We should also take into account experience we have to provide financial channels for them. We can then promote our financial system as well as advantages of our city to attract more overseas investors to conduct investment activities here. Talents is also crucial. In order to leverage our advantages, we need international talents. To cope with the competition around the world for talents, we must think of different ways to draw for talents. Apart from the existing talent admission schemes, the chief executive mentioned yesterday said we have to work with business sectors to recruit talents around the world. I represent the financial sector. We need digital technologies. We also need RegTech. Apart from attracting talents from, for instance, the European Union, we should also provide quality services for overseas visitors. There have been views that we are being isolated by the West, and there are also cities around the world that see us as big competitors. We have to be decentralized in order not to deter overseas visitors. With the implementation of Article 23, now in the international community, we have to tell good stories of Hong Kong. Apart from the Legislative Council and the SAR government, community organizations such as Chambers of Commerce as well as different associations should help promote Hong Kong. We should also invite community organizations from other countries to share with us their experiences, and we should expand cooperation with different countries to boost incentives of investors to maintain our competitiveness. President, I speak in support of the motion and the amendment. Thank you. Mr. Sunny Ten. Thank you, President. Hong Kong is one of the most international cities in Asia. President Xi, in his important speech on the 1st of July, said that Hong Kong is open and international, and we are connected with the world. So the central government supports Hong Kong to leverage our advantages. We should leverage our advantages of getting the support of our motherland and being closely connected to the world. In the government work reports, the country mentioned that we should remain open to the rest of the world. With a new international landscape, we have to seize the opportunity of the Belt and Road Initiative. Therefore, we should strengthen our advantages as an international city, and under the new landscape, we should stand out. Since the 19th century, Hong Kong has been a cultural node and center. We have pluralistic community. We are connected with the world in terms of our legal system. We speak Chinese and English as our official languages. We have comprehensive transportation network. We have international brands in Hong Kong. We are also one of the cities with the highest number of Michelin restaurants. Under the new landscape, I believe we can contribute to our country in the business front, arts and cultural, as well as education front. We have to make ourselves more international. In terms of business and trade, we have the network. We have to strengthen our role as a super connector. We have to go global as well as attract foreign investment so that we can line up Belt and Road countries with other cities so that we can build business and trade channels. Last week, the textile and apparel industry held a mega event, and we managed to line up the European Union and Hong Kong as well as other countries to sign an MOU. And this shows that we can serve as a super connector, and we do have this special position. I suggest the government take part in more international organizations to attract these organizations to establish headquarters and bases in Hong Kong so that we can facilitate exchanges in business sector. In terms of financial services, we should pull together capital. We have our own advantages. We should not lag behind. We should continue to be competitive. We should enhance our competitiveness in terms of having companies to list in Hong Kong. We have to have professional financial services. We should also roll out products with RMB settlement. In terms of education, we have 5 universities that are ranked the first 100 in the world. We have to strengthen our edge. We have to build close cooperation and ties with higher education institutions around the world. We should build a talent hub that pulls together talents from the mainland and the Belt and Road countries. Also, in terms of arts and culture, we have to have mega events held in Hong Kong. We have to build more venues for mega events. We have to showcase our culture in fashion and in Eastern culture to strengthen our role. We have to show our soft power. In order to further internationalize ourselves, we have to be more proactive. We have to cooperate more actively with different sectors to showcase our strengths, and we can contribute to our country. I so submit. Thank you.
Dr. Kennedy Wong. President, the local legislation for Article 23 was completed in last week's council. It was read for the 3rd time. It was gazetted on the 23rd of March, and now it has come into effect. It is time that we refocus our energy on striving for economic growth and consolidating our position as an international city. The motion moved by Mr. Rock Chen, that is further consolidating Hong Kong's advantages as an international city, is very timely. I support it. With the staunch support of the country, consolidating and developing Hong Kong's position as an international trade center is very important. However, because of the tense geopolitical tension and the slowing down growth globally, these will pose uncertainties to our import and export sector. And also the business model has been evolving. Now, with the evolving business model, we have to keep abreast with time and tap the opportunities brought about by the digital economy and develop our e-commerce ecosystem. We have to foster transformation of our industries and seek new breakthroughs. We have a lot of premium local brands. We need the government's policy support to advertise these brands to foreign investors. On promoting cross-boundary e-commerce, I have put forward a number of suggestions. The CEDB has been supporting more local products to tap the domestic and foreign markets with e-commerce. Now, there is a suggestion, there's a proposal to inject $500 million into the BUD fund with an e-commerce item. Each applicant can receive $1 million to engage in e-commerce projects in the mainland. Now, the FS has proposed to extend the scope of the BUD fund to ASEAN and Belt and Road market. The CEDB has set up a task force on e-commerce. Within the year, we will organize the Hong Kong Shopping Festival on the e-platform. Now, we need the community to support these efforts. The Chinese Import and Exporters Association has mobilized our members to participate in this effort. We have established an e-commerce development alliance. By collaborating all these stakeholders on both sides of the border, we will promote logistics, publicity, and so on. This is a platform for them to pursue joint developments. They will leverage on our position, on our advantages, and consolidate our position as an international trading hub. Transformation of trade and also helping them to tap the opportunities brought about by e-commerce will also consolidate our positions as international maritime aviation and logistics centers. These positions are intertwined. This is also pertinent to the new position as a cross-boundary e-commerce management center. In terms of procurement, management of supply chain and stock, as well as logistics, we have strengths. The government's continuous investment in infrastructure, as well as encouraging the trade to use technology, have helped. With the joint efforts of the government and the private sector, we can definitely consolidate our strength and our international characteristics and contribute to the country. I so submit I support the motion and the amendment. Ms. Connie Lam. Thank you, President. I thank Mr. Rochen for his motion and Dr. Hui Simon Lee for his amendment. I support the motion and the amendment. The steadfast success of one country, two systems is the key for our prosperity. The National 14th Five-Year Plan has given us the 8 centers positioned. Mr. Xia Baolong, during his visits in Hong Kong, said that we have to continue to strive to write a new chapter for one country, two systems. The government must consolidate our international characteristics and leverage on our unique strengths and make use of our positions as a connector between the country and the world, as well as the GBA development, and strengthen our positions with synergized developments. There must be more collaboration so that we can ensure sustained development. As an international financial and trade center in the financial realm, we can be the green financing hub in the area, in the region. We can become a platform for green enterprises to list. There can be more green financial products. We can attract global green investors and capitals. Also, we have to encourage local enterprises to pursue sustainable businesses, for example, renewable energy and environment programs. We should encourage our local enterprises to tap the international market. In commerce, we should further enhance our international trading role. We have to participate in more agreements and negotiations. We have to expand our market. We should encourage local enterprises to pursue products innovation and establishing a local brand, and encourage local brands to go out, make them more competitive globally. As an international trading hub in the GPA, we have great strengths in professional services. In terms of trade, financing, and technology and capital investments, we can be of help. Now, under the CEPA framework, we can achieve further breakthroughs so that manufacturers, service providers, and local and foreign investors and the trade on both sides, and we can provide them with more business opportunities. On culture and arts, we are an event capital in Asia. Organizers love to organize mega events in Hong Kong. For example, the 7th Asia Film Festival and our local film festival have attracted performers and filmmakers alike to come to Hong Kong. We have also attracted a lot of visitors with these events. And also, we have to conserve our local culture and heritage. We have to promote activities with our local cultural characteristics. We have to broadcast our cultural strength. Now, the WK, the West Kowloon Cultural District, is our cultural landmark. We are one of the 3 largest art trading centers in the world. Now, to consolidate this brand, we have to more proactively showcase our soft power and bring in foreign cultural and arts activities. We should welcome expatriates from across the world to share the culture with us. Now, we always have a tradition of cultural diversity in Hong Kong. We should also encourage people from mainland provinces like Shandong and Shanxi to bring the culture into Hong Kong as well. Now, we have a vast international network, and we are very inclusive towards various cultures. We can be a melting pot. Now, some time ago, we had the opening ceremony of the 2024 Live Golf Hong Kong stop. We had lion dance. That was a great example of how we combine the Western and Eastern culture. I tried playing golf as well, so that's very exciting. On education, we should facilitate international students to engage in exchanges in Hong Kong. We should establish more linkages with mainland universities and higher education institutions so that we can have more exchange opportunities. I support all the motions and amendments. Mr. Adrian Ho. Thank you, President. With heightened geopolitical tension, Hong Kong's role as an international city has become ever more important. In terms of consolidating our role, as well as contributing to the country's opening up, we must consolidate our unique advantages and achieve high-quality development. In consolidating our international characteristics, we must do better in terms of external communication and explanation. When there is an involution, when we work in silo, we will lose out our function as a connector. If that's the case, we can't help the country as a bridge. To achieve that, we have to ensure that the international community understands Hong Kong. The government must communicate well with the international community to enhance their confidence in Hong Kong. In my earlier written question, I asked the government about the progress of clarifying matters with Western media. Now, expatriate community in Hong Kong told me that there are insufficient channels adopted by the government in disseminating information. The expatriate community doesn't understand the government's message. If that's the case, external forces with ulterior motive will make use of this loophole and engage in incitement and smearing. Earlier on, we were scrutinizing the Safeguarding National Security Bill with full speed, during which Bloomberg falsely claimed that we will be banning social media soon. Now, this security chief clarified the false information, and the government issued a condemnation on Bloomberg. Now, besides clarifying the message, the government must actively suppress and prevent false reports from circulating in the international community. So I think the government must own up to the major responsibility of telling good Hong Kong stories. Principal officials must establish a good relationship with foreign media outlets so that they can mount counterattacks and clarify matters. We must reach out to major media outlets to show them the real situation in Hong Kong so that they can bring this information to their audience. This will give investors confidence to come to Hong Kong and consolidate the confidence of those who are already in Hong Kong. This will enhance our positions as an international metropolitan. I also suggest that in terms of telling good stories of Hong Kong and the country, departments and principal officials with major responsibilities should be given KPIs on their explanatory work to make sure that the government maintains good relationship with foreign corporations and media outlets. Now, we are an East meets West melting pot. We need to maintain our edge in terms of languages. Now, I hope that the government would take heed of the New People's Party's suggestion to retain foreign teachers and introduce and attract more foreign teachers to come. Also, we have to strengthen Putonghua education to make sure that our citizens are equipped with 2 languages and 3 dialects. We have to make Hong Kong an international talent arsenal or barracks. Now, finally, we have to conserve our Cantonese culture. We have to maintain our unique attractiveness. Thank you.
Mr. Jeffrey Lam, thank you, President. Our country has been fully, resolutely, faithfully implementing one country, 2 systems in Hong Kong. And with this good tradition, Hong Kong enjoys the support of the motherland and connectivity with the world. This is not just a slogan. Hong Kong is part of the Greater Bay Area, which is undergoing rapid developments. We also have the strong support of our country. We also have highly aligned standards highly aligned with the international community. We have a high level of education. We're also the cultural hub. It is also the we should contribute our strengths to the country's needs so as to fulfill this vision in 2035. The 14th five-year plan also sets out the major development directions of Hong Kong. We have the country's support to develop ourselves into the 8 major centers, comprising the International Financial Center, Trade Center, Aviation Hub, and so forth. We must maintain this simple and low-tax regime. We have first-class business and professional services, and only if we keep our strength will we be able to develop our 8 centers. Hong Kong's position as an international financial center is beyond doubt. It is the meridian of our economy. As Mr. Xia Baolong, the director, once said that Hong Kong's development is dependent on our financial development. But against the backdrop of keen competition around the world and complex geopolitical landscape, we must continue to make progress or we'll be falling behind. Now we rank the 4th in terms of the IFC index, and we also top the charts in a number of other aspects, but we are lagging behind in other areas. That means we still face a number of challenges if we are to keep ourselves as an international city. Hong Kong is a small place, but we have the country's support. We are the gateway to the mainland market, and we have external connectivity as well. This is why we are attractive to foreign investors. However, we need to be able to cope with changes in the international landscape. That means we should take a multi-pronged approach and look for new partners and tap new markets. For example, we should actively tap the Middle East and ASEAN markets. We should develop family offices business and also promote Hong Kong to further bolster our status as an international financial center. Now, the latest global trend is to achieve carbon neutrality. The Middle East countries would also like to diversify their economy and avoid over-reliance on the oil business. Now, we have green bonds in Hong Kong, and Hong Kong can be the major financing platform. At the same time, we can enhance collaboration with counterparts from around the world. We have been hosting a number of mega events in Hong Kong. This can help develop the mega events economy here. We can also allow tourists and visitors to know more about Hong Kong, and this can help enhance our position in the global community. In light of the complex geopolitical landscape and increasing competition from around the world, we must not be complacent. We must be proactive in telling good stories of Hong Kong and actively integrate into our country's development so that we become the bridge between our country and the rest of the world and make contribution to the policy of going global and attracting foreign investments. Mr. Duncan Chiu, I speak in support of Mr. Rock Chan's motion and Dr. Simon Lee's amendment. At last year's financial forum, Mr. Zhang Yanxiong, director, shared his views on Hong Kong's development. Hong Kong is an international city, and this is unique. And this is also how we give play to our role as a super connector. We should leverage on our strengths to contribute to the country's needs. We should strive for accession into RCEP, enhance our function as the offshore renminbi hub. We should also actively take part in the Belt and Road Initiative and contribute to our country's development. Now, that means we need to maintain ourselves as an international city under one country, two systems. In order to bolster our status as an IFC, we should focus on I&T development so as to build ourselves into an international I&T center as soon as possible to strive for high-quality development. According to WIPO's 2023 Global Competitiveness or Innovation Index, Hong Kong Shenzhen Innovation Cluster has ranked the second for 4 consecutive years in the global chart. It is an important innovation base now. And Hong Kong complements the strengths of other cities in the Greater Bay Area, and this is key to our success. Innovation technology is our country's national strategy, and we have 5 top 100 universities in Hong Kong. In terms of upstream research, we have excellent research teams and institutions, and there is so much more potential here. They can help drive economic growth in Hong Kong. And so other cities in the Greater Bay Area, they can provide support in terms of mid and downstream application of R&D outcome. And there is the size of population in the Greater Bay Area is 86 million. So after commercializing R&D outcomes, they can raise funds using Hong Kong as the financing platform for them to go global, so that we can share our R&D outcomes with the rest of the world and give play to this important function of being the window to the world for our country. In fact, in terms of innovation technology, the Greater Bay Area has achieved a lot of results. For example, for Hong Kong, we have attracted some world-renowned research personnel to set up presence in Hong Kong, and the way to go of data, the flow of people, capital, and goods, as well as research outcomes. This is the gap we need to plug. And in terms of talent, in the past, on a number of occasions, I advocated the Digit Pass initiative. Research personnel with Digit Pass or digital pass can travel visa-free within the Greater Bay Area. I hope the government will give it a thought Now, when it comes to the development of cryptocurrency or digital assets or virtual assets, this is an irreversible trend. In recent years, there have been a number of incidents sparking the international community's concern on the supervision of cryptocurrency and trading. We should make good use of the development of Web3 and cryptocurrencies. Now, the government's position is clear. A good regulatory regime and legal framework should be put in place to enhance supervision of the trade. There should also be enhanced training and improvement of corporate governance so as to build a sustainable ecosystem and environment for the development of cryptocurrencies and virtual assets. Apart from publishing a policy statement in this regard, money has been set aside for the development of Web3 by Cyberport. The government is also taking forward a number of consultation exercises on over-the-counter trading as well as stable coin. I hope that the industry will have a better picture of the way forward so as to help the government build a legal framework on the development of Web3 and virtual assets. This is also a prerequisite of attracting foreign investment. The meeting is suspended until 9 a.m. tomorrow.